Futures trying to bounce off the lows here as we get the final reading on Q2 PCE. Final prices just coming through here. Higher than expected, 5.6% versus 4.4 expected. Therefore, again, core PCE, the final reading for Q2. A note or a data point that the Fed does take a good close look at. 0.6, negative 0.6 versus negative 0.6 on the final GDP number for Q2. So a couple of key data points there for the economic side of things to kick things off on a Thursday. 193,000 versus 215,000. Meanwhile, on the initial jobless claims for last week. So at least that number is moving the right direction. We are seeing a little bit of a move in the overall market off of that back to the downside, starting in negative territory after what happened yesterday. Nice rally yesterday right across the entire market. It was tech and some of the NASDAQ names that led back to the upside. We'll talk about Apple coming up here. Bank of America with the downgrade this morning after what happened over the past couple of days. Rosenblatt, on the other hand, upgrading the stock. So we'll go both ways maybe on Apple today. Rivian as well. Nice look for Rivian. Truist initiating coverage, talking very nicely about RIVN to the downside. All of the Chinese EV names under pressure after another one debuted over in Hong Kong overnight. Yeah, it wasn't good. We'll talk about Porsche here as well. Porsche making its debut, successful debut over in Germany this morning. The biggest IPO of the year so far. It's Thursday, September 29th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. More red numbers, unfortunately, across this board this morning. A little bit different than what we saw yesterday, but it is the NASDAQ right now, as I mentioned, leading to the downside, 1.3%, a full percent for the S&P, 0.8 for the Dow. More negativity down here, 1.2, 1.5. It's worth noting some of the yields bouncing this morning after a huge move down yesterday. The 10-year, the 2-year back to the upside once again. U.S. dollar kind of chopping around within its range. We're seeing a little bit of weakness as well back in the pound this morning after a big rally yesterday after the Bank of England stepped in to prop that up. But yeah, PCE and GDP, guys, both kind of negative there to kick things off on a Thursday.
Yeah, good morning. It's a bit of a slight move down there on that number. Of course, we were already down overnight, full percentage on the ES, as you mentioned there. Bed Bath & Beyond going to be on the talk because, hey, they reported and missed, so of course they're going to be up, right? That makes all the sense in the world. We know it's about the squeeze, and we know it's about the short interest there, so we'll be talking a little bit about that. However, I should have led off by saying, hey, congratulations. Aaron Judge, man, he's a beast. He only got 61. I was kind of hoping he hit them both and break the record himself, but American League home run champion now, Aaron Judge, stays in the Yankee household. I hope he's able to do 62. It would be amazing to see. The place was electric. So much respect. Like, Jays fans are cool. So much respect, even though it essentially won the game. So, like, he cost us the game with that bomb. And rest in peace, Coolio, man.
Yeah, I saw that. I posted that up there. That's sad.
He's not that. He was
young.
He
was very young.
He was very young.
I think it was cardiac arrest. They're saying, but yeah, tweeted that out yesterday. Thanks for all the comments and everything about that. But yeah, whatever. I mean, it's not thanks for us. I mean, it's just sad that happens. Another one gone. I did. You mentioned there Porsche. I feel like this is the coolest symbol pretty much of all time. I mean, I don't know. Well, if you don't know what the Porsche symbol is, I don't know a better one, man. P911.
I'm trying to think.
I mean, P911. I mean, come on. That's fantastic. Porsche comes out today, 85.80 there. I feel like it was 85.75. I think was the IPO price. It looks like that came through, but now it's down to 80. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, this is considering some of the IPOs we've seen right now, this isn't too bad. So Porsche comes out here. Let's call it 85.80, and then its bottom here is 83.20. So you trim off $2 or $2.50. It's not bad. Now you're starting to make a little bit of move back to the upside. But this is Porsche, man. P911. It's over there in Germany. Like we were talking about it earlier, we do have access to these different markets, but this is just another name that's trading, and it's not super crazy or anything. Right now, it did have a little bit of a dip down there, but P911 starting off today, and very, very exciting for Volkswagen and very exciting for Porsche. Now you can not only drive one, but you can also own the distributed stock, so that's really nice. The market is starting to go down to the sell side right now, though. We have it's funny because yesterday was that big movement to the upside here, and then today you're seeing a nice little retracement back down. So yeah, look, we've already given it all back. Remember yesterday at the close, I was like, I would not be putting new money to work at all. And then I said also that it was probably a good thing that we had that rip up yesterday because it gave us, you know, cover on where to go short. Like any of those tops from yesterday, which happens to be AMD again at 69, you know, some of these tops here coming through really gave us a good sign yesterday of where the strength is, where the weakness is. And I think today could just be just as big of a day as yesterday for trading. However, it looks like it is going to be a red day. So, without any further ado, yesterday we turned this guy, when the market was down about 0.7 or so, we turned it to a bear or to a bull. But today, Neil, I don't know if you have a differing opinion on this. I don't know if we're gonna get green today, so I'm gonna put this guy into a bear.
It's almost like it should almost default to what the trend is, like, and then you can changing it would make some sense, right? So it should almost open as a bear until something changes, and then you can change it to the bull. That makes. I feel like that's almost the way it should go here. But yeah, we get Micron after the bell.
I mean, maybe things
today.
were better. The market's tanking now.
Nike as well. I know, yeah, almost 2% down. That number is not being
We
received.
were only up 2% yesterday, and now you're down 2%, Brendan.
Well, that didn't take long.
The market's not even open, and the NASDAQ is bleeding
let's
right
just
now.
pack it in.
Peloton will sell bikes, treads at Dick's Sporting Goods in its first brick and mortar partnership.
To the moon? No.
I mean, at least they're trying to do things, honestly. I mean, they're with Amazon now, and now they're at Dick's Sporting Goods, which is the largest sporting good retailer in the United States, as far as I know anyways. So that's going to be a good one for Peloton. I mean, a good one, I don't know. It's not going to be a needle mover, but that's just, I just saw that come through there, Brendo, and I look at this move for Peloton, a nice little move back up to the upside. Again, you know, this is what it looks like. We've already talked about, is there a worse name out there? There is. We found it. But Peloton is pretty bad down here near $8. So whether or not this gives them the spike or anything that they need there, it's really weak volume. Actually, 160,000 is not bad. There's Peloton on a little bit of a spike up there as their products looks like Dick's Sporting Goods is going to take on Peloton as an account.
I didn't say they're. You can't say they're not trying, that's for sure. When it comes to, there it is, Peloton. And Dick's teaming up to the upside right now, about 2% for Peloton. So we'll keep an eye on that going forward. Let's talk a little macro here, a little higher level, because that PCE number definitely higher than expected this morning. Remember going back to the Fed and the last Fed meeting and the speech we got from Fed Chair Powell, he pointed to PCE specifically as one of the key metrics they use when calculating what they're going to do going forward. So he wanted to see multiple PCE readings going to the downside. So this is definitely not going to help in that case. Again, if you missed it, it was 5.8 versus 4.5, I think it was, that was expected there for that reading. So a lot more concerning economic notes out this morning from analysts when it comes to the overall economy and the market itself. So as we were saying, you know, yes, yesterday was fun and great for traders, but maybe not a sustainable move to the upside.
I mean, fundamentally, probably not. I mean, a lot of the thing that we didn't probably talk about enough yesterday was the Bank of England doing their bond buying, which that got yields to come down initially, of course, and why we care about what happens in that market, I guess it does matter a little bit, but that caused yields to come down and stocks went up because of that. USD pulled back. So you had this sort of macro reversal, maybe some profit taking along the lines there. I'm going to continue to look at more as an indicator than trade it, UVXY. I know you can look at the VIX as well, but when we rolled over and broke through like this support, or it was resistance into support in UVXY, that was like that confirmation, okay, you know, you got to find something strong, like Meta was pretty strong in that regard. And if we break back out here, hold bids above and start trending above that same line, it's going to just strengthen the notion for a short, just noting here that we are rejecting that previous resistance. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that you're in for a 3 or 4% down day. I want to see some continuation there. There's plenty of resistance levels that are going to come into play. And as I say that, there's actually a couple of support levels that I didn't think we'd see, which we're probably going to if we continue this trend. I'm staring at you, Xpeng.
XPeng, yeah, XPeng, NEO, the Chinese EVs in a little bit of trouble here. I'm going to look at UUP. I'm going to actually switch oil over with UUP. So this is the bullish index there for the US dollars. So, you know, you're going to see yesterday as the market was ripping up, the dollar, of course, heading back down to the downside. So I feel like checking out the UUP here is a great ETF. It's bullish, so that means that as it, you know, heads to the south side, obviously the Dixie, the DXY, we can look at that as well. But you know, this is a pretty good indicator there of the market, right? So as the market goes one way, the dollar goes the other. Especially if I want to start looking at some big cap. Well, that's all that I'm trading lately is big tech names there. So you know, they're very, very affected by the strong U.S. dollar. So look what UUP's done here. Just in the last couple months. I mean, obviously, it's been on a tear. We talk about the dollar every single day, so I think that this is another name to look at. And I'm going to put it down here. My face is covering it, but I'm going to put it down into here and just have it as another, thanks, Lucas, as another you know, tool for me to look at today. No volume, it's only 16,000, but I'm going to want to watch that. And then just to see if I can get another advantage somewhere, right? So I'm going to watch the UUP today to give me an idea of possible turns or whatever in the U.S. Equity market. But look what's happening right now. You know, you see a close there. You're up half, market's down, right? So I'm gonna try to watch out for that relationship here today. It's kind of a brand new one for me. I haven't really charted or looked at them as an intraday trading tool. So let's look at that. And you might hear me make some comments on the US dollar and where that's moving today, because I just, you know, again, doing some research, looking at it definitely yesterday and every day, there's a pretty strong correlation with that. So as the markets start to come down here today, let's see what UUP does, possibly as a hedge for the US dollar versus these tech names.
Here's a look at the yields right now. As I mentioned, a bit of an uptick once again after those huge red candles we saw yesterday. This is a daily chart of the 10-year and the 2-year right now. So you can see back to 3.8 essentially for the 10-year right now. We're 4.21 once again for the 2-year after getting back above 4.3 going back 2 days ago. The dollar, as Sean was mentioning there, kind of inside so far the range of yesterday, but a big, reversal candle for the U.S. dollar at the end of the day yesterday. Interesting note on Rivian from Truist. Very, very positive. Remember yesterday we were discussing the fact that they're going to have to make 20,000 vehicles in 3 months just to get to their yearly target. Truist then coming out this morning calling them a mobility tech powerhouse and initiating coverage with a buy on Rivian.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds impressive. But look, I think everything comes down to, there's two things for these EV names. It's going to be how much cash you got runway-wise to ramp up production, get through all those pitfalls. Rivian, of the non-legacy manufacturers, and then of course, you know, Tesla's in their own bucket. Out of that group, Rivian's probably the best poised in terms of being able to ramp up because they have a tremendous amount of cash on hand and they have a lot of support as well. Lucid has some fantastic vehicles, maybe like a little bit second on that list if you want to give them that. I just think we have some resistance levels we can play off of here, and it's a bit of a trend to the upside. Like, it's making a really nice channel. So as I'm looking for where I want support to be on Rivian, I don't know if it's going to end up being pretty clear that if we dip to 34, I think it almost needs to challenge in between 33 and 34 on any kind of a dip, just the way that it's been going in this upward trend. And that also means if we do see resistance at the top, I don't know that it's going to be yesterday's highs and pre-market tops. I don't think it'll be that clean. I think it's going to have to squeeze, and then I would look for any kind of moves. I don't want to be trying to sit in front of any price on Rivian. That's the best way to think about it. Like, I want to catch moves like this if it goes up, and I am looking to fade something, and I probably would look at it about 36 and a half, 37 if it gets up there. But I'm really only looking for fades on Rivian at this point after it makes the turn. Catching bids is a different story. I think you get a little bit more aggressive around that 33 area, but I want it breaking some of those lows. I don't want to diddle in the middle there. I feel like, and I guess we'll talk about the Chinese EV names here at some point, but like XPeng was just at like $16 last week, and now you're testing 12 even, down so far. We've seen NEO yesterday, which was showing a lot of weakness, but even with the other Chinese EV names down a little bit more, you're seeing it hold yesterday's low. So you've got some pretty interesting levels down here where if you get false breaks to the bottom, you're going to get those tested right away. And if there's a relief rally, they could look fantastic. Of course, if the floor holds below, I think you can short beneath some of these bottoms all day long. So Chinese EVs look a little more exciting to me than Rivian. But if we get any kind of a big spike, I will be looking to fade around that 37 on our Rivian. I just think these two, NIO and XPeng, are more 930 plays.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Rivian. I like whenever there's a catalyst to come out. There is not one here for Fisker, but Fisker's done about 100,000 shares. And I just bring it to everyone's attention because it's right at the bottom once again. I mean, all these names, not all of them. I mean, Rivian's an example of one that's not near the bottom, and Lucid sort of is. But right here, Fisker just dancing again with this this $8 area. We did tick down as low as $7.70 yesterday. So I just think that if you do feel that the EV names are going to go for a little bit of a jog today, back up to the upside. I'm not sure why they would, but this $8 against that 770 bottom there. So, if you did want to take a name, Fisker is only down 0.78. The market's down 1.5. So this could be another name to pick up against. Again, you want to make sure that you're trading against something. So I want to trade against yesterday's low there on Fisker. And then here's Lucid as well, as we do got to hit enter twice. There it is down here, 14, 13, 1350. So again, there are a few of these EV names that are more appropriately priced, more near their downside areas there. So again, you want to trade names that have news, but if you're looking to pick something up that's relatively weak to give sort of that YOLO play, you can use some of these bottoms that have come through in the past. So Lucid and Fisker definitely near the bottom. When you look at Rivian's daily chart here, you get a little bit more of a push, being above even the 50 period as well. So Rivian's bottoms down here near 20, you're well above any of their bottoms. So, Rivian, a much stronger name than the other two, but if you're trying to get relative strength, maybe Fisker and Lucid, could pick up the slack there and bottom pick on those two names.
All right, let's bring in Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. First time at the new desk here, so we're excited to have Rahim. It's not bad, right?
Oh, this is great. This is swanky.
Yeah,
Real estate
a little more elbow room.
Yeah,
We
it's a
can
real estate. I don't have to bump Brendan.
show some things on the front. Yeah, it's good. We're going to talk about gold and some opportunities or potential opportunities here in the Canadian marketplace. And the simple fact, just to start things off, Rahim, we'll get your opinion here on. I was just mentioning the fact that gold really hasn't participated in this move in equity markets to the downside as a lot of people expected. Yes, there was an initial move up, but we're all the way back down to interesting levels here. What do you think as far as why, first of all, that's the case, and where do we go from here?
These are all great questions, and like I was just saying, we were chatting this morning. I was watching, a different thing that has some economists.
You can say it. That's fine.
I have a degree in economics, so I was watching some economists this morning. It's really tawdry early in the morning at my household. But it's interesting to see what gold is doing, and like you said, it in theory hasn't participated the same way as other commodities have, and that's simply because if you look at oil as an example versus the inflationary hedges and interest rate moves, oil's got a bit of a different play because there's a different political level that goes into oil as well. So you got to park that aside. Now, if you look at where interest rates are going, you've got money sitting in gold, you've got money sitting in cash. Right now, your money sitting in cash is earning you, call it 5%,
right,
depending on where you want to throw it in the world. Gold is not earning you that same level of interest, right, if you're holding a physical bullion. So the particular investor that wants to go in and buy a physical bullion, that demand or jewelry demand or whatever isn't necessarily there. Central banks are still buying into gold, so that's why the price hasn't fallen off a cliff like it might have otherwise. So central banks are still out there buying, which is important to know, because if you're a central banker and you're buying gold, you kind of know what you're doing. Yeah. So, or at least we hope that you know what you're doing. So central bankers are making those moves, still buying gold. There's a little bit less investor gold, so prices have trailed off a bit. And that again, it just relates to the fact that you can earn better interest rates or money on your money.
Yeah, and I mean, this all goes back to the fact that traditionally we see gold as a safe haven, if you want to.
Right.
When equities are falling, people tend to move money towards those types of investment. So at these levels, as you saw the chart there, it starts to bring in the opportunity of, if you don't want to buy the underlying asset, where can we put money to work in individual names that are going to be involved in the underlying asset?
Right, and again, we've talked about gold in previous segments going back, the last few years, and the gold equities, I mean, we're equities people, so we like the equities plays versus the physical bullion, because I understand the physical bullion and why you might want to have a gold bar at home. But the equities plays where you really get the deltas, right? And the larger scale producers are directly tied to the price of gold. Like it's a very correlative chart. The mid-tier guys, the smaller cap guys have a different sort of correlation because of other things that they are doing to bring their companies and their production cycles up to scale. So a smaller cap, mid-cap guy might have more of a delta because they're bringing other assets, getting them ready to get into production in 3, 4, or 5 years' time. As well as potentially having some production that ties directly into the price of gold.
Right. Let's get into a few individual names here. AGI, the first one, Alamos in Toronto. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, so Alamos, again, it's going to look a little bit like the price of gold because it is a producer. They do generate significant revenues off of physical gold sales. So they did touch their 52-week low very recently. They do have a nice delta on that 52-week chart if you are looking at that. It's a healthy trader. They have 2 active mines in Mexico and 1 in Canada. And so in the last quarter, they sold 104,000 ounces, 191 million of revenue, 6 million of net profit. So I mean, if you are looking for that sort of a play where there is that steady stream of income coming in from the production of gold, if you do like that production of gold, but knowing that they are still doing some other things, they just spun out a nickel asset. So if they are still having that little growth that you're looking for, then you might want to look at something like that. Yeah,
and the idea is simply, if you're planning on at these levels again with the underlying metal getting involved here, why not put it to work in something that pays a dividend, has a steady stream of income, as you said. I-80 Gold. I wasn't familiar with this one.
Yeah, that's a newer name. It's got an experienced management team. They've done really well. Nevada it's a centralized play on Nevada. I-80, obviously the highway. So they are focused on Nevada. Now, if you do your homework on the states, Nevada is one of the more proactive states when it does come to mining, specifically around gold and copper. So the team at I-80 has really drilled down onto Nevada. They focused there. They finally got into production actually just this last quarter in Q2. So they are generating revenues in Q2 on the sale of gold, which is, again, not something that happens in the smaller cap world. A stock that hasn't, again, it hit their 52-week low very recently, down just shy of $2, just over $2 now. And again, if you're looking for that trade, even just from the 2 to 210, it's a 5% trade within a week. So if you catch those bottoms, that's always great. And you still have room up to the $4 where they were 52-week high. So just started producing. Putting a ton of work into the ground to develop. They put out some more drill hole results. So putting out a ton of news around upgrading their current assets, and they've had some really high-grade news. So if you are a gold bug, take a look at what they put out, and you can see what sort of results they've got.
All right, different idea then. When we talk about royalties in this space, some people might have heard that term in other areas of financial markets before. How does it apply to the gold market specifically? And then the ticker for that last one, guys, was IAU if you're looking for it, and then SAND, which is obviously a great ticker for this.
Easy to read, Sandstorm. Good bunch of guys there in Vancouver that run the company. And again, this is a way for a company, like you're a small scale Brendan Co. mining, and you're getting closer to production. You're looking at 3 ways of raising capital. You're looking at debt. You probably won't get debt as a small cap. You're looking at equities, but if your equity is not really where you want it to be, the third way you can go is with a royalty, pardon me. And with the royalty, what you're doing is you're pre-selling a certain percentage of your gold at a certain prefixed price. And in lieu of that, they're going to give you cash against that. So it's a way to sort of hedge your future production a little bit differently. Sandstorm, again, that price will be very much more fixed to the price of gold because everything they generate is prefixed at certain rates. They've pre-bought a certain amount of gold or getting a percentage of sales, depending on how they structure their deals. So they will be much more correlated to the price of gold, but they have less production risk because everything is tied to the 10 or 15 or 20 names that they are in bed with. They recently, just the other day, raised another $80 million of cash. So if you sort of put your Sherlock Holmes hat on, if they're going out to raise cash when their stock's at a lower level, maybe they're going out and going shopping because they see some weakness in the other equities that they want to get into. And if I walk in with $80 million of cash, I might be able to get a better deal than somebody else who has to go out and raise 10, 15 million.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, let's talk about a few little ones here. As you put them, lottery tickets possibly on. For anyone who's interested in some caps or penny stocks at that, we'll talk about Foxy here, the first one.
Yeah, Foxy. They just started trading in June. They have their flagship product, the Uptown Gold Project. in the north, and they're putting out drill results. They getting their footing as a public company, so it's been trading around the 4 or 5 cent level. It's getting pretty active here, and one would imagine going into the fall time, they had drills going in October of last year, so they'll probably get drilling going again here in October this year. Plus, going into Q4, this is typically when mining companies get their field workers out, getting a lot of activity happening. So you might start to see some more news on what Foxy's doing in Q4, something to keep on the back of your radar, and like we talked about those lottery ticket ones.
All right, ESAU. Again, these are both on the CSE here in Toronto, if you guys are wondering.
Yeah, ESAU. They've been a little quiet recently. They have let it publicly be known that they are coming up with their PEA, and that should come out probably in the next month. So by the end of October, investors in that company are looking for that to come. Once that does come, you might start to see some movement around the stock. And again, it's traded down from 8 cents a couple of weeks ago down to 5. So, whether you're an $80 stock going to 50 or 8 cents to 5 cents, there still is that torque there. So we'll see what the PEA has. I think everyone's waiting on that. They're in Quebec. Here in Canada, Quebec does have this thing called the super flow through, so there might be some opportunity for them to raise money at a very tax efficient manner that Quebec offers versus the other provinces. So you might see them look at some of those opportunities, and they are hoping to be a near-term producer. So things to put on the back of your radar.
With the move in gold, as we mentioned, to the downside here, at some point these start to become very attractive in opportunities. Rahim Alani is managing director of OCI Groups. We appreciate your time as always.
Thank you, sir. And I want to give a shout out to my son who's turning 1 this weekend.
Happy birthday! I can't believe we were saying before we came on. I can't believe it's been a year already. Unreal.
Well.
That first year, man, it flies by. So definitely happy birthday.
Where's
do you have get that?
there's the confetti right there.
There we go.
It's Armand, right? Armand, yeah. Happy birthday to the man, the myth, the legend. And we want to thank Rahim, of course, for coming through. And
Always, man,
don't
always.
ever miss those moments, right? I mean, the kids, I was actually saying that to the wife earlier. It's like, what the hell? Like, what happened? Like all of a sudden now they're just that old again. And I had Baxter here yesterday and I'm like, I turn around and I have a 20-year-old behind me and I'm like, what the hell? But anyways, lots of exciting stuff. I know Rahim talked about some individual names, but I mean, gold has been, this is just the GLD here, obviously on the Amex. So a beautiful move to the downside right now for gold. But yeah, I mean, eloquently said there by Rahim. Beautiful move to the downside here. No longer a safe haven. We are still trying to get, and hopefully we can get Peter Schiff on the show coming up very, very soon as well. So he'll talk all about gold and sort of inflation and his thought on that as well. But you can see GLD just definitely to the downside there. So, GLD is not going to pay you a dividend of any significance or anything like that. So some of those other names that Rahim brought to you, a good spot to sit in there if you do see that there's a little bit of a bull case for this precious metal.
Yes, sir. And look, obviously, we always talk about the higher levels, but it's more about bringing different types of perspectives out there. I want to try to do this because I tried to bring there we go. I was trying to bring my daily chart up for the SPY when I was talking about a little bit earlier about volatility out there. But it is important to remember that while we've bounced off those June lows, we still these are still under threat, right? So there's a couple of things that we have to watch out for. You can still bounce off of these bottoms, and then anything that has support, you've got to respect it. And if we're breaking through these lows and continuing lower, those are places to look for some rollovers. If you're sitting in a long, something strong, like Meta was super strong, and I see us taking out these lows, in anything that I like to the long side, you got to be able to watch out for it. So still have it marked off, the recent June low, and of course the bottoms that we got this week, about 360 on the SPY you'll see in there. I'm not saying, look, we have to get to that price, but things are support until they're not. And you put a wick bottom in effectively on the higher time frame in the overall market. So if we put in a higher low, that is still a pretty decent sign. I know we're down that 1%, and we got the PC that was not a fantastic number. But there is still a floor temporarily, at least right now, on this market that we should be looking at. Should be an interesting day regardless. I think even an inside day today gives you quite a range. right? Like we usually talk about an inside day, the market's not going to move. No, we moved a ton yesterday. So if we get an inside day, there's going to be enough volatility for everybody. And there's lots of names out there. I mean, Meta and Netflix, those two were absolute huge movers. I plan on trading both of those names here today. And of course, the chips, like we said, with Micron reporting aftermarket, they're going to continue to be in play.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you as soon as my screen will load up here. We'll talk a little bit about some upgrades and downgrades. You know what, why don't we do social sentiment first, because that is available at this point. Very positive board to show you here on the social side of things so far this morning. The SPY leading the way back to the upside. The Q's trying to get back to the upside as well. ABCT, it's been on here all week. Apple's lower. Bed Bath & Beyond upside, even on a questionable earnings report. Remember, they pointed to further inventory and merchandise issues to come even throughout the beginning of next year. Tesla, Blue Apron, I should say, AMC and Mullen back to the upside as well. BABA back on here, back upside. NIO, we'll talk about these Chinese EV makers downside for the most part this morning. Here we go, analyst moves across the board. Nothing terribly exciting yet. We'll discuss this Bank of America note on Apple. It is lower once again in the pre-market. Some streaming names on here: Comcast, DocuSign, Sunlight Financial. Otherwise, pretty uneventful board today.
Yo, we're just talking football. Our man over here, Raheem, he's a big Baltimore Ravens fan. So we're talking about how that
Nobody's
cash is going to be flowing through for Sir Lamar Jackson.
If he stays healthy.
Very, very soon.
If he stays healthy.
Yeah.
He needs to diversify his bonds.
He's got to diversify.
But you know what? He's going to make a lot of money. But I looked at that board, and you talked about this name yesterday, I want to say.
DocuSign?
Was it DocuSign?
I've been looking at that for a while because it's down near those lows.
So, yeah, but we keep talking about this. These stocks have some pretty interesting levels that are going to get tested. I mean, DocuSign 50, we're back on the march to the downside. If we get to those June bottoms, let's respect the fact that you've got a big round 50 number on a DocuSign with a downgrade. Now, it doesn't matter necessarily that the downgrade happened today. It's probably been downgrades on this the last few weeks to be sure, but yeah, the downward pressure is there. The second I looked at it and called it up, I'm like, okay, $50, that's the level. Let's try to respect it. If it breaks and the market's going down, then you've got a pretty large floor. I mean, I had the daily. I mean, there you go. I'm not going to be able to. I could pull it back further so you could see last time we're at these prices, but there's no point. Right? Like you're well beyond a couple of years ago, and you got to think about this 50 being a great floor to work off of. Like I'm not saying go long in front of it. I kind of reserve those for your Apples, your Fords, like your bigger companies where there's going to be actual buyers sitting on those bids, and you can do the scalp play. When the DocuSign gets to a 50, I'm expecting it to break 50. I'm not really thinking about somebody sitting on that bid and supporting it, although it's an option eligible number. So. Sometimes you do get some support down there, but I won't be looking for anything else but it breaking and holding below that price this week.
All right. Yeah, look, we're really super excited. We are going to have Arun coming through to talk a little bit about the futures, but there are many great names today, including Apple. I mean, Apple moved yesterday. Brendan talked about that. Was still red yesterday, so all that fun about back and forth there with Prad. Would it get to 150? Arun's coming on soon, and it's funny because if Arun was here yesterday, listen, if Arun, if you're listening, Prad yesterday, Apple opened at 145. It went to 148.50.
Where's the slipper?
And I don't know where the slipper is. And I was sitting here and I heard Prad go, there's 0% chance, 0% chance Apple gets to 150 there. And I said, it's already moved $3.50 today. It only needs to move another $2. Needless to say, it went to 150.60. And me and him had an argument there about how there's never a 0% possibility of anything, especially in this market. So I just feel like if Arun's listening there, that would have been something where if he was here, and it's like saying, oh, the S&P can never get to 3,800 today or something, and we're going to get some key levels. That might be, I mean, that's 100 points away, but something like that. The thing about this market is, and we're going to get Arun here in a second, you never know. One drop of one word from Powell or something like that could change this market on a dime. You saw yesterday up 2% on the NASDAQ. Looks like we're down 2% here today. What really changed in one day? I mean, the market is a living and breathing, animal basically these days. And you could make daily moves in 30 minutes. You could make yearly moves in one day. So this has been a crazy market. And on that note, let's go see some key levels here on the futures.
There he is. Yeah, slippers would have been thrown, I feel, Arun, if you were in the building yesterday. But yesterday was fun, huh?
Yesterday was fun, definitely. Pratt needs to learn this lesson. Never say never in this market. And this market showed you exactly why. Crazy drop pre-market yesterday. Everyone was looking at 3,600 to go. What does the market do? It decides that it's going to go in the complete opposite direction, and not just go in the opposite direction, but also take out that top, that 3,740. You know there's stops waiting up there. Everyone was playing shorts in the 3,700s, or putting it above the 3,740. All those stops go off, and now where's the market back? Right back to 3,680. So this, you can never say never in this market. So this market is going to show you exactly, it's going to teach you something too. So lessons were learned yesterday. Now here we are right back into this little cluster we've been trading at, 3680, 85. What do we have to the upside? There's a ton of resistance to the upside. We've got that 3700 block. We've got all the way through the 20s into the 30s. Now we've got stops put in north into the 50s actually. So 3775 is the top end level. It's a really wide range. It's going to be tough to trade it when it's at 3680 and you're looking at 3775 as the top end. It's going to be a problem. So all we can do is, if this market's going to bounce, we're going to wait for it to bounce into the 3720s and 30s. If it starts to fade out a little bit, just a little bit, inside that little pocket of resistance, look for the short against that 75, again, wide range. What do you do if it decides to go down through the 3670s? Well, you got a problem between about 60 and 3650. There's a small little pocket that we had trouble with yesterday morning trying to go down to. So there's a little pocket for potential bounces. And then, of course, the low sits at 3610. Well, my stop is 3610, but it's not really a stop. It's just a point of reference. So 3600 would be the next level down. So really wide range. If you really want to take it from top to bottom, 3775 and 3600, you're looking at an extremely wide range, and this market's going to kind of play right into it. By tomorrow, we're going into the end of the quarter. We're going into the end of the month. This market's going to make a move. There's going to be some action coming through in terms of volume. So definitely this market's going to pick a direction, whether it's later today or most likely tomorrow. At that point, we're going to see one of these edges get taken out. And we'll see how this market opens up. But be very careful on how you trade this. This is one of those markets where you want to, especially on where it's trading right now, you'd rather go momentum than try to swing this right now because of how wide the ranges are. So if you're a momentum trader, you have a ton of space to work with. If you're swing trading, tougher to find something in these price points. So I've just waited out, see what the market gives you after the open, and then go from there.
Good stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open. We're running behind, Raheem. No, I'm kidding. That's a watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. We send it out before we come on at 8:30 for free. All you need is an email address. Let's talk Bed Bath & Beyond. I know Apple's top of the list, but let's talk Bed Bath & Beyond because a lot of focus on this morning. This was really the headline that sums it up, I guess, the best and makes you understand what to know. Wider loss. They pointed to further merchandise and inventory issues, even going into the beginning of next year.
So, I mean, a couple of things to consider here. I don't think anybody expected them to have a good quarter. And then the loss is definitely wider, and there's some concerns there, as you said, with inventory. I feel like the case that they're trying to make is the turnaround. None of that's going to be reflected. They made some really aggressive, let's say, statements in terms of cost cutting. The going forward, that's very recent. None of that's going to be reflected just yet. And then, of course, you still have the short interest. So that's what's likely going to be driving the stock. I don't think it's too much of a surprise. That's why we're up it's up 2.5%, right? So you can't read the note and sort of square that with the stock it's up without understanding the concept of how far it's come down, A, B, the short interest, and C, a lot of people betting on that, that they successfully get through some of these concerns. There's nothing fundamentally very sound about the current state of the business. If we're above this 650, I was going to say, what I was looking at when I first sat down was if it doesn't break the low, only one place it can go, and it felt like that was going to be it when they first dropped the numbers. But then you've already rallied and broken out, so I'm looking at that 650 area, and maybe that support right at the close, just beneath it at 640, where if it's above that price, I think you have a chance at a secondary push and a squeeze. I don't know that I paid for shorts on this. I don't know that I'm looking for a short unless it does a really big squeeze through the high. I want it breaking 720 and then looking up to around somewhere in this 770 into the 8, maybe 825 range, like somewhere in that vacuum. I think is where for sure I would take a shot if you get a big squeeze to the upside. I'd be looking to fade it. I just can't see any way that it would sustain a rally today. You can squeeze up. We've seen it before. I don't know that it could sustain it all day long. That wouldn't make a ton of sense to me, not in this environment. It is poised for it. It's worth mentioning that around that 8 or that top that we saw, that's your 50 period. And the last time you had a consolidation with support on it, up here, it was around that 775 to 8. That's why I'm really looking at that level as the first place I'd want to be aggressively short into any kind of a pop. But I'd look to see if it can hold that bottom first. And if it can hold yesterday's low, I think you have a chance for a squeeze. Unfortunately, it did so like pretty much right when the numbers were released. I just don't want that to be the only move. If it doesn't do a pop at the open or give us a chance to build off that long, then I might have to stay away from it altogether. And it's the only one I'll be looking at in the group. Not going to be looking at AMC today.
Yeah, no, I'm going to, only look at, well, whatever. I mean, if AMC, you know, who knows if it moves or not, but we haven't looked at that in a couple days. But I wrote down here Bed Bath & Beyond. Basically, it's a short sell. I find it hard to believe that they blew through. They only have $850 million left. They blew through $300 million this last quarter. I don't think this business is very long for, you know, life, I guess, here. I just don't know if it's going to expire on itself. Like, there's just so many, negative. They raised 800, or they raised 500 million there, on an offering. We've seen some pretty crazy accounting happening with Bed Bath & Beyond. I think it's a short until you break the 720 area right there. So I'm hoping that it can rally up today. I mean, for everybody that's long this name. But honestly, I mean, they burned through, what was it, 366 million or something like that this past quarter. 366.2. That was their net loss. They only have, their current liquidity is 850 million. So as Neil said, if they don't get this turnaround working out, man, then they're in the ground. So I would be very, very careful with Bed Bath & Beyond. If they're having a bad quarter right now, and I don't know, I can't imagine it's a great one, through the summer, into the fall, into the new year. I just don't really see any sort of motivation for Bed Bath & Beyond to go up to the upside other than retail. And I know retail right now is pretty tapped out. So I'm just looking at the 720. If by miracle we rally up to there, then I want to short it. My first offer right now is at 7. So if we do get up to 7, I think we got to go a little bit more closer to 680. So I'm going to change that offer right now to 680, which is that high. I'm not even looking at a 1-minute chart. This is a 20-minute. I feel like the range, this is really the only name that I'm worried about, or area I'm worried about up here, is 720. If I get the short, I'll average it in until it breaks, and that's that. So I'm not in love with the name, although I don't want to ignore the fact that it's up today in a down market. So maybe there is a little bit of better reporting here than I can see, but for me, I'm going to start the short around that 680 mark and give it up to that 725. So that's my plan of action on Bed Bath & Beyond.
Some contradicting views on Apple this morning. Here's a look at Bank of America, first of all, cutting their rating on Apple to neutral on weakening consumer spending. And then down here, Rosenblatt's Securities raising to buy from neutral with a higher price target. So which way do we go here today, guys, for Apple?
You know what? I'm looking at the same two levels today as I was yesterday at the beginning of the day. I think you don't worry about 150 unless it breaks that 148. I think that's anytime I see a spike like this, you get support, it turned into resistance, and then you have one spike above and you gap back down below. It's setting up for potential head and shoulders. That makes 148 still the key level. If it breaks out from there, I think it's got room $2 to 150. If we can't get to that price, I think you test that floor at 145. So there's going to be an opportunity, I think, to short this thing through 148. There's some breakout possibilities at 148, and 145 is still the bottom to be respected. I want to say it got 15 cents, maybe 10 to 15 cents on a 145 break. So maybe it has to go through like 144.75 or something before it's really cleaned out that level. But you got yourself a double bottom here. So I think the levels are pretty much the same. It's in the middle right now, which means I don't want to be doing anything at the open at 146.5. That's $1. It's exactly in the middle of the two prices that I think are going to matter to me at the open.
I wrote down 148, and first of all, I think Apple's a little bit time for a little bit of fruit salad. It's been a while since we hit the fruit salad guide. Today, we've got some real nice plums up in here as well on the red side of things, and then the honeydew melon, a little bit of clementines, and some kiwi snuck in there. So we're hydrating by way of fruit, and actually my water's in the fridge. I gotta go grab that right now. But here's Apple yesterday, very, very strong name. It's too bad my trades aren't showing up here. Sometimes they do. Sometimes if you move it, then they'll just randomly show up. Let's go, come on, shake, shake, shake. Oh, I don't want to shake too much because then my screen is going to go nuts due to Windows. But we had this bottom yesterday at 145, so you can check it out on the sticky note today. I actually wrote down 148, but now that I look at it, it's more like 148.50, this little level right there that we can come into today. I want to be short into that, so I actually started this. I have to change my order, or at least lower the shares. I have something sitting here at 148, 147.80 right here at the 200 period to see if we can get some short there into 148, but now that I see this, it's actually 148.50 that I really need to be concerned with. So possibly we'll lower the shares here and then get a little bit more in once it gets closer to that 148.50. But for me, it's a short. I mean, I don't know. Yesterday we were all about the long on that. I just thought that that story was a little overplayed there. But then Bank of America comes out today and kind of confirms maybe a slower demand here for Apple, and especially that iPhone 14. So, you know, yesterday I kind of thought that Bloomberg was, you know, just pulling our chain a little bit, trying to get a little longer down there. I don't know whether or not it's going to come to fruition or not. We'll have to wait for their report. But Apple, a nice name to own, obviously. But as this market continues to dip down, thing is, Apple was still red yesterday, even though we had that move to the down upside. If the NASDAQ, you know, actually had Apple on its side, it could have been like that up 3, 4, 5% day. We only wind up 2%. But I just feel like Apple holds the key to a lot of this. We're going to wait to see what happens. I still like that 148.50 short. So that's what I'm going to be looking at there for Apple. I'm adjusting it on the sticky note. I did write down 148 on here, but now that I see it, it's more like 148.50. So I'm just going to lower my shares ahead of that 148 level and then add some more, like around 148.30 or so, to make sure that we respect that 148.50. Because as we learned yesterday, man, it's never not a possibility that Apple can break levels. So we're going to wait for that one. Apple could be a monster today, but that report wasn't great. The NASDAQ, you know, 1.37% still on the downside. Apple's still more negative than the market. So I feel like you're not in the clear here on any Apple longs.
All right, let's talk about some of these Chinese EV makers. If you missed it overnight, there was this debut of this Leap motor. It kicks off, I guess, on the Hong Kong exchange and then proceeds to fall 42% in its IPO day. So all of these, Neo, XPeng, and Li Auto, all downside in a big way after being down over in the Asian session as well.
I have the unplugged one.
Oh, that's
Yeah, this is the one you're looking for, but it's me. But you can go ahead. There it is.
There you go. I mean, like, look, we got to use the ones that make some sense here. So we're going to talk about the EVs. So XPeng is the worst of the bunch, just in terms of the price action. Although you know, I could double check Leo, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be XPeng. This $12 level, you're at some fresh bottoms. Let's go. You know what? I'll start with the daily chart because that's going to tell the real story. You're pretty much exactly. You know, you're almost cutting you're cutting it by 3, almost exactly from the recent high that we just had. Remember, the irony of this is we keep talking about the June lows, but if you're looking at the Chinese EVs, you had like a late June high for these stocks. It's like Li Auto and XPeng went absolutely nuts and have been only going down since. This will seem counterintuitive, but anytime I see that and I see us making a fresh low, you're gapping down, it's not even news that's directly related to them. If it doesn't break this bottom, I think there's a chance that you could get back into the upside. Now, it probably looks a little bit better on the Neo chart because Neo's actually held yesterday's low, so you could break out 17, be risking to yesterday's bottom, 40 cents lower, and still be okay. Now, the reason I don't necessarily favor that one over Li is, well, not Li, sorry, XPeng. XPeng's A, got more room to run. B, I was in the Neo long, and it was a very frustrating one. Even when it broke out late in the day, it's like, where were the buyers in Neo, man? Usually, when Baba was going, it didn't make a difference. Like, Neo just could not get going. It didn't flush, but like there was one little break of support, so that 1680 from yesterday was still pretty solid in terms of support, but it just couldn't get going. I'm probably going to jump at this if we get another fail of testing through the low and like some of these longs, and the same thing with XPeng. But if 12 breaks, I wouldn't get too I'm not going to sit there telling you that if 12 breaks, I'll be long XPeng. I think if it can't hold that level, there's no point trying to fight it. But there's lots of room for this to gap back into the upside. So if it doesn't break this low, I want to take a shot at trying that long off that bottom. I think it's just going to be worth some risk to reward there. These names have been beaten up so badly, and it's just cut down $24. I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, Palantir, next resistance, Henry Z at 1,000. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right where it's going. Take away a couple zeros, maybe $10 might be good for PLTR. Okay, so Neo's on the list again. Same thing that Neil and Brendan. It's easier to say Brendan when we're talking about Neo other than you. But Neo right here, there's more issues with the EV names here in China. Neil's already talked about XPEV there, so that's another one. He's gone over some levels. I'm looking at 1750 off the sticky note for NIO, and it's, again, a pretty easy one to look at. There's 1750 right there. It was yesterday's high. It's right where we closed. Or not right where we closed, but right where we got to before dipping down a little bit there into the close. But that 1750 also respected as a support level before it was broken, made some new lows there. I feel like this name's gotten really hit to the downside. I wish I could trust some of these Chinese names because I know that they actually have real deliveries and they're actually producing cars. And they had a new sedan or something released, or like a hatchback kind of SUV type thing. I just said hatchback, sedan, and SUV all in one. So I don't know if that's what it is. I actually don't remember what it was. Crossover. That's probably a better word.
I think that's what they call it.
I think that's what they call it there. Yeah. So they did have, and I think this was 6-8 months ago. But I'm just saying that they're an actual company producing cars. Like these Chinese names are like that. It's a little bit less than a little bit more cars than a Rivian or Lucid or anything like that is producing. But you could see right here, 1750. I want to go short, so right now my offer is at 1735 because I do feel like we will get a rip here at some point, but this is the case. If it takes 1750, I'm gone. I'm not trying to mess with this name. I've seen Neo rip up like crazy when the market goes, as we've all seen that. It's like I'm scared of Neo kind of the same way as I'm scared of AMD on the short. Like if you are wrong on these names, then they will burn you. So I'm going to wait for 1750 to come through. My offer's at 1735. Hopefully we don't miss that by a couple pennies. But if it gets up there, yell at me in the chat. Hopefully we'll be able to look at that. I don't have it set up on my other screen. I have AMD, Amazon, and Apple, the three horsemen there of A's. And we're going to wait to see Neo up here at 1730. I like the short. It's down more than the market. If we do get an early pop, that's going to be one that I'm going to look to fade. But on that news, let's just go over here quickly to the imbalance locator. And it's an absolute, where's my thing that I slammed on Raheem there? It is this, fail. It's absolutely nothing happening right now on this imbalance locator. These names.
BBAI is actually moving.
Might be moving, yeah, but just as far as volume is concerned. First of all, nothing even paired off on BBAI there. And then you do have WFC as small cells, CCL as a small cell, but I almost don't even want to look at this anymore, Brendo. I don't want this to influence my opinion. These are all very small. There's not even any paired off volume. Arun was hitting some good points there. You're coming to the end of the month in the next couple of days, obviously, as we wrap that up. It's September 29th now. So you got another day in this market. There could be some sell side. There could be some buy side at the open and at the close. So I'm just going to ignore those imbalances right now. Shouldn't be a marketable event off the open, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, end of the quarter as well, which is crazy to think about in itself. But one more day after today. Here goes SIGA to the upside once again. New government contract worth $10.7 million for SIGA. So that popped up here on that move, still up 3% for SIGA. Let's talk about some of these chip makers. They've been active all week long. To the downside for the most part, relatively weak once again yesterday. Micron, the big one today, going to be earnings from MU Aftermarket.
Yeah, we get them after the bell, and I've pretty much traded them every day this week because it was a good level and range to be respected. That got broken yesterday, so that 50-50 to 50-60 that you were sort of able to short in front of. Sometimes it was big, sometimes it was a decent scalp trade. Yesterday it broke out. It's reestablished that level. I don't know how much I love it again. It's already broken. They're the ones reporting today, and a lot of times I want to stay a little bit away from them and play off something which I think is going to have some better levels in there. We've established a range in NVIDIA where you have these 22s. It's a little bit lower as well. The bottom in here, You've got that 120. Yesterday's highs, I'm just going to be respecting them. We get up to 128. Then I don't see any way around being short, but I'll be buying dips in front of this support. I don't want to diddle too much in the middle here. I know 125 is a decent psychological level. Down to a full 2% mostly because of how far we went. But the chart is very different on Intel. It's only down 1%, but the way I see it, this is a weaker looking chart. You're closer to these lows. You're back below that 27 mark. On the daily, you can see there hasn't been much of a reprieve since we fell down from that 30 level, which tells me, it feels like we're on a collision course to 25 here on Intel. I think that is a place where I will be buying Intel shares for sure. Now, I'm talking about long term. I shouldn't say long term. I'd be sitting on the bid in front of 25. But as far as this one goes, I want to be looking for shorts here, maybe not a micron. So I'm looking at that 27.25 to 27.50 for shorts on Intel. If it breaks the low, I'll try to get my way into the trend by shorting pops, scalping into it. It feels like the relatively weak one, but I will be on that bid in front of yesterday's bottoms on NVIDIA. Those are levels I want to defend.
All right, so there's a rumor going around the office that nobody's heard of, and that I'm starting right now, and that is that, you know how nobody caught that ball yesterday? Well, there's a rumor that I'm starting right now that Tony somehow snuck into the Jays bullpen and was able to catch that ball.
And Tony's gone.
And Tony's gone. So let's see if Tony comes through at 9:29. It's more of a funny rumor than anything else. We'll see if Tony comes through here at 9:29, 9:30 to ring the opening bell. But congratulations, Tony. If we see him here today, then that rumor is not true. But I'm starting it right now, so let's see if we see him. And apparently, you know what? That's exactly how Tony wanted to play out. You know what I mean? Because if he's that dude that goes for the catch, that everybody sees him, he's then got more lady problems than he has now.
He's got a lot.
And he's got a lot, and he's got that new hairdo and things like that. So I feel like it was more undercover play that he was hiding in the bullpen there, grabbed that ball, and now it's up on Craigslist or wherever.
We know what it's worth.
Yeah, well, they said there was a standing offer for $2 million, but now it's.
I thought that was for the 62, though. Is that?
No, that was for 61. That was for 61. That was for the next ball. Now, the reason why 61 is so good is, well, I don't need to tell you, because it's the historic number. Right. So, if you catch 62, is there going to be a 63, 64?
You don't know where the record's going to be.
I feel like you want 61 or that last.
Yeah, because 70 is the one that got $3 million.
And how ironic is that it was 60? Oh, sorry, Tony. Tony's in the building. There he is. What's up, Tony?
There. Wow.
Tony, give a wave, buddy. You're on the air right now, Tony.
He has no phone.
Oh, he ain't got no ball. I don't know, man. He might have had that ball. Tony,
he has no clue.
Tony, I started a rumor that you caught that ball.
The ball?
Where is it?
No, I don't have it. I'm working. Come on.
Oh, he's working. Okay. He did. So that rumor is now false.
Oh, wow.
So there it is right there. Thanks, Tony, for coming through. Tony, I started a rumor that perhaps you caught the ball, but that is not the case. Yeah, exactly.
Tony would still be here.
If Tony had caught that ball, you'd see the biotex just up right now,
exactly.
10%.
He'd be buying everything.
Because everything in the market would be bought right now. But, okay, quickly on chips right now, because we're going to have Tony ring the bell in about 2.5 minutes. Look, I wrote it down on the sticky note. I think it's about as obvious as you could possibly be. There's not going to be a more obvious trade as I speak as fast as I can to get this over with. 69 right there on AMD. Bang, 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 bang. It's been the top for the last 4 days. And if I ignore that again, which I haven't been ignoring it, we've been shorting it and making good money off of it. But this 69 level has been great for AMD, for all of the shorts. And I'm going to say the same thing again. If you don't think AMD can get up $2, you're in the wrong business right now. So watch out for that 69 top there on AMD. I'm going to be sitting there and respecting when it gets there, Brendo. Only 2 minutes. What do you want to do?
We'll discuss this SNTI. A few people looking at this one this morning. 2 and then 220. All you need to know if you go to the daily chart, that's 2. And then the top of that range, 220. So we're already coming off from that. Bed Bath & Beyond going to get the most of the attention, it would appear anyways, as far as volume. But if we get to move back to 2, worth a look for SNTI, guys.
And the $2 a big level for that BBAI as well. They got a $15 million government contract. Their sales are like 120, and that's the market cap is that. So it's, the stock being up 50% on that kind of a deal feels like a bit much. I'm watching $2 there. Netflix was stupid strong yesterday. It got within earshot of 250. maybe 247, I think was the high, somewhere around 246.5, 247. 250, if it gets anywhere close to that, I think it's got to be shorted at that 250 mark, at least into that 250 mark. 238 is where I would look for any kind of a bounce for a dip buy. If you break 238, then you're risking filling in the gap. So that's what I'm watching here for. Netflix. Meta was also super strong, kind of chewing through these as fast as possible. 142 stands out like a sore thumb for Meta. That was actually at least the high yesterday, and then you go back in earlier in the week on Monday, that was the top as well. So I'm looking for that as resistance on Meta. 250, I don't know if we see 250. 142 on Meta seems a little more likely than that 250 on Netflix.
All right, guys, only 30 seconds to go. We're getting really close to this. I mean, I'm looking at Apple right here, trying to go back to yesterday's bottom, right, 145.30. So that's coming right back, or sorry, 144.90 was the bottom. We're going to be bidding around, 145 to see if we can catch, a falling knife a little bit on Apple. I mean, I feel like we have the play to get out if there's any problems. So I like this Apple long with now. Only 10 seconds to go. Tony, show us the ball when you get a chance. No, he doesn't have it. Oh, damn it. Okay, now he's dancing, though. He's always happy. 2-1. Let's go, Tony. Thank you, the man, the myth, the legend. That is Tony. So thank you, Tony, for that one. And let's get going because this market, Neil, is now open and ready to rock.
It sleeps for nobody. Immediately going to be looking at XPeng. I always wanted to see if it could have done that flash of the downside support, that 12. I don't want to diddle too much in the middle. Kind of looking for a bit of a dead cat bounce there on XPeng. We forgot to mention Tesla. I will quickly go to that because it is beneath that 285. Watch out, 280 possible support on Tesla. And then Google 100. And we're nowhere near it, but Google 100 is going to be another play that I want to be all over if it gets to that price. XPeng settling in, not really seeing any crazy breakout of the range. Same thing with Apple. You're testing low, but you're not at that 145.
You're right.
And if we're not at 45, then I don't want it yet.
Yeah, I'm going to get locked and loaded here in case AMD. I'm going to try to get a short right here if we get it back into the 30s. Sorry, that's not AMD. That's NEO. We're waiting for NEO. NEO's not even open yet. AMD's trying to get back up to the upside. I am getting ready to take a few shares here. If, like I said, if we can get into the 30s, we'll take a few shares and then see if we can respect that level to the upside, 67.50, kind of just right in there where we were hovering around. It's sort of the top of that pre-market. But I just don't want to get it. I mean, maybe I should take a little piece here, but I don't know. The market's just dancing now. So, yeah, maybe let's go short a little bit ahead of 67 here. But we are out. Again, we're building the position if we get into the 20s and into the 30s. But 67.50 right here for AMD. Trying to get a little short. Let's let it rip back up here to 67 before we get the short. The futures right now are in dance mode. I mean, they're doing nothing. So just up and down. So we're going to have to wait to see. There it is. So now we're short. The first position of the day for me, short AMD 66.99. Not, this is just to see where the market wants to go. If the market tanks, I've got a name that I love to the short side, but this is not, a big position. You guys know we're waiting for 69. If this 67.50 drops, fine, but we're averaging into that position. This could be the loser if it takes out 66.50, but for right now, we're in the money a dime, so let's see where we go.
Yeah, that SNTI is trying to get to the upside, but Tesla is a little bit more interesting to me right now. It looks like it's continuing to just barcode here. Once it breaks this range, the market, we're testing 3,700 and not going anywhere. Once it breaks this range, I think Tesla could go. SNTI, as Brendan was saying, trying to get a bounce to the upside. I like this for a fade off of 2, so I'm looking for it to break higher. Still not seeing any crazy action. It's actually Google, if I look at something that's breaking a lot lower here, is it's about to take out 98. Respect the gap that it has in here. I know the 100 is going to get away from us. 96, a good double bottom, worth working off of. And Intel, even Intel, which I'm looking for a bit of a pop, Intel's about to take out the low. So as usual, even weaker than I would have anticipated. This is the first short that I want, so I'm going to be in this. Probably, we'll see. I might be in this one all day long. It looks like it's about to break that bottom, that 26.60 about to go.
All right, meanwhile, oops, we did it again. There's AMD. We're 30 cents in the money. So we'll take a bid out again on this one as there it goes. One more time. We're doing it early and hopefully often here today as we'll spin the money on that AMD short again. Not the best price. We don't have the our full default, but we will take it out short on 67, out 66.65 right there on that initial short here for AMD. So I like that trade. We'll see if we can average it upside now a little bit more for AMD on that trade. Yeah, good trade there for sure. Why are you posting Square? Sort of, maybe. I'll have a look at Square here in case that's moving a little bit for us. Let's go AMD. Just keep that coming to the downside. Yeah, Square 56 and change. Ooh, yeah, good call there. Sort of, maybe from our chat. Yeah, Square is coming back in here. Let's see. Is there a level? I mean, Neil's looked at Square the last couple days. I really haven't, but yeah, it's already above that nice 56.70 area. That's right there. Yeah, nice little move to the downside. What's up with that today? Is crypto getting
you're breaking
killed? Crypto's
support
down to
on
19.2 right now, but yeah, you're starting to break this support on that name as well. So watch out for Square. Good look there by you, sort of maybe.
Yeah, and you've broken support on Bed Bath & Beyond as well, so it does not hold that 650 area. That's where I think you had to catch a little bit of a bounce. It didn't happen, so I'm going to look to maybe fade this one off of that recent high at 660. I am into Intel. I grabbed that. Tesla, which I don't want to chase Tesla. You probably could have had this at 283 or so, and that SNTI continuing to move higher. I don't want to be in this one too early, but it just popped and faded at this lower high at 180. I'll take two trades to the short side. The first one, if we maintain this wick top, I'll give it to like a 185. The other trade would be off of 2. This and BBAI, I'm a little bit skeptical of. Both of these, I'm not really sure they want to take out that 2 level, but neither close to those highs just yet. Brendo?
A minor note on Square, guys. Afterpay, which they acquired last year, announcing today their Canadian partnership with Sephora. So not necessarily negative, but that was at about 9 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
All right. So always some nice news happening throughout the day, and that's why Brendan's here. Thanks, Brendan, for all that. Look at AMD, though. Wow, man, 50 cents now in the money and still going down. My bid's at 66.35, just kind of a random price there to take a little bit more out. I mean, this is what I do, man. Hit the winners, get them out, and see what happens next, and then bitch that I don't have the full default on when it tanks. Give me that 66.35, baby. Again, another trade for all the guys behind us. Hopefully they had that short on AMD there at 67. Bang, right there, a nice little win. Spin it again for my man Sharif in the back. 65 cents now in the money on that AMD short. Pretty easy trade to start the day there with AMD. There it is, a nice little downside move. Right there, 67 break, and see you later goes the market to the downside. Just waiting for Apple to come back in and retest that 145 level. That's something that I'm looking at, but hey, man, we've already got the goods on already here today. So we're doing it again, guys. Thanks for watching. Make sure you hit that like button if you can, because if you don't like this trade, I can't have much else for you right now.
Yeah, Tesla just touched 280 to the downside. I got the second short in there. It's going to be SNTI. It's not a big cap. It'll just be a couple of smalls with Intel and SNTI. But I know everyone's looking at, or a lot of people are going to be watching Tesla 280. It did not break it yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. I hate taking things in the first 5 minutes. It's tricky if you want to catch that bottom. If we bounce here, I think that's going to be fadeable back into 285. I like what I already have to the short side, but I'm going to kick myself over it because, yeah, Xpeng did break upside. There was really no dip for me to be able to grab. Now it's on a jailbreak. I put in the chat, if you got the 14, I want the short, but as long as it's holding above 12, I'm looking for that, not jailbreak, but that dead cat bounce on Xpeng. I'll try to catch a bid. If it wants to come back into support, I'll go ahead and take it. SNTI was that small capper. It did tick out right at that 185 mark. I got 83s. I want to give it to that 85, so relatively tight stop, work some out in front of it, and then re-engage at $2. $2 is a line in the sand, where if it breaks that, then I'm giving up the shorts.
All right. Yeah, I'm just going to get some more out here of AMD if we're able to. I mean, I'm bidding right now. I mean, I guess I can cancel my 69 offer right now. That's not going to be coming through. Nor is that. And I guess nor is that. So let's cancel all these. Here we are. We're at 10, and there it is. Wow. Once again, man, drop down that money for the AMD trade. Now 90 cents in the money and still making that move back down. But that's good. So we've already have that trade. We're now out of it. We only have 20% left of that. So, you know, we're going to wait for a move, hopefully back to the upside. But hey, now we'll hold that 20% for that dollar. And it's just like I said, we've done pretty well. I mean, I leveled it down. We were able to get out. I'm pretty happy with the executions there on AMD. So you won't hear me bitch about not getting out enough on that one. Here's Microsoft, relatively strong today. So we're making sure we remember that one for strength. Microsoft, though, is this market going to bounce off these levels? I like Microsoft long at that 240 break, but it's got to get there first. And right now, the market continues to be down, nearing that 2%. Kill him with kindness, Brendan.
Dick's Sporting Goods apparently not going to be the savior for Peloton, guys. If you missed it in the pre-market, this came out. They're going to start selling their equipment, I guess, in DKS. But, yep, they don't like it.
No, I don't know that that's... Yeah, I didn't think that was necessarily going to be big news for them.
That's a dick move, man, right there.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't have a pun for the Dick's thing. I do have something for you, but I didn't have it there. I did take some out just around SNTI. Big spike below VWAP, and then right back into that high. So got to respect that 185 level. Tesla, we're getting 145 on Apple and 280 on Tesla at pretty much the same time. So you do want to watch out for wick bottoms. If they both make a wick bottom in the future, support the lows. You don't want to get trapped at the bottom. But here comes 280. I like these breakdown trades. I think in a bear market, you're usually taking some of these breaks when they do happen. So I'm going to try my hand at Tesla because it's coming in first. It just triggered. I mean, pretty lame to start with. Like, it just got down to 70s, I want to say, and I was slipped over there to 87. So not a huge move to the downside, but I don't want to get trapped in that bottom, as we do have the futures bouncing, and 145.42 on Apple. If Apple bounces from here, like it did yesterday, I don't know. I mean, Tesla's probably going to make a move as well. But for now, you do have a Tesla breakdown. I haven't taken anything out of Intel because I didn't really get even into Intel as much as I wanted to. That's continuing to slide to the downside, but that's almost a slow grind as it usually is.
All right, man. I mean, let's just check out AMD here. Yeah, okay, so I just confirming that we are now pretty much below 65.90 or so was yesterday's bottom. So right into there, we're now here. Again, this is the number one name on the sticky note today, and it's $1.20 in the money. So that's why I keep saying to the guys behind, like, hopefully they're able to check out some of these plays that we have. Make sure you join us every single day early, where we have the sticky note and we have the watch list. Watchlist.tradertv.live had chip names on there as well. But let's just check out NEO. I'm just waiting. So Apple, actually, let's go over to Apple because I'm about to get into this most likely. Apple has made its move to the downside right now. That's a 20-minute chart. We don't want that. We want the 1 minute. So let's zoom in as we have a bad wick there, darn. There it comes in. And again, if you look at yesterday's charting for Apple, there's that bottom right there. This is legit. 144.85, I think, is the bottom. Whether or not that's the very bottom or not, we're going to see today. I feel like it will break that today. But again, I have to be true to myself and take the long first that we wanted to get. So this is, we'll give, there it is. So now we're long. We're long on Apple right there. That's Apple the price bottoms. That we talked about it. I don't know. I hope it's the Apple bottom jeans, but I don't know, man. Is it the boots with the fur or not? Because right now, Apple is down there at 145. Let's see. It just popped into the 20s and 30, 25, I think it just popped to right there. But we're in this name. Let's see if we've got it. Again, it's pretty obvious. If we break that low, we're gone. But you're going to be joining a lot of people on that trade. So just be careful if you want to punch short.
Did it print 5?
There's going to be 05s? I'm not sure, but it is going to, I mean, it's down there anyways. 145.05 right now. I'm probably going to get that. Let's see where it goes now to the upside. We are long here on Apple, but again, the NASDAQ's continuing to fall down. I'm not in love with this trade. Let's get some out in the 20s and 30s if it bounces, because again, the one-to-one relationship, right? If I'm going to lose 30 cents if this tanks, got to make sure you take some profit when it goes up to that level.
So, I mean, I'm on 5. Okay, never mind. I just got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on 5. So it got to 5 and I didn't get the fill. But Intel, I did take one leg out here. First leg, it broke 26.50 down to 26.45. Usually it's a slow grind. I mean, I guess the market's accelerating. Tesla scalps them out now. Want to hold that 280 breakdown. It's a level 145. We liked it yesterday, but if Apple breaks, Apple breaks. There's nothing you can do about it. So I'll get out of that one promptly. I'm going to cancel my offers on Meta at 142, at least for now. Obviously, that's headed down, testing 138 support. It's only shorts I got for now, but I'm like you and Apple. It probably makes some sense to scalp some out as weak as this is. I feel like the second time might be a charm here because yesterday it failed to break down. Today it might actually go. And I do want to reverse this, by the way. Like if we break 145, I want to reverse into a short on Apple.
Yeah, well, I mean, then get ready because I feel like it's going to happen right now. But we'll wait to see, man. Lots to come. The market's still young today. Let's see if we can get it rocking and rolling here. I'm long Apple. I mean, the AMD short is in the money, $1.30. So, all good, but definitely Apple is where I'm sort of hitching my wagon to right now on the long side. We have an out. There it goes. It just broke 145. So there comes that now back in. Watch this get into those 80s now again. There goes Apple. Yeah, this trade, unless we get a relief rally, because I said everyone's going to be on this trade, Apple probably just continues to make that move down. I'm going to respect it down there to that 114.80. Here it goes. There it is. We are going to break a little bit lower now on Apple and almost broke that bottom. Let's see where it goes from now. But all right, Brendo, you got something for us. Give it to us.
Just be careful. Market day lows here. Fed's Bullard making some comments, guys, throwing more gasoline on the fire. No matter how you cut it, the labor market is extremely tight. The number of jobless claims filed this morning from last week was extremely low. So they want to see that obviously go up. So we see a bit of a downtick in demand. Also, BABA downside big time. Huge volume, down 3% here, guys. A couple of price target cuts on Alibaba today.
So I'll do this one for the shorts have come in today. But remember, like this exact same trade at this bottom on Apple, it didn't work yesterday, taking the break. Like that was the only, until the afternoon, I didn't have anything but the 45 short. Now it's come into play here. You're accelerating to the downside. Got 93s. Tesla's now 2 in the money. Intel's probably rocking to the downside. I assume, yes, it is. And then I did get that other, I got the other small cap as well, by the way. I got, oh, that's on New York. That BBIA. I also got the short here in front of the high of the day. So I'm getting into this as well. Don't really have any longs left because it was Apple or bust at 45, and that went bust.
Yeah, right now we make everything back on the short right now for Apple. As we just reversed into the short, like I said, as soon as, remember I said that the Apple short could have been a dirty one and a dangerous one, but it never popped back up. Like it hit that 145 and just was like, okay, and then 145.9 or 144.90, 144.80 got us out of our long. So remember the risk to reward. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. I told you I'm a changed man right now. Here it comes back down in. Now we're short. Like look at the freaking risk to reward on this trade. We lose 30 cents on the long, right? And now we're in the money 70 cents on the short, and we have it, and we have a big position. So we're really happy with this Apple move back down to the downside. Not only do we have Apple in the money 75 cents, but we also have AMD in the money $1.70 as well. So man, if you haven't hit the like button, please do it, because I've told you for a while that we're on one over here. Now you found the station. Make sure that algorithm keeps suggesting it to you. Hit that like button. Let's go, baby. This is what we do. Every day on Trader TV.
Look, bit of a bounce there, that 144. It saw 144 in the bid and instantly bounced 50 pennies. So a little bit of strength coming into Apple. I'm holding. I got some out in front of that even. It got down there, anticipating it could give a bit of a bounce just because it's a round number. I'm thinking 275 for Tesla here, and I want to hold on to Intel for dear life. NVIDIA, there's a couple of bids that I still, like this is ridiculous on NVIDIA. Like quite frankly, like really, it actually got right down to my price. I've been bidding it since the pre-market, right down in front of that 122. And sometimes you put an obvious number and it's way too obvious. So I'm going to back off of, I like 33s and 31s. And if you can't figure out why in basketball, sometimes I put those bids in there. I did not get the fill on NVIDIA in front of those lows, but I want to take a shot at that bid. We'll see if it gets back there. Bed Bath & Beyond, also going to have gotten into this one as it broke that support to the downside. I wanted this thing, if it could have rallied up to like $7 or $8, I wanted the short. I would have liked the long if it could have held that 650, but I wanted the short off of yesterday's highs, which is about 57 to 60. If it goes through that price, maybe the squeeze is going to be on, but I wanted to short that pop. That was the floor I was looking for. I got some 40s in here on Bed Bath & Beyond. It's about 25 cents worth of risk, which I suppose isn't a lot, but it can always squeeze on you.
All right, so I was just like holding out for that 25 level on Apple. We did have a wick down there, so I wasn't sure if this is going to be the bottom or not here for Apple. So right now I have half of the, a little bit less than half, about 45% of the position that I hit short on that break. So right now it's printing for us. Good trade for us so far here on Apple.
Struggling.
Let's see where we go right now. AMD, a nice little trade as well. Let's get into some more names though, as this NASDAQ is now just absolutely destroyed. You know, this is what I trade for, right? This is what we all trade for. You want to be able to be, hitting the right names at the right time. And that's why the watch list and everything else is very, very key. Good trade on Tesla. That's down pretty good now as well. AMD, NVIDIA. I mean, all of these names are just getting absolutely killed. But as Raider Trader said, trust me, bro, trust me. Tuesday is going to be the low, apparently.
Today.
So we'll wait for that one, and then we'll call him out on that when he's back on the show, which is going to be next week. So we'll wait on that. Okay, Amazon. Wow, Amazon continues its march to the downside as well. I can only be short so many names. I mean, Apple right now. See ya. Apple bottom jeans? Nah, there is no bottom right now for Apple. I'm going to put a bid at 02. Let's take it right now at 02 if we can get it. And there it is. One more time. Floss it off for Apple. That's that risk to reward we're talking about, baby. Take the long, hit the short, take it out. We just got a 144.02 fill right there on Apple, ringing the Reggie right there for 80 cents. So far, so good on that one. As we take out another 10%. Now I'm just going to be doing that, man. Leveling it out as we come to the downside. We're back, obviously, to the positive side on Apple. I'm going to take one more fill right now on that name, and there it is. We just push bid, enter, get filled. You get filled right away on those. That last one was a fill at 16 right there for Apple. So really destruction to the downside here. Look at this. Long right here at 15, right? Out at 88. So that's 15 and 13, 28 cent worth of risk. And right now you're going to crank. See ya. Apple back down below 144. Let's go.
Yeah, we're still it feels like we're still going downside. I did pick up, finally, I got that long. I just took it off the low on NVIDIA instead of waiting around for that 122. I've already scalped some out in front of 123 because I didn't get the exact price I wanted. That's one of the last levels I have left to defend. So it's going to be the only long I have on the board. Everything else is going to be churning like Apple. I think 42s is going to make sense to the downside. Tesla continuing to work. Intel, I think, is going to be a slow grind, but do respect the fact that Micron reports later, so there could be some buyers that might like the chances of that report. I'll get to some names that we're not covering because everything's falling. Meta, through that 138, continuing to crater into the downside. Basically, at this point, if you have it short, it is working for you. That's the only thing I can say. Even a Netflix, which... I mean, Netflix was super strong yesterday. That just tanked and got through its low of the day. I'm going to slap some trailing stops on these because 275, never mind. We just got 275. So 280 to 275 on Tesla, sometimes that's all it is. Like, it might chew through this, but I want to take some profit because we are getting to some key levels. I always talk about these like key levels. One of the higher lows that got respected right at the open on that ES is being tested right now. So I want to make sure I'm taking profit on the breakdown trades. And then my Intels of the world, I want to hold on for dear life. Apple, I think you got to give it room after the bad report yesterday. But Tesla's known for bounces off these $5 moves. Berendo?
There we go. Another little one making moves, guys. Modus GI Holdings, MOTS, M-O-T-S, up on a government contract announced this morning. Huge move up to 5, but it's come all the way back below 4 here. A ton of volume, though, for this. MOTS guys making moves.
MOTS Clamato.
There's lots of moves there. Not lots of moves, but okay, we did get a little bit of an out, not a little bit of one, a great one down here. I feel like 82s on Apple as we're getting lighter and lighter, obviously on the position here. As what Neil's been mentioning there, maybe we did find a little bit of a bottom. I mean, good out on Tesla, obviously. Whenever you can bank like that, that's always a good out. So yeah, good trade there. Let's just see where we go now with this rest of this market. I talked about Microsoft being stronger than the rest. Not that I think that Microsoft is going to save the market here or anything like that, but it has been a little stronger here today than the rest of these names. So I think this is one that you could look at for a bounce back, but I'm not really seeing too many levels. I don't really like this rate into there. Maybe if we take 238.20 or something, but I'm just trying to find something that could be relatively strong into a weak market right now. AMD, I feel like I got to get out of this one. I've said that when the rips happen, and you got to be very, very cautious of that for AMD. So yeah, what is that, 66? Let's just get it out at 66. If it takes back 66, we could probably do that. Then we'll average back into around 66.50 or something. That's where the 50 period is on that. VWAP is right here at 66. So I feel like that's going to be a safer spot for me to get out. 66.50 here, or 66 flat, sorry, on AMD, giving us $1. I mean, we're short at 67. You guys saw that early. So let's see if we can sort of respect that move and take a little bit of piece out here on on AMD. If it does, not a piece out, all of it out. We only have 20% left. So if it breaks 66, we're going to get out of AMD. So just an update on that one.
Yeah, and update to NVIDIA. It's still down, obviously, but it just made a decent bounce into 123, so about 70 pennies on that little bit of a bounce, but I didn't have the exact bottom. If we can chew through VWAP, at 124, where we broke down at the open, I don't know that we can get through that price. I feel like if we get anywhere close to it, I'm going to try to get out. If we roll over off of VWAP, then I don't know if I want the reload here. I'm on the, I'm going to cancel my bid. If we roll over here shy of VWAP, I might not want to just jump back into it blindly. I almost want to see it bounce off 122 and then try to take a second swing at this one. Tesla, for now, has got a decent bounce off that 75, but that didn't get anywhere close. Into 78 is where I would have probably continued this, got back into the trade, nowhere close to it. I want to just hold on to the shorts. I think you're in a different bucket with Bed Bath & Beyond. So I do have a relatively tight stop here at that 60 level for Bed Bath & Beyond. And I got to respect the fact that it's kind of doing this weird channeling thing in this 20-cent range. So I might take some out inside of the 20-cent range. This could just go because it wants to squeeze. Doesn't matter what's happening in the market when trading this. Brendo.
I wasn't doing any volume whatsoever in the pre-market, but Rite Aid, also out with earnings this morning, was downside right out of the gate. No green candles. Okay, one green candle on a 3-minute chart, but day lows here for RAD.
Yeah. When somebody offers you, like, I don't even remember what the deal was offered for them a couple of years ago for the buyout, but whatever it was, they should have taken it very, very clearly at this point. Apple looks like it does want to break that 144 again. I threw out 142. Essentially, that's not, all you have is like a little bit of a pivot. Back when it made the June lows, like the first high it got to was like 143.50, and then it found support back at 142 as it broke back up. That's the only reason I'm looking at that 42, and I like the number. It's like my favorite number too, so maybe I'm getting that skewed because I love 42.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I do the same thing. I think all of us do that when you're talking about trading. You pick kind of like a favorite level, a number to get out as a key level. But we took another piece out there on Apple when it went up to 144.50. We did not average in, but it came back to 144, and we took a piece out. And now you're seeing Tank City here again on Apple, looking to get right back into those lows. And you know what? I mean, we have enough. I have enough shares on board that I can do this. So I'm going to take some more out here at 70. If we get down there, it's trying to bounce off 70. Now it's trying to bounce off 75. Maybe 75 is the bouncing spot. That sucks there for App. Oh man, damn it. We waited just, okay, I'm going to put a bid now. I'm just going to put a bid at 80 in case it does come back in for that. So we'll do that at 80. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, you're the man.
The man, the myth, the legend. Thank you, Mr. Randy, for that one. Looking sharp as per usual. Great job on that desk, man. That is kicking ass over there and taking names. I don't know if you guys saw that desk. You'll see it when next time we call him Brendan. But what a great job. Oh, I told you we're leveling up on everything. Thank you for the coffee, man. The sweet, sweet smell. Love it. Coffee. Actually, today's National Coffee Day, if you didn't know that.
I did not know that. We used to do the National Day.
Yeah, we used to do the National Day. Maybe we have to get that
anymore.
back going on there. But National Coffee Day is here today.
So guess what's actually relatively strong? And breaking, it just broke the high of the day. It has not broken yesterday's high, or at least the aftermarket highs. That would be MindMed. So watch out for this. 340, 335 to 340 looks like it could be a bit of resistance on MindMed. As on volume, while it's approaching 1 million shares, it's trying to take out those tops. I don't know that I want to be taking any breakouts at this point. I do still have a couple of those small caps. I'll go over them, like the BBAI, which is still in the New York. It gets me every single time. It's still working to the downside. There we go. I did it a few times. It's about to break VWAP. I haven't taken any more out. I'm looking for like 160s as the next leg out on that. And then that SNTI, that is not as good, as that's actually catching a bit of a hit enter twice. That's catching a much stronger bid here as it tries to turn back into the upside as well. Intel, just to check in on you, still holding near the lows. Even when the market bounces, like the NVIDIA long that I took, that's still kind of working. It's in the money, but only barely. You're not getting a huge bounce on Intel. NVIDIA had a much better bounce on it. That's why I liked it for some kind of strength. I did not get into more shares. I wanted to see it hold that 122. Now I want to see a little bit of consolidation, and then I'll go against the grain of this market if I can find some strength. I've already scalped some out there, so unless I screw up and miss my stop, I can't turn this into a loser on NVIDIA just yet.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to turn anything into a loser either right now. But we do have AMD. I'm debating right here, man. Let's get this out. 65.70. I mean, this is already, I mean, I might just get it out right now, to be honest with you, at this bottom. 65.20. We've wicked down a couple times here. We already have the Apple short. So, I mean, if this name continue, we just got another piece out of Apple, by the way, at 144. I was waiting for that 144.80 again. I just, you know, getting a little nervous that this market is a little bit too far down now. Now down 2.6%. So I'm gonna get out here if we break higher, 65.70. So just an updated out here as I put the order in right now. Again, I just let the computer do the work, right? If the level hits, the level hits. But 65.70 is going to be the out there on AMD. I'm trying to get a little long here. I mean, look at the. I mean, I'm not trying on anything. I'm trying to look for some longs. Whether or not they come out or not here, I'm not going to be 100% sure. But right now, you do have a little bit of a bottoming effect happening in the NASDAQ. You know, I feel like it would want to see that 1,200, so 11,200 on the NQs. But, you know, right now, this is kind of a barcode. You either got to drop below, right? But for right now, we're kind of in the middle. I would favor the shorts. I'm only short right now, short AMD, short Apple, and I like those plays. But, you know, just looking, could get a little bit of a blow up here to the upside. A lot of the selling came in. Let's see if it wants to continue on. But the NASDAQ down 2.6. I feel like it might get to that 3 level, and then you can dance. So that's going to be 11,200 for it to be down about that 3%.
Yeah, I mean, I just accidentally got out of Intel. I went to bid a little bit of it and then kind of punched out the entire thing. But I think I'm going to be able to get back into this no problem. I think the channel that we're holding to the low side allows me to play the 26.50 anyway. So I'm going to jump back on the offer off that 26.50. Still holding on to pretty much everything else. I like Apple. I still like Apple. NVIDIA, it's not looking like it's going to be a great chance to reload this. It might just take out the 122, and then we'll be out of dodge and get rid of this one and just give up on the bounce play. If it holds here a little bit longer, maybe I'll take a second swing, but I want a real consolidation. Brendo, 10 o'clock, happening now.
Hot desk.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out today thanks to Chart Prime. Let's jump into the markets overall here. Show you a red board, unfortunately. Better part of 2% right now for the S&P. The Dow holding up a little bit better, 1.6. The Russell, all of them getting killed today, especially. The 2,000, 2.7% already for the Russell 2000, 2.6 right now for the composite and the 100. NASDAQ, few things we were talking about if you joined us pre-market. Apple was on that list once again. Bank of America with a downgrade to neutral today after what happened the past couple of days. Chinese EV makers on watch as well after that Leap Motors fell 42% on its IPO day over in Hong Kong. Wells Fargo initiates Coinbase today at underweight as well. Not a good day. Down 8.25 is Coinbase right now, guys.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Look, I've been trying to get people out of Coinbase now for a year, so especially the last 10 days, I've only been talking about sell your Coinbase ASAP, down another 8%. That company's hot garbage, I feel like. But okay, that's just based on the price action and some of the things that I just didn't like some of the stories there about the executives and things like that. And then they let go of a bunch of new people that they hired. I don't know. I was a Coinbase shareholder. That's one of my craziest trades. I can show you that after. The fact that I got out when it went back up to that 360 was unbelievable. Don't normally do that, but okay. Now we're gonna wait here. Apple did make another move down, so we got out when it broke 144 again. We still have that piece as it's really just coming right back into that level again here for Apple. So I feel like right now, let's just take one more piece out. This is probably the day to hold shorts. I understand that, but in case it's not. I mean, I might as well. I'm in the money right now, $1 on Apple. Let's just take it if I can get it. It's already come down here a bunch of times. I've gotten out too early at 144 every time. So let's just, if you know, like I know that I'm going to do the same mistake again. So, and whether or not it's a mistake or not, the one thing that's not a mistake is when you get those Benjamins and you put them in your pocket, and all of a sudden it's, you know, you can't even sit properly. But okay, let's go. Tesla 275, a nice little level there. I have a new position on Shopify as well against 27. Which Shopify, another name, down 7% today, just keeps on getting clobbered. Let's see if it can resist that 27 drop, which it was the bottom just yesterday or whatever day that was, down here. Let's wait to see if we can hold off on a 27 bottom for Shopify.
So Tesla 275 coming into play. I mean, the second I got back into Intel, it was immediately at the low of the day. I just took it out, man. It's going to be a difficult one for some of these to try to hold on through these lows because you can get these wick bottoms and then crazy support can come in. I just grabbed Tesla 92s. That kind of, I mean, that's actually not a bad price at all there. So just grabbed some Tesla. I'm going to try to get back into Intel, but it went immediately to the low of the day. So I actually just got it all out. So Tesla, Apple still short. I'm still holding on to BBA, Bed Bath & Beyond somehow, BBAY. But that SNTI, that took me out. That small cap did take me out of the short. So that's one short that's not working. SNTI, if you got it, it looks like it's headed to the upside. I'm not even watching it. It stopped me out, and now back on to the bigger cap names, which are moving downside. Berendo.
Just noting some of these Alzheimer's-related stocks from the past couple of days headed downside as well. Here's Biogen, breaking that low from yesterday. So it held 265 throughout the day yesterday. No longer, so decent volume spike there. And then Cassava Sciences as well was actually back to the upside on a decent volume spike, getting back above some resistance from yesterday, but heading in opposite directions for Sava.
I mean, it is contractual that I hit that money thing, but honestly, right now, I mean, the market's just tanking, and it's not like, doesn't feel great because a lot of everybody's holdings, like I own AMD. There's some size here at 65. It's gone. Like, if you're playing off size these days, honestly, it's much better just to play off the level. There's so many hidden dark pool shares, and the way these algos work, they don't care what's sitting there. It's not like there's 50,000 shares. Oh, we can't take that amount. It's already done 17 million shares today, right? So you got to take that into consideration, let alone where people are caught off sides, options expiration, things like that. Now, there it is. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So if you went long in front of it, you're probably out now. But there was a little bit of a spike back up there for AMD. But look where we're short, man. We started that day with a 67 short. We're now $2 in the money on this one. I've thrown away a lot of money because I've gotten out of Apple. But honestly, like it's just, we're still short. The name still keeps printing, and there's some downside here pressure, obviously, for Apple, as now it's taking down 143. That low of 130 that was made in June could be coming to fruition here real quick. Remember I said the NASDAQ could possibly go down 3%? There it is. There's your 3%. We turned this guy over to a bull when it was down 1.5, from a bull to a bear. Excuse me. Now you're seeing the reason why, as the market is now giving everything up, down 3%, giving back everything that it made yesterday. And Roku, new 52-week lows. Roku, $56 right now, and still making that move to the downside now. Everything getting clocked, right? Brendan, just Spotify down 4. Like, I don't even want to look at what ARK is doing right now. I mean, all these names that I feel like Shopify, I'm long. Maybe it's time to get longer on Amazon as that's bouncing around.
Trying to find some strength somewhere.
That's what I'm trying to do too. Like, so I did pick on Shopify. We did get
Netflix.
Netflix is the one that has been so strong. So you might be onto something if you're picking up some Netflix shares as well. And AMD just respected that 65. So let me find a better out here, not 65.50. I'm going to do some work, find a better out here on AMD.
So Tesla briefly broke 74, has got to 73, like 80 or something like that. So that's continuing to work to the downside. Apple's now 160. Even Bed Bath & Beyond starting to come down, but I'm looking for something strong. The problem with Netflix is you've got like a double top, wick top here. And if the market continues down, like that's resistance, man. I don't know about buying this here. Like, it's got to break outside of this. If anything, it's almost setting up, giving you a free shot to short 44s into the highs. I can't bring myself to go long the stock. I was looking for something strong, and it is relatively strong. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not seeing a long that I like. Bed Bath & Beyond starting to roll over again, so I'm going to get on the bid down to this 6 even. Try to take a little more shares of that one to the downside. Tesla is back up to that. Oh, never mind. I was about to say Tesla was right back up to 275 for a second, and then now starts to work back into that downside. So it's been a couple of trades, but it was an 80 break. It was a 75 break on Tesla. Only one major break for Apple. That's been the 145. Meta, I don't want to ignore anything. Meta's got a 137 that's about to go. Nothing significant about that, but every round dollar has been pretty good if you haven't got into some of these trades through these key levels. Brendo.
More EV news, guys. Ride, Lordstown, downside on this, which is interesting. But they've started the commercial production of their Endurance pickup truck. That was the one that they rolled down the street at the White House a couple of years ago. So they're going to deliver 50 of those in 2022 and then more, quote unquote, in 2023. So Ride, as I said, under pressure as well.
I sort of said this under my breath. you don't want to say rolled down the street with regards to EVs, because then it's like the Nikola thing, right? Like rolling down the street, that's fraud. That's what Nikola. Anyways, you guys know the story. I think there's still something ongoing with the lawsuit against Milton, but either way, you just broke that 37 on Meta. It got to 80s and then regained the bottom. So a bit of a wick bottom. Meta was one of the two super strong names, and Netflix was the other. Clearly not happening right now for Meta. The aforementioned Netflix. It's like watch Neil talk himself out of going long in Netflix, and it's the only relatively strong name, and it's right back to the highs of the day, or at least testing that 245 high. If I see 50s on this thing, I'm going to be shorted and watch it run me over. It's about to go green as the market is on the bottoms. Netflix is on another level right now.
Yeah, Netflix is on another level. And again, you finally have a name that actually has some news behind it. So it's nice to see to the positive side, not downgrades, nothing like that. Netflix, of course, running that ad-supported system there, and then getting some good ratings and also some upgrades as well for Netflix. So not today, just over the last couple of days, unless there was one today. I mean, maybe there was. I might have missed it. Okay, Shopify, nice little trade here. We're in the money now, 9 cents off that long. I'm sitting at 40 to get a piece out. Maybe I just get some out now. We're now in the money 11 cents on the coin. Give me that. Ooh, you saw that. It went to 40 and stopped. So hopefully that can continue as if. Come on, buddy. Let's go Shopify. It just went. That's ridiculous. If I was at 39, I'd be out, right? But we'll wait to see if that comes back in. I'm going to adjust that order now on Shopify, put that at 39, see if we can get it out when it does come back upside. Come on, that's a joke. You know what? Haha. I'm going to trick them. I'm going to put it at 38. So let's see now if we can get some out there. So tricky, Sean, so tricky. And then we'll do a little bit less shares on that. So we'll take a 38 and then we'll take a 43 to get that 40 price that we wanted. So let's see if that can happen. I know it's supposed to be 42, but the share size I'm putting a little bit more at 38. We'll go to 30. That sucks that came back in. Okay, and meanwhile, I mean, the short that just keeps on printing every single time I look over is Apple. Apple's down to 143. Honestly, we were joking about Apple bottom, and I don't know where there is one. Obviously, I got nervous at 144, thinking that maybe that was the bottom. We covered some of that. The short is still in, man. We're $2 in the money on AMD. We're $2 in the money on Apple. And honestly, I feel like there's absolutely no reason to get out of anything right now. The NASDAQ continues to puke down to that bottom. It definitely wants to keep on going. I don't see any relief at all. I talked about the NASDAQ wanting to see 11.2. Well, that's 11.2 right now. So if you are going to get a bounce, I feel like it could happen now off of the 100 level for the NASDAQ. But again, the bottom for the NASDAQ is 11.067. So you're about another 100 points away from that happening. And maybe that is the bottom that we want to test.
I want to cover.
I've been covering. Yeah.
But that's that level, man. If we get down there, it makes sense. And the NASDAQ's getting so close. I mean, if we get so close to that level, I think we're gonna take some off there. Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't care about. That's a different story. I don't want to ignore some of these other, you look at NEO. Whoops, I'm still on the futures chart there. But you look at NEO. That just got down to the 16 even level. Yeah, 17 at the open, down into 16 here. That could get pretty juicy. Dan Emmons, you're saying in the chat there, we might go limit down. So worth noting, it's 7% is the limit down on the futures.
We're not doing that.
So it's extreme. I don't want to say it can't happen because we've learned what we don't talk about in certainties like that. So it's not 0% chance that we go 7% and go limit down. It's very remote. I think it's highly unlikely is what I want to say there. It's highly unlikely we go limit down. However, nothing is a zero probability, as we learned yesterday with Apple. Netflix just saw that 245 and reversed. So I think my level is now set. I think I know exactly what I want to do with Netflix. If this market bounces off those lows and starts to head up and we get a chance for a 45 breakout on Netflix, there's nothing else that I see that's that strong. So it'll have to be Netflix. Again, Netflix was up 9% at one point in the afternoon. Might have even touched that 10 or gotten close to it. What a burner that one's been. And 270, no matter what happens, I'm out in front of 270 on Tesla. 80 to 75, 75 to 70, Brendo.
More earnings destruction. Not a good look here for this one today, guys. CarMax, that was the note. Yeah, that was down pre-market at 13. It's now 22 for KMX. Just made a day low there after an earnings miss for CarMax.
So again, we got within 2 pennies again of our Shopify fill. So let's see if that can come back up to the upside. The only long that we have on board right now is Shopify. So, and then just an update, I pulled the AMD offer lower right now. So we're going to get out if it breaks back above 10 here. I just feel like it's just made a huge move to the downside. I'm pretty happy with the trading so far here today. So let's just see if we can absorb that and then just get out. I mean, if the market continues to go down, we'll find other shorts, but I want to make sure that we get out. I've talked about AMD and being wrong on that name and what happens when you are, and I just don't want to give it back up. If it rallies back to the 65.70 or 65.80, great. I mean, that's what I want so I can short it again. But I don't want to be in the short as I'm watching this name go back up to the upside. So a quick out at 65.10, and then we'll capture our $2 clean on that move and be pretty happy with it. Apple might have found a bottom at 143, but every time I think that, only saying that because there's that wick there, but I don't know. I'm not going long on Apple right down here. No way. So we'll wait on that one. My long's already in, and it's Shopify. If you don't, you got to give me that. It didn't give me 38s again on Shopify, but I feel like we will get it at some point. So hopefully that Shopify long can come in, and then we'll take it. I still feel like Shopify, really I want to get out is this 27.60. But if I can't even make a dime or 12 cents on this thing, then maybe I'm just wrong here on Shopify. There we go. I'll punch some out at 36 if I can get it right now. I'm closing. There it is. Close the gap there a little bit. So we will take some 36s out. Now let's see if it does want to get back to the upside. We'll take that 38 fill if we still get it, but we did ring the register on a little bit of that on Shopify. So let's ring that and see where we go from here. I still like it, but Shopify, one of those weak names today, down 7%. Let's see if we can catch some volatility back to the upside.
Yeah, you got to hit the home runs here, but we got to pay ourselves somewhere. I see that wick bottom on Apple. I got to respect it. I slapped a trail on Apple in here. If it gets above those quarters, at 143 doesn't want to get taken out. And there goes Tesla. It just got to 270.60. I said I'd get out in front of 270. That happened a lot faster than anticipated. So both those breakdowns looking pretty good. I'm now just in the Apple trade. I mean, even NVIDIA, that was a long bounce. Thank goodness we didn't reload that. You're going to see 120 on NVIDIA promptly. We've just taken out the recent floor on this name. You're just heading straight to the downside. There is no relief in sight. Micron reports tonight. It's about the only thing that has not broken the weekly lows. Well, obviously Netflix is still strong. But Micron reporting tonight, it still hasn't even taken out yesterday's bottoms. So I hate to say it, but somehow Micron is relatively strong today. Give it that due. Maybe that's because it does report aftermarket. I don't want to be going long this name, but I'm going to file that away. If we catch a bounce, Micron just found some support.
And it's a good thing we did not get out. First of all, it's a good thing we took a little bit of profit, at least on Shopify, as that hit us and then went right back to the downside. As for some reason I'm losing my voice. I don't know why. AMD here, let's go, man. It is a contractual obligation. But AMD right now, $2.25 in the money. The only problem is we didn't have the amount of shares that we really did want to have. We did. We had the amount we wanted to have, but not a full sort of position for me here on AMD. So as it falls back down, look, we're cashing out, man. It's my number one stock today. Well, Apple and AMD are neck and neck right now. Shopify is obviously the only other name that I've had in, and that's not moving. So we have to wait on that one. I wanted to find, before I go to Brennan, I want to look at something here because Starbucks, this is another name. Because we talked about Netflix, I automatically said, okay, what else has been pretty strong recently? And of course, the name came to mind of Starbucks. And of course, that's only down 0.8 right now. So that could be a name that you might want to look for here as some relative strength.
Now Netflix is
gone. Starbucks, Netflix. They're all falling at some point here today, but let's be careful with these plays. What's up, Brendo?
On and off runner here, low float runner. Intelligent Living Application Group is what the actual stock is, but ILAG, if you remember, ILAG, 8.7 million float on this one, up big time today, 10.25%, just straight higher.
Oh, ILAG in there. I still have this BBAI, and I keep putting in the New York as if it's on the NASDAQ, It did roll over. I was able to take some at 160, so we can do a little bit of this. It's flushing itself down the toilet, but it's found this support. Anytime a gapper, small cap, holds that pre-market obvious support level, there's a decent chance you can get a secondary run. So if we don't break 150 at any point throughout lunchtime, I'll be looking for a long in this thing off that 150 level, but it is working. Most of the shorts are at this particular point. Netflix is now at the low of the day. is challenging the low of the day, I should say. Not quite there yet. 240 it bounced off of. 238 I like for a dip support. Maybe we get to that 238. I should have just been willing to short maybe Netflix, but I was looking for a long if the market had bounced. Let's be frank. I was looking for something strong. Netflix was it. Now falling like everything else.
Yeah, this is pretty nasty to say the least right now. But there's always some relief rallies. I think that can happen here. So I am going to actually be looking at our friend AMD here for a possible relief rally. So that's what I'm going to be looking at right now. Let's see if we can make that happen. And again, I can't make anything happen, but if it goes back above 65, we do have that bottom right there of 64.75. I'm not in the camp yet to reverse anything. So if that's going to be sort of the case right now, then I'll hold out for it. But I'm just thinking that, we did want to have a chance to get something in if the market does reverse. So let's just kind of hold that hope out that maybe AMD can give it to us, but I don't. I mean, Shopify, I did have a good reversal long there. It seems like that's failing a little bit right now on that idea as it's pulled back down, so that might not be the right name. I know I love AMD. That's the only thing. Like,
Where's
I know.
Your AMD chart? There we go.
Yeah, it's just down here at the bottom. So 64, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll just.
Micron's got a triple bottom right now.
Yeah. I'm just going to cover some of this. So that, there we go. We actually went long AMD right there. I don't want that, so we're going to get out of an accident. I double covered there a little bit for AMD. So we'll see here. There it is. So we're out for flat. But there it is. We get out of that. What a great trade that one was, as we'll drop down some cash again for us there on AMD. There's the cover down there at 64.85 from that short. We're not long until it breaks 65, and when it does, we will obviously be long, and then I'm going to use that bottom as my out, 64.75. Let's go. AMD, it just took 65, but not for long. So we are not long yet on AMD, but let's see if it can go here. I do like it. Apple, I'm just sort of going to hold, even though I'm going to go long on AMD. Apple, probably a good out. I mean, these wick tops right here, 143.20, that could be a good out in there. Oh, no, we did not get in yet on that. Let's see if Apple wants to take out this level, 143.20, back up to the upside as we dance around with AMD a little bit here. Not breaking 65 yet, but getting close.
Yeah, and the triple bottom on Micron I was just sort of talking about there. That's why I wanted to see the AMD chart, because I wasn't really watching AMD, and I want to see what the chips are doing. But Micron triple bottom, I want some exposure to the long. I just got trailed out on Apple, by the way, so you're going to see that one gone. Look, it broke this consolidation here. I might have just got shaken out, but remember, if 142 was kind of the target anyways, so I think it makes some sense to have gotten out here. You got to have a trail somewhere. We are bouncing off some of those bottoms on the NASDAQ. We got to 3 1/3%, and you're bouncing off yesterday's lows, at least attempting to. That's why I want to be out and find some long equity here, just to see if we can't catch a bit of a relief bounce and get something that's relatively strong. It could be Netflix as well. Brendan and the small cap recap. What up?
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's jump right into a few we were discussing in the pre-market. Here's SNTI. I mentioned right before the open here, 2 and then 220. If you want to count the wicks, I guess, on the daily chart goes up to about 230, but just a grind right now to the upside, so just working into this slowly up to 220, 230, starting to reverse now, but decent volume still, which is good to see on SNTI. So far, so good. BBBY, on the other hand, they hit this really hard at the open. This thing went from 660 all the way down to 610 in a straight line. So just trying to keep this below these levels from yesterday afternoon. But volume dying off, which is interesting on Bed Bath & Beyond already, and noteworthy, guys, for BBBY. And Mott's have moves on Mott's today, first higher, but they rug pulled this pretty hard at 360 down to 3. It's trying to hold 3 right now, but was kind of hoping for a bounce on Mott's. Did not come, but Mott's of moves so far, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I used that a while ago, but I like how Brendan used it right there. Lots of news on that stock as well. So be very, very careful with that stock for sure. Okay, we did it again. There is Starbucks, man. We talked about wanting to get that long. So as we went and talked about all that news over there on Mott's, we went long on Starbucks. So there it is. A nice little long there at 86.25. What is my average price? Anyways, 29, sorry, on that one. There it is. Look at this out. Bang, right up there, up to the upside. Let's go. Meanwhile, AMD, I don't know. Are you struggling around here? What do you want to do? We're long at 01s right now. Could scalp some out here. I'm trying to hold it against that, but as the market continues to make their moves downside, we just got long into that little bump up right there. So, again, a super weak name, AMD down 5%. This long is dangerous. We are dancing with that devil in said pale moonlight. So watch out for that. We will get a little bit out if it does climb a little bit for AMD, but our out is just here at that low, breaking of 75, and we down on that one. Shopify is working out as well, as that one looks to go back up to the upside here for Shopify. So we'll wait to see if that one can go. We did get our 38s. We did not get our 43s, actually. Oh, actually, no, I was at 49. We would have got 43 too. Damn, that's okay. Let's wait to see where that one goes. And then Starbucks just faded back out. So we got the double outs there right near that 50 period. Our best out 53 there, 50 period at 60 or 58, whatever. Let's see if Starbucks wants to work back up to the upside. But really, all my risk right now, well, whatever. It's divided up, but AMD is my largest position, and it's failing at that 65 level. So we may take the L on this one and give back what we, not all, but what we made on that short. We do have a much bigger position now on this long than we did on that short. So this market looks like it wants to fail again. That sucks, man. Sorry about that. Looks like it's gonna be my bad on the AMD long, but you can get out now for 15 cents. But I don't know. Let's try to hold it a little bit, but it looks like it wants to test those bottoms again. Normally when you get that break, you want it to go. And if it doesn't go right away, that's when you sort of sniff out that, there could be a little bit of a problem here with AMD downside.
Yeah, the market giveth and the market take it away. Like I got into Micron, it spiked right into VWAP, found resistance, and you're right back testing these lows. So it's a triple bottom right now. You could see it hit another time here. It's a 49.22 low, so I'll try to get a better price. Like I got in 41s. That's what you'll see me in here. But if I reload it, I want to be a lot closer and a much better price in front of that low of the day. And if it takes I'm not even thinking about 49 even. Like if it takes a 49.20, I want to be out of this. It's going to be tight stops if you're catching these bounces. Like I said, I want some equity on a bounce play and something that looked like it was holding some support. As far as Netflix goes, still hasn't really. I see a wick down to 239, like it got down to this bottom. I wasn't on the level 2 or watching the stock closely enough to see whether that's legit, but it came to VWAP and is rejecting VWAP as well. So the trend's still into that downside, despite the fact that we got out. I mean, Tesla bounced off 70, doesn't really reclaim 75s. That would have been a level that I would have been interested in here. Bed Bath & Beyond, as Brendan said, got a couple of legs out. It then held 614. The volume, no volume. I don't know. Like it's not even worth the reload at this point. The volume dying down here like a slow death. So it's just going to be Micron. Can it hold these lows? It's going to be pretty binary here. It breaks 49.20. I'm out of these longs. If it bounces to VWAP, well, then we can rinse and repeat this trade one more time. I don't know if I'd take it a third time. I think if it bounces here, hits VWAP and tests a low, I don't want it a third time because that'd be like the 5th time it's playing these bottoms.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you right now. I'm thinking about getting out of 20% of AMD if we get back into the 90s a little bit here for that name, as we've just touched the bottom again and stopped. So I realize I'm in this. I don't think I'm in it too early. I mean, to take a 25-cent hit is well within the wheelhouse here of what we can expect. But I did want to get out of a little piece here because it is failing at the 65 a couple times. It did make its way back up there and then failed again. So it's just a matter of time, I feel like, before it breaks that bottom. The NASDAQ is not bound. Here it goes. It's going to break right now. The NASDAQ is not bouncing through that 11.2, so that's sort of the indication as well. If the NASDAQ doesn't want to look at that 11.2 as a positive sign, then I feel like it's probably worth getting out of that one. Shopify, we did get a 35 fill there, so far so good on this. I mean, 3 ins, 3 outs right there. It's obviously going to be a positive name for us, but that's going to be position pending because I'm not getting out of this until it breaks down through 27. So, I want to be here for these names, but there goes AMD. It looks like it's going to break in just a matter of seconds here, breaking through. I just should have gone short at 65. But again, I thought there could have been a rally possibly coming. So we did get out of our Apple as well at that 143, 143, was it? Yeah, 140. So I'm pretty happy with the Apple. Apple might be rallying right now, but AMD is not. So Apple down 4%. We could see a move upside here, right? I mean, it's not that Apple can't go. It's just, it's not, you know, what level are you going to play off of? I feel like if you're going to play off this 142.60, you're now way off of that. So, you know, pay attention to that. Let's see what happens here with Apple on the downside.
So it's worth mentioning, and only because I said I'd be looking at this for a bit of an indicator. There was a wick. So UVXY got to those highs from the last couple of sessions. Wick topped through that 13 and is now reversing. So like I keep saying, like you got some support in the NASDAQ. I see that top in UVXY. That's why I was looking for things to go long. On the offer of MU, it's about to give me another out in front of VWAP, but I got to make sure I'm paying out. Meta 135 is going to be on the bid. This has not had a bounce at all. So continuing to the downside, which puts, look, if we see these lows that we had in the pre-market on Meta, this 132, 133 area, I think that's going to be pretty interesting, but it's been only straight to the downside. I wouldn't want to be in that one too early. Going to slide back over to the 3 minutes, so bear with me. Micron bouncing again off these lows. I'll give it one more chance, as I said, to try to bounce here. Get into VWAP, take some out, make sure we're paying ourselves out. Was able to get up to 49.60 last time. I'm not sure it goes that high, so I'm getting bids in the 40s and 50s. This time I was able to grab 27, so a little bit closer to that low of the day. Better risk to reward than I had the first time through. But either way, this market wants to head to the downside. I just wanted some exposure for a bounce play. I'm seeing UVXY start to reverse.
All right, finally there. So AMD, like, it almost caught us out, man. Like, it did break 75, but, you know, we're not sitting at the exact low. But we were, I mean, without telling you the exact price, we were pennies away from getting out there of AMD, and we didn't, and it ripped back up. So you know what your boy's doing when that happens. We are getting out of some of this and not looking that gift horse in the mouth, because it has made its move back up to the upside. I just looking at Apple, man, and I don't know if it's simple math or whatever, but like that just made that move back to the upside, and AMD didn't. Like if I would have gone long on Apple instead of AMD, we would have already been in the money 30 or 40 pennies. So that's what's making me think now that AMD, the break is on, and it's probably coming back in right now on that name. So watch out here. This is not the right name to be long, but we're going to try to respect that bottom one more time on AMD, and then that will be it. We did relieve some pressure. We got out of about 30% when it went back up to the upside right there. But now we're going to try to hold for that bigger move or that punch out at the bottom. Apple's still nice, man. 143.40, good out for us on that one. Tesla's 273, so that one continues to bleed to the downside as well. As I'm looking,
they both bounced pretty nicely, though.
Yeah, I'm looking for some more opportunities, and I think the bounce plays right.
So a couple of things. XPeng 12, it got to 12.10, so that's pretty close. But NEO here, NEO's got a wick bottom through 16. It went to 15.96. Now the low is, you know, the higher low it just put in is 99s. I don't mind this. I mean, the risk to reward is going to be pretty solid if you're long at that 16 level. Remember Ford the other day? It broke down. I think it was it 12 or 13? One of those two levels. It got to like 96, and then you just went long when it regained the even, and then it got into VWAP. I'm thinking the same kind of thing. Remember, NEO's down 7.5%, so let's get this out of the way and not pretend that this is a strong stock. I'm out if it makes a fresh low. That's 96. So if I see a 95 print, I'm out of this thing trying to risk 5 or 6 cents. As we head to Brendan for our crypto update. Can't believe we haven't talked crypto yet.
Yeah, downside again today, guys. I'll show you the chart here coming up in a second, but some interesting headlines coming out of the UK over the beginning of this week. We talked about the weakness in the British pound versus the US dollar. A huge spike coming on that move in the pair of the British pound and Bitcoin. This is a chart showing the volume that was traded in the pair itself. Again, the British pound and BTC. So people choosing really to buy Bitcoin over what their now pounds are worth. Almost parity. Goes up to 846 million pounds going back to the beginning of the week versus about a 200 million average for that pair's trade. Again, the pound versus Bitcoin. Just shows you how big of a move that was in the pound to start the week. There's Bitcoin right now. Downside we go. Once again, back below 19,000, 18,800 coming into play for BTC. Here's the big board from Binance once again. 1.6% currently for Bitcoin, downside 2%, back below 1,300 for Ethereum. A bit of a mixed board otherwise, top to bottom here. Doge downside today. Polkadot downside today as well. Polygon even back in negative territory, guys. Back over to you.
Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, the short is definitely printing, and we will flush ourselves down the toilet because that AMD trade did not work out. But, again, you know, you got to have, and I said this yesterday, you got to have the ability to sort of say, you know what, I'm switching this up. You know, it did come all the way back up there. We did get some out, and then it just dipped back down, and we take that out at, the level was 69, so 64, 69. The minute that broke, we got out of dodge on that, but it is a downside move there for AMD, and a pretty nasty one, to be quite honest with you. So there it is, AMD continuing me down that 5.5%, making new lows. Every single tick down is a brand new low. The one name that we are, okay, I mean, this we can make our whole day back here, absolutely no problem, or that last AMD trade anyways back, if Starbucks wants to hold. So we're reloaded down here right now. We did get some good outs, man. We got some outs at 50, then it spiked back. There's actually 2 outs right there at 34, 35, and then now it came in right to 86. So if 86 holds, we'll be good to go. Or not, we dump it out, and then we left Starbucks for dead, basically, if it takes down 86. We don't want to be a piece of that if that does happen right now. But, yeah, the move is definitely downside today as the NASDAQ's down that 3.3%. And it's like I said yesterday, man, it's like you could celebrate all the up days you want, but there's no way I would have been buying any stock yesterday. If anything, that was a sell opportunity. And then now today, it's easy to say when you're down 3% today, but there was a lot of people talking about an oversold condition, including this guy yesterday, and today we do not talk about that at all, as I feel like the market is doing what it needs to do. We have multiple more rate hikes coming, and I don't see a clear path to success for a lot of these names. Earnings season's kicking off basically tonight. We have, tonight with Micron and Nike coming through as well. So
that's another one.
Let's wait to see. There it is. Yes, sir. We'll ring a little bit of a register here. Like I'm happy. I'm happy with the way today's going, and I'm glad to have Starbucks down here. We're loaded up a little bit here. If it rips, then that's great. But not super happy. I feel like that's a sad move today for anybody that was buying yesterday. I feel like that was such a trap. So hopefully today, just like today, I wouldn't sell at these bottoms, but I definitely wouldn't have bought at the tops yesterday. So let's wait to see Shopify and Starbucks, 2 longs on board for your boy.
It's a trap.
It is a trap. It was a trap. A lot of times these extreme moves, that's what happens. That's why you talk about capitulation bottoms, because I saw someone in the chat say, is this a capitulation bottom? You get those because everybody gives up and they just dump. And then once enough selling has happened, the buyers can actually step in there. I'm not reloading on Micron. I'll show you, like I'm now more aggressive trying to catch any bounces. It's held this bottom at least for now, but NIO, that was the shortest offensive of all time. I was in it, I had an average price of 98, and I was out when it broke 95, like that. Like a snap of a finger, like Thanos eliminating, whatever. You guys are nerds, you know what I'm talking about there. So nothing is holding up very well at this particular point. And I've gotten out of all my shorts, right? Like I got out of the Apple short. Tesla's right back at 270, I might be taking that break. We haven't had a break of XPeng just yet, of that 12 even. But when you get to a bottom like this, some of the things that I would look for, like look at the wick that you just saw in Tesla. Apple did the same thing just now. If you were to get a break of 270, a wick bottom, so when I say a wick bottom, I mean it breaks 270, doesn't really go more than 20, 30 cents or like that, and then immediately reclaims the level, that's the kind of thing that traps shorts. Like I was short the 80 break, I was short the 75 break. I feel like this one here at the bottom, that feels like a trap. I don't want to be short this if it breaks at 270. If anything, I want to be long if it does a fail break. Pure risk to reward at this point on Tesla. Apple, you're going to get the same candle in here, very, very aggressive candle, but not the same look. Like here it's almost like a rounded bottom, a consolidation, whereas Tesla is like screaming right back into that low, which is why I would favor, like the more panicked it looks at the bottom, the better I would like that failed breakdown trade to try and snag a quick long.
Oh, man. Mic is on. Good. The earpiece is back in. All right. So it doesn't look like Starbucks is going to hold this 86 level. So we do have that offer ready to go to get out of 86. It's funny because we put an offer in the 30s there. It only got as high as 26, which is, again, taking some of these pieces out as we notice the market moving around, right? I mean, that's part of trading, and that's what you got to do. If you're caught the wrong way, you don't have to be married to any positions. So that's the kind of logic that I'm trying to use here. And if the market continues to fail, then we just have to get out of all of that. It's too bad that we got out of, it's not too bad that we got out of Apple, because Apple did take that move back upside there. So I feel like that was a good out, but then when you look back, you say to yourself, why did I get out when I didn't even have a bottom test yet? So, we did make a couple wicks down there to that bottom. Again, this is probably a better long than Starbucks right now, but I'm just going to state it. I'm not going to go long on Apple, because as soon as Starbucks breaks, then there goes my other long. So I don't need the double whammy to happen. So it looks like Starbucks right now is at that 86 level. You're going to break that most likely. I just went over to a name that I thought was going to be strong. And if there was a rebound in the market, honestly, this has been working for me. I talked about what strategies have been working. Wow. And the important thing is, yeah, I know. You're saying wow about Tesla. I mean, this market, some of these names are getting dropped off pretty quick. I remember in the chat, there it is. So we will just get fried up a little bit there. On Starbucks. Not a big hit, but not a win either. So, some downside moves here today for sure in this nasty, nasty market. And unfortunately, the only thing I have is a long. We should be short a lot of names, but we're not. So we've already hit those shorts. We're out of them. It's 10:37, man. I mean, we've been trading pretty aggressively
Tesla.
for an hour right now. But you're pretty impressed with that Tesla move.
I was preparing myself for the long if the 270 break had failed. So I didn't want to be short at the bottom again. But it broke it clean, and then you're instantly like $1 in the money. So just like the other shorts every $5, it's been pretty gold. This is UVXY right now. You are essentially at those highs, that double top from the last couple of sessions. So maybe it's you punch through there, and it's we're going to take out these lows, and it's going to get even uglier. That's going to lead me to why am I not even a small bounce here? I should just be trying to get something out in Micron. Just get yourself paid something. But if we do reject that, there is still a chance. You could still have made a wick bottom on Tesla. But I want it holding above that 270 because that was a pretty violent move. I should have taken that breakdown and just taken every short until it stopped working. But I am looking for that little bit of a bounce play. I see UVXY at resistance, and the next scalp to me would be a scalp long into 273 as long as Tesla can try to hold up. I'm watching Apple as well. That's holding 143. So Apple's made a bit of a bottom. Tesla trying to make one as well.
All right. So again, we're reloaded. It didn't work on Starbucks. Let's see if it works here on Shopify. We did get a piece out there again. So we just got a 14 bid there. It was the low of the day on Shopify. I'm just playing it off that 27. I think the risk to reward is right there. We've already taken that out. So not that part out, but we took about 15% or so out of that trade. Let's see if that works. But there is a new position alert right now. And why do I keep doing this to myself? I feel like I'm falling back into my own trap here again by going long. Maybe not. Bang right there as we'll go WTF to you, Meta. A nice little 40-cent win there, or 30-cent win there on Meta as we get out at 95. Hey, man, maybe the run is coming right now. We got to break above that 11,200 on the NASDAQ.
Better be.
But we are ready. Is that Sector Watch it looks like over there? Let's go to Sector Watch with the man at the big desk. And what a fine desk that is.
It is a good desk.
Pretty ugly board to show everyone this morning, unfortunately. Very, very red right across the entire thing. This is the S&P 500 as it stands right now. KMX, I mentioned early on, KMX jumping off the board here. 21.5% downside. It was 13 in the pre-market after earnings missed. Everything else in negative territory as well as far as individual groups are concerned. It is tech that is leading right now. All three groups in the tech sector here. Downside, big time, software, semis, hardware, all of them. Not a single name in positive territory. This is the consumer discretionary name. Obviously, CarMax going to be in the retail group here. Not a single name in this entire sector in positive territory. There is one down here. I was trying to see what this was. Rollins Incorporated, apparently, in industrials, still holding on to a green day, but everything else not. Banks are red, healthcare red, materials, goes on and on and on here, guys. Not much in the way of positive news or sentiment, at least. Consumer staples, maybe some of the consumer staples names trying to get back to break even at this point, but 2.4 right now for the S&P.
Thank you, Brent. We'll do this one, man. Every time, you can count on Brendan. We go to a Brendan segment and you come back, and then what you want to happen usually happens. That's what it's all about. That's a complete fluke. That's not really true. But there was that wick bottom through 270. It was just more explosive on Tesla to the downside on that 270 break than I thought. but it did make the low. It got to 69. I waited till it got back above 70, hit the long. There was briefly an iceberg at 270. The 20-cent mark, and now you're headed back into this 73, 74 area, possibly VWAP. There was a big rejection of 273 earlier, so I'm looking for the same thing. If we reject 73s, then I want to get out of this trade. I'm not talking about this is the bottom, the market's heading up from here. This was just a wick bottom setup on a key breakdown. Like the 80 break was clean, the 75 break was clean, the 70 breakdown was a trap. Thankfully, we have the long here, but I want to make sure you pay yourself out on this because this market is trending downside. Make no bones about it. We're trending downside, but there are relief rallies to be had.
Hell yeah, there are relief rallies to be had right now. Look at Meta in the money now, 40 cents, and starting to go back through 136 right now. So a good little take there for me on Meta. Unfortunately, Starbucks came right back, but we did not have enough. You know what? I'm going to get some piece out here ahead of 36 again. I was waiting for 36.07 right there. We'll take a 98 or 97 right there as it blows through us. Again, another out for Meta as we bought the bottom there. Whether or not it's the bottom or not, I don't know. I mean, I was waiting for lower to test that bottom. And again, sometimes this is what's been hurting me a little bit, man, is like we're trying to stay as disciplined as we can. But honestly, it's like sometimes when you got to just go in for it, man. You're not always going to get that exact bottom, but we're going to get out of 40% now of our Meta trade and then just see, again, this is not the amount of shares that we want, so we're going to try to hold out for this 45 area. Coincides with that. So, you know, this top coinciding with the 50 period, we are going to get out of that one. So that's good, man. Let's wait to see what's going on here. There it goes. Let's go Meta right now. Hit the alarms for these trades, man. Shopify as well. Now 30s. Up to 30s, now a little bit in the money. Let's go. Give me that 32. Yes, sir. There it is. We get it. Let's go. Now we're starting to get going again. We're smoking one more time. So let's go to the upside here for this market. And your boy is long. Now 55 cents in the money on Meta. Let's go. We just touched that 40. Should have been sitting there, but was talking too much. Let's go get some out more on Meta.
And we're up to, looks like 143.5 on Apple. So this is going to go. Remember, Apple is a good litmus test for the overall market. I don't want to look at Netflix. Only stock out there, big tech name, that has held the lows. So we know exactly where support's going to be. It looks like it's not 238. It is 239 on Netflix. If we're going to go, Netflix can be one of those leaders. Apple's going to be in that bucket. I don't know if you talked about Microsoft just yet. It just load. There we go. Like the other big tech names, double bottom. You're now bouncing up. I do not believe that this is one of those we've made a low, we're going all the way to the upside. So if you're in these names and you haven't paid yourself out, like that Microsoft just gave you a buck. I'm looking at Tesla, which I'm in, not even, like it's checking up at 72, not 73. I don't want this rolling back in, and this is like the failed relief rally. So I'm going to be very, very tightly, I'm going to keep trailing this one, where I don't even think that necessarily I want any reloads at that 70 level. I don't want to be thinking about, you know, sort of averaging up, like buying more as it goes to the upside. All I'm thinking is 73, get out of Dodge. If I hold something all day to the long side, it might be Micron because it's held that low and it never broke it. So this is an unblemished bottom. The same thing that you see on Netflix, if you got it, it never broke that low. I'd go with it almost all day long. Outside of that, there's still some small caps out there moving. I will obligatory go back to Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, nothing burger, man. Like it dropped 20, maybe 25 cents. It's right back to where I got into it. This might have just been a waste of time, even on the earnings. Expected it to do something because I had the meme stock and the short interest. Nothing burger on Bed Bath & Beyond. Not a losing trade, but given what the market's doing, not where you want to be either.
Man, what was a name that I thought, you know, wasn't doing? First of all, let me check back in on Starbucks quickly here. Okay, so still at 86.10, that's fine. Did make a move back to the 20s, whatever. This is a name that I was sort of not expecting to come through today, and that's going to be Shopify right down there. So we just took a lot of profit on this name, man. I mean, we were sitting there defending, came in. We're just really in the money now because we got that bottom tick. So that's, you know, sometimes you got to get lucky, but if you're not sitting there, then you don't get the fill. And I apologize for the noise behind us now as the construction continues there on
It
that
ain't over.
green screen of death over
ain't
there.
over.
It ain't over yet, so we're still going on that. I'm going to hold the rest of Shopify in case we do get a break. No more outs for Shopify. You break down through 27, that's fine. Actually, I'm sitting at 35 because that's where that is, the 50 period. We'll take a 35 fill, then we'll hold the rest on good old Shopify right now. All right, other than that, I am looking to re-short AMD. Again, you know, it's been a nightmare for us. Not a nightmare, it's been a nightmare for AMD, sorry, not for us. We did try the long. We did dance with the long here at 65. We know that that didn't work. I think about just shorting now at 65. So if we do get a bump back up there, it's going to be tough to short. By the way, we just got our Shopify for 20 cents. We're going to try to hold the rest. You could get a relief rally, especially this is the first time here in the NASDAQ that we actually took down the 50 period in this whole move to the downside. So I feel like a stick above this 12 is good, right? That's 11,200 is what I'm referring to. So if we can hover, right now we're at 12,203 or so, but I'm really liking this level right there. So if we can break a little bit higher, then I feel like that's going to give us that take that we need. Let's go Shopify back up to the upside. Again, a real nice day for us today on all these calls. I just hope that you guys are taking them with us. Meta here again, look at this. I mean, Meta, we're in the money $1 right now. So, you know, that's turning out to be a good idea for 80 cents, for Meta. So that's turning out to be a good idea. Let's see if the AMD short at 65 can come through.
Oh, I love this. Look, Dan Emmons, I don't see anything wrong. I don't see nothing wrong. With a little bump and grind, but I don't see anything wrong with still being short. You just said here, still short the opening range on the NASDAQ. There is nothing wrong with that. This trend is unblemished, as I was saying earlier. Look, it's a clean downtrend. As a day trader, look, we're looking shorts. Like, so, you know, I shorted Tesla twice in here, and I'm only looking for the long because I think there's a bounce play. Like, you got into that low from earlier in the week, at the beginning of the week. You bounced off that 270. The market tried to make a bit of a bounce. I saw some resistance on UVXY as well. So I like the reverse play. It's set up to trap some shorts down there, but the trend is still downside. There's nothing wrong with that. You got your short. Maybe you paid yourself out. You hang on to it. We like to play these reverses because as a day trader, there's that opportunity. You can make multiple trades a day, but I get you, man. Hold on to it. It's still the money. It's still trending. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I respect it. I love it. This is the kind of market you want. What inside day, outside day, you're still able to get big moves. Volatility is king, and as a trader, you got to be here to take advantage of it. That's all.
Yeah, with only 12 minutes to go, and then we're going to throw it over. Thank you to Sharif again. He brought the chai tea again today, so thank you for that one. We're going to let that steep. What was that?
No, that's a lot of kiwi in there.
Oh yeah, I've ignored this. Actually, there's not. I think you might have just saw the only kiwi in there. So there is kiwi in here, and there is plum. But we'll hit a fruit salad. Seems like a fruit salad kind of day. Sit back, relax, have some fruit salad today. All right, Apple. Darn it, another opportunity to short right there, 143.60, it bouncing around the 50 period again, just like the NASDAQ is doing here. Apple is almost a dead ringer for the NASDAQ. You could see, if you're looking here, play these off of each other. This UUP that I've been watching downside really hasn't been anything special today, so I haven't really been able to indicate on that yet. So we'll wait. I like an Apple break above 143.65. But, I mean, it's probably a short against that 50 until that breaks. So let's just get ready for that here on Apple. If it does break higher, great. We'll probably go long if it comes back into this area, but the long in the middle here is definitely not a great trade. So I'm going to ease back on all of that and just watch our Meta came all the way back, not all the way back, but back enough here. So I think I'll take one more piece if Meta comes back up here. But, yeah, good day so far, Brendo. How's your day going?
Not bad. Tons going on here, guys. Noteworthy if you're trading Amazon today, a heads up. Senator Warren and some lawmakers asking the FTC to block this iRobot deal. Remember, they're trying to buy that Roomba company, iRobot. So apparently they're going to send a note to the FTC to ask them to not allow that to go through. Not really doing anything to IRBT, but a heads up on Amazon, guys.
That deal they're blocking?
Yeah, I saw rumors about that a couple weeks ago, honestly.
Yeah?
I did see that there was some issues with it, but I don't know what there are. Like what, Amazon can't control the robotic vacuum market as well? I mean, come on. That seems to be reasonable.
I understand and respect antitrust law. You know what?
I mean,
nah.
whatever. There has to be a reason.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Whatever
Yeah,
it is, it is.
I don't know.
All right, just quickly here with only 10 minutes to go, we are going to have Money Talks coming up soon, but a good story there for Amazon. I will look at that in a minute. Love trading Amazon, but here comes a nice little upside move again, and I think we got to get something out on Meta. That just topped out right there again. We did get a piece out in the 30s, or sorry, 27 or 28 there, but let's take a piece out right here, 58 now. So if we get back into 58 for Meta, I'm going to put the offer out right now for that Meta, and maybe it's not at 58, maybe it's at 55 right there. So let's see if it goes back up to the upside. I like that trade, and that's it. There it is right there. Yes, sir. Bang, right there. We get it on that one. Meta trying to make a green move here. Nice little backside trade there for Meta. Again, look at that bottom, man. This is what we're doing, trying to pick them out. We found one with Meta. Meta's still real weak, though, man, down 3.7%, but there are bullish moves hidden in here somewhere. We just got to find them. Peloton, 52-week lows. I told you when they released that stupid, I don't want to say stupid treadmill. I have no idea if it's good or not. But like when they released that rowing machine, when they released that rowing machine, I was like, this is just another reason for this stock to get hammered to the downside, because then they're going to report that they have no rowing machine sales. So there it is, a nice little, nice little move to the downside there. Now making brand new 52-week and all-time lows now today for Peloton as Dick's pulled out of Peloton. What's up, Brendo?
Yo.
Let's talk about some currencies, guys. Big move back once again to the upside for the British pound. 3 days, count them in a row, after the Bank of England steps in to prop up the pound. Here we go, all the way back to 110 and change right now. So 1, 2, 3 days back to the upside after all-time lows going back to the beginning of the week. We are seeing a little bit of a rebound here in the US dollar, back towards 113 today after a pretty epic fall yesterday as well. Euro is higher, pound is higher. Canadian dollar lagging ever so lightly here today. There was a note out this morning on our country's economy that wasn't as expected. So 0.75 to the downside for the CAD. Once again, we're at 72.9 versus the US dollar, back to multi-month lows or thereabouts for the CAD. Australia and New Zealand both downside as well, almost a full percent at one point today. Russia on an uptick again, 0.23 back to 1.7 cents. And yeah, all the crypto still in the red, guys. But the pound rallying, the dollar rallying, that means stocks are not typically. Back to you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And you guys missed it. I had to dap it up because I was searching for a good pun. You got it there, Sean. On you know what sporting goods. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer. We were talking about Oxy yesterday. Look, man, all I was sort of saying was the support in Oxy. I didn't know Warren's going to be buying more shares. Let's be real. I mean, what is he on, like 20-something percent of the company now?
He didn't phone you?
Oh, he doesn't let me know what's going on.
Okay.
That would be free money if he would. Give me a call, Uncle Warren. But it was just about the support levels. That's all it's about. I got out of Tesla. I want to make sure I take the profit and run there. However, I said Micron would be the one I wanted to hold. I think it's got room to 50 if it can get there. Remember, they report tonight, so you get out of Dodge probably before the afternoon does hit, but I want this to get back into 50. Meta's going. It's a great one in there. Only got 5 minutes to go, so this one is, this morning has gone rather quickly. I was tired as all hell, and now the energy is sort of coming back into me. Probably the coffee from Randy had to help. Look what is taking out, sorry, I shouldn't jinx it. Look what's trying to take out yesterday's high. Netflix. Super strong Netflix, man. Now you cannot stand in front of this one today unless it gets to 250.
Yo, Playmaker, man, Bulls versus Bears ain't putting this guy in timeout. That's for damn sure. Shout out to Bulls versus Bears. Great job on that one. But, look, funny stuff is allowed. Hopefully that wasn't funny enough for you guys on that comment there. But, okay, let's just regroup here. Look at Meta, man. You want to talk about it? Thanks for the credit in the chat, man. This was a great trade for Meta. Honestly, 135.50, that bottom right there, I hit it so many times. It's just retraced back up to VWAP. I feel like I want to get out of this name here. It's been a nice move to the upside, and if it keeps on climbing, fine. But, maybe we can get to 138, 138.50. We're going to look at that one. Shopify, again, let's go on that one. Throw some money down on Shopify today as that's been bottom picked a little bit. And then just, here comes hopefully the pain on Apple. Let's see if it can go back up to the upside now. So reverse pain, 143.50 break. There you go. We're long now on Apple. take that out, 143.50. Let's see if the market wants to rally. We're now above the 50 period here on the market. So let's see if Apple has a little bit more leg to it as it's trying to get back to the upside. We're long at 151. I mean, this is going to sound stupid, but if we take 10 cents on it, it's not a horrible trade, at least to get out of 10%. So we'll try to do that, pay ourselves a little bit as Apple's been in the doghouse all day today. Let's see if it, come on, get it into the 60s so we can get some of this out and watch to see what happens moving forward as my eyes just glued to my level 2 here. But what's glued to the big screen I see is earnings. So let's go over. There we go. We got a 59 on Apple. Let's see if there's any important names to report tonight or tomorrow morning.
Maybe one or maybe two specifically. Here is what is to come, guys, for tomorrow.
Yeah, like, okay, so we've been talking about, we probably said Micron too many times without talking about Nike because, quite frankly, Nike's going to matter a heck of a lot for all these retailers out there because they're a good litmus test for how the consumer is going to be doing. They already broke that 100 level, so I think it goes without saying, regardless of what the move is, if we're below 100, then that's good resistance. If we have a good report and we gap above 100, I like 100 as support, man. And it's not just that it's a round number. Look how it's behaved around the price. It's rejected it. It broke through, and it was a clean move down. It rejected it yesterday, trying to get through 99. So, I mean, it's an obvious line in the sand. Sometimes don't get too complicated about it. It's also a Friday. So 100, obviously, an option eligible strike. So every reason to be appreciating Nike or watching Nike on those earnings. But yes, Micron, if they have, look, after the expectations have been so low, if Micron can blow it out, which you keep dragging the expectations down, you have a better chance you could do that. If it can do so, then you can drag these chip names to the upside. And speaking of that, yes, I am back into the short in Intel because A, it's Intel, and B, it just got to VWAP. So I said I would wait to VWAP to get Intel. This is where I had it last time. I want to be in front of that 2650. So here I am shorting Intel, waiting for it to get close to it at least. I got my 40, whatever. It's at 42. I actually took 41s, so I didn't take 42 this time, but I love that number. If it breaks 50, I'm out of Intel.
Oh, man, we're getting real close to getting out of more and more. I mean, Meta, for some reason, just continues to go, man. So I feel like a 138, we may get that. I'm just going to put an offer there. If it comes in, and we're going to get out of Meta. Like, I don't understand why it's so strong off the bottom here. And I have Apple, which really is just struggling to the downside. So if we take down this 20 level right here on Apple, then I feel like that's probably worth getting out. I mean, it looks like that bottom is actually 12 or 13 there for Apple. Can we afford to do that? 20, yeah, we could do that. Let's change our offer right now to get out of Apple. We're going to get out a little bit lower on this name. I was going to get out at 20, but now that I'm seeing that that is basically 10, let's average in a little bit more down here at 20 or so, and then get out at 10. So 140, and again, you know, we were short early on this name, and it's just right now I'm trying to think about catching along, obviously, as you guys are hearing me talk through this position, but there is no long. I mean, the long here in Apple, it's down 4.5%. It's way shorter than the market today, relatively weak. So this is not the right name to be in, and I'm in it. So if this takes down a little bit lower, we are going to get out of Apple very soon. So even now that I just see that bounce back up like that, I don't know, man. I mean, any bounce up, Apple's not going. Like you know, Shopify, Meta, all these names are way aggressive, and Amazon, and Apple's just sitting here at the bottom. So yeah, Netflix probably the right name to trade. Maybe Tesla, Neo. But it doesn't look like Apple's going to be the one to chase that long for. I mean, the market isn't that bad right now, and Apple is like just got down a few, like four or five red candles in a row there. So yeah, they're selling Apple. Looks like it wants to test that 143 again. So not a great bottom here for Apple. It doesn't seem like there is one.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing. I mean, like, I just got back into Intel after waiting. I mean, my last trade was at 10 o'clock, and I just got back into it, and it's already rejecting VWAP heading back in. It's 11, baby. It's been a fun one. You know, shout out to, like I said, I'm going to keep shouting out Aaron Judge as many times as I can because the guy is absolutely amazing. I just give him the MVP. I was on Team Ohtani because I'm just, as a purist, what he does is spectacular. But give the man the MVP, what he's able to do here. Congratulations, Aaron Judge. Let's go get him. Trader Prad is locked and loaded. He has one less juice than he had every day this week. He's got 2 of them. That's a lot of juice you're drinking, buddy. Drink some more water. And Sharif, go get him, boys. Why is it still there then?
Because I don't finish it sometimes. This is the bottle from yesterday. Always judging, always judging. But, you know, we're here to talk about the markets, baby. We're here to put some damage onto the markets like we always do.
Yes, sir.
It's time for the Midday Market Movers Mayhem with your boy Trader Prad and your other boy Trader Sharif's in the house.
Yes, sir. Good day, guys. You know, obviously it's more of a big cap day today than it is for these small cappers, but that doesn't mean there aren't a few to trade. I just got out of my position here on SNTI, a couple of good scalps on the way up. So SNTI moving, ADTX moving. Earlier there was MOTS, but that's kind of since pulled back. ABOS is also above VWAP and ready to trade. So great day. And I want to shout out to the Playmaker. I want to give a major shout out to the Playmaker. Got your package. We haven't opened it. It's here. We're going to open it live on the show, and I couldn't appreciate you more, brother. So definitely want to shout out to Playmaker right off the bat like that. And yeah.
Let's get it open, bud.
Yeah, we're going to open it now?
Let's get it open. Let's see what it is. Let's start off the show with a nice opening of the packages.
So here it is, guys. The package that came in yesterday. I was going to open it live yesterday on the show, but we couldn't find Playmaker in the chat. I'm assuming because of the
Hurricane Ian.
Hurricane Ian.
Glad
down
you're
in Florida.
safe, by the way.
Yeah,
and anyone in Florida who's
Yeah.
affected by a power off. What do you mean?
I know,
I'm gonna need the headphone back. But for anyone who's in Florida affected by Hurricane Ian, we pray for your safety, for your families
No
also.
question.
And I'm very happy for anyone who's able to show up. Playmaker, we're glad that you're able to show up. It looks bad, my friend. But yeah, let's get this package open. I'm gonna try connect these headphones back to my computer real quick.
Yeah, Playmaker. You spelled my name right. The address came right. Everything was perfect. So I saw that in the chat. So I just wanted to shout out Playmaker. And as I open this, is this a CD Lamb jersey? This is 88, man. He sent me a CD Lamb jersey.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Yes, Playmaker. Yo, this is not cheap, man.
Let's go.
With Sharif. Yes. It says Sharif on the back, but it's 88, right?
Let's
so
go.
CD Lamb jersey. That is sick. Oh my
You better
goodness.
put that on right now, man. Just
Hey
put that on
man,
right now.
hey man. I will. Anybody knows I love the Cowboys, man. I'm blushing right now. Honestly, that is really nice of you. I really do appreciate that, Playmaker. I'm gonna put that on. Once we send it to Brendo, I'll take the opportunity to put that on, and I'll put it on for the rest of the show. I do so much appreciate that. My face is turning red,
Let's
man.
go,
I don't even
baby.
get presents
That's
like
what
that
I'm
from my
talking about.
family.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, I've had money on CD Lamb once and it didn't work out, but I do appreciate the jester or
Yes.
not jester, yeah, the jersey for my boy Sharif over there. Let's go. I want to show a couple stocks that I've been trading, but you're in SNTI right now. You want to talk about SNTI real quick?
Yeah, I got out of it. Yeah, I scalped a little bit. Entry was here right at 217 and change, I think 217 and a half. Scalped out 221 and then 223, and then it pulled back. So I got out of it at 216 for a 1 cent loss on the other one. I had about a little bit less than half the position on SNTI. The reason I scalped out so quickly is because I was holding big size, and it just kind of extended on the day, almost up 60%, you know. Minus a few percentage points here, but I see good things for this one, continuing to make higher highs and higher lows, Prad.
Yes, sir. So I want to show you a couple of my trades today. SNTI, I had the $1.90 entry, got stopped out. I had the $2 breakout, got stopped out. I said forget this position, but overall I was in the right direction, right idea of the trade. Just didn't trade it properly. I'm going to showcase you my negative stocks on the day because I have very few of them today, right? SNTI. The second negative stock on the board will be Coinbase. Coinbase, I had the short over here at 63. I took a profit about $1, but then the rest of the shares came back to 63. I got stopped out, and that stock ended up being a little bit of a negative trade. Only by, I'll even say, only down $5 on it. Same with SNTI. Not worried about it at all. But here's AMD, another losing trade, but still on the right direction. I tried to take the $65 break, did not have the appropriate stop for it, got stopped out, whatever. But here comes the banger wins today that I got to showcase trace for you guys. Li Auto, baby, $1 in the money. Got in short around pre-market ranges. Had the opportunity to ride all the way to the downside, even add on the downside candle on Li Auto and taking profits all the way down. Same with Apple. Apple shorts too. First time I try Apple shorts, I got stopped out. But the second time, I got back in around the same area. I added on the break of 145 and riding it all the way down to 142 on Apple. Even NVIDIA shorts. Sadly, NVIDIA, I jumped out of this one a little bit too early. I could have held it all the way to 120 or so, but I jumped out of this one. I got in once on the break of 124. I saw how 124 was just running away. The bids did not want to even come and test 124 for support. So I added on the break around 123.70 and just multiple profits to the downside on NVIDIA. Even STX.NQ. STX.NQ now pushing a little bit lower. Still have some size on this bad boy. Have some size on GM also. GM was $1 per share winner at one point. And same with C.NY. Today has just been a banger day for the shorts, baby. And this market sadly down 2% for the S&P 500. NASDAQ down 3% at the moment, but trying to recover a little bit, head back to the VWAP. So the bottom seemed to be put into the market for the current time being. But I've already made 2x my shutdown today. I'm having a killer day. I'm going to let my shares ride on till the rest of the day and see what type of positions, new positions, maybe we can look to trade going forward.
I just got a shudder down my spine. That's because ATXI just showed up on my scanner, and that reminded me about the slapping that I took a couple of days ago from ATXI. I think I was like 1 for 6 on this stock. It was just absolutely brutal that day. So now it's starting to make a move. It just reclaimed VWAP here, bouncing off that open price of 645. It looks like we topped out at 780 here, currently trading a little bit below 7.5 at 746. So this one looks like it's back in play, but if history is any indicator, I don't know how to trade this stock. So I may stay away from it. Yeah, I'll keep it on the side screen because it is trending, right? BBAI is going to get taken out here. I'm going to put ATXI instead. Now, what else is showing up on my scanner? Let's actually bring it down. Let's bring it down so you guys can follow along with it here. Okay, that in case anybody heard what was going on there, Brendo is like just losing his. That's Brenkles, one of the floor managers. He's yelling all sorts of stuff. He's excited. Good for him.
He just pulled what's that thing called? The Wolf of Wall Street speech. I'm never selling. I'm holding it. That's what he was pulling over there.
Love it. You gotta love that that encouragement and that enthusiasm, guys. MNMD. MNMD is moving. Okay, so it is like number 4 on my scanner here. Done 3 million shares on the day. It's done 100,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's the kind of volume I want to see in a small capper. Now, what is MNMD? Mind Medicine. Oh, MindMed. Okay, we know. Is a Canada-based clinical stage biopharmaceutical company.
Kevin O'Leary company.
Kevin O'Leary? Yeah,
actually, he jumped out a long time ago, right?
Okay,
yeah,
so
he jumped out a long time
O'Leary's out of this one in case anybody's wondering, but it is still, you know, it's functioning as a company, and it's up quite a bit today. It's up 13.25%. So MNMD, gonna go on my list here. Just a matter of what I'm gonna replace. Instead of it, ABOS, not doing much here. I'll put MNMD on this one. Let's move the scanner out of the way so we can talk quickly about ADTX. I've got a dip trade here set up on ADTX for $3.76. I want to take it right above that 3.25. The reason I'm not taking it off VWAP is because it hasn't respected that VWAP level on like 4 different occasions. There's one right here where it broke through VWAP, then broke below it. Again, right here, reclaimed VWAP, broke right through it. And then here, it actually made high of day, but ended up going and breaking through VWAP. Even that 50 period is seldomly respected by the stock. So I'm thinking, okay, you know, I'll get in at 3.25. It's a little bit below VWAP here, so it can break VWAP and then move back up. That's my idea. But the fact of the matter is it's up 25% on the day, and it's making higher highs and higher lows. Look at this trend line. We could draw a trend line easily here. You could see that it is making higher lows. That's important. And so I'm looking for a dip trade to take this one into 4, Prad.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at CarMax at the moment. CarMax today came out with the negative earnings, sadly. They missed out on their earnings board. Let me just read out word to word over here. CarMax slumped 12.1% pre-market. Auto retailer missed estimates on both top and bottom lines for its latest quarter. CarMax CarMax said affordability challenges led to a sharp drop in sales for the final month of the quarter. So struggling over there, also lower demand. PCE came out today and it looked like it was a bad number.
Yeah, missed. So,
right? So they missed on
I'll give them to you.
PCE. Just a quick little thing about PCE. It's price.
It's a purchaser's consumption expenditures. Personal consumption expenditures.
Personal
PCE.
consumption expenditure,
That
basically.
was the forecast, and that was the actual.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So basically saying that prices are going up for personal consumption in terms of like maybe toothpaste or food
Anything,
or whatever it is. Prices going up, cost of living going up. So generally, economy going up. Even Apple kind of mentioned that things were slowing down in terms of demand and so on, and hence they had to cut down the production that they previously thought they had to ramp up. So CarMax expressing the same kind of thing in their own report. Sadly, down 12% in pre-market. I tried to look for some short opportunities. I'll be honest, but the spread was so bad off the open itself. Even with the volume the stock was bringing in off the open, the spread was absolutely horrible. And the stock was on SSR. SSR means short sale restriction. Anytime a stock is down 10% or more, it makes it harder for you to short. You cannot take out the liquidity from the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher in order for you to get your fills on the short. So based on all those factors combined, I just couldn't find the right way to get into a short and give the right risk to reward. Even the $68 area, I was looking for the $68 break, but the spread opened up to 50 cents that if I got into the short, I would have to give it above 68.50 to actually put a stop there because it could easily jump up and stop me out. So I didn't want to do that. I stayed away from it. I might have made a mistake by staying away from that trade, but this time around, as we're going into lower volume periods, you can expect the spread to lower itself too, the spread to tighten itself, not much volume going on, not much volatile moves in there to present anyways. So I think a short around 68, if it does pull back to 68, will be something to think about. So I'm just going to throw an order right now at 60. What's the high of this range? The high of this range is 68.40. See, what did I tell you? If I took the 68 break, I would have to give it up to 68.50, and the high of this range is 68.40. So based off of that, we're going to throw an order at 68.30. We're going to see if they want to pull back a little bit, give us some fills, as the S&P 500 pulled back to VWAP just now, not too long ago, pulling back to VWAP, now only down 1.9% on the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ did not really pull back to VWAP yet, but still down 2.8% on the day.
Yeah, great call on that, Brad. Wayne the Brain just reminded me that the PCE figure is actually the preferred measure for inflation by the Fed. So while, a lot of people focus on CPI as the main thing, and, that's what gets a lot of the attention, and especially in the media, and it's the one that we've been using for years. It's the PCE that's actually preferred by the Fed. So to me, that rings important because today you see we had three actually figures that came out today that really shot the market to the downside. You had GDP, which came in flat. You had the jobs number, which came in, I think, colder than expected, which is actually bullish. And then you had the PCE. And in addition to that, you had an inflationary GDP number, which I didn't really understand. It was one of the first times I've ever looked at it. Yeah, United States Gross Domestic Product Price Index, quarter over quarter. So here's what it's defined as. The GDP Price Index measures the annualized change in the price of all goods and services included in the gross domestic product. It is the broadest inflationary indicator. I guess that's not really that, I don't want to say important because it probably is important, but the fact that it's the broadest of the bunch, it's kind of, less specific. A higher than expected reading should be taken as positive bullish for the US dollar, while a lower than expected reading should be taken as negative bearish for the US dollar. So that's with respect to the US dollar. So not really sure how that applies to equities. Usually when it's a stronger dollar, it's weaker equities and vice versa. That's been my experience anyway. ADTX here now, going back to the stock at hand that I've been trading. I put my dip trade in, but it looks like it's going to go without me. Dipped a little bit below VWAP here, but only by a penny or so. Didn't actually make it down all the way to 376. Looks like we might break these recent highs here of around 393. I want to see how it acts around 395 and if it reclaim 4 with any vigor. It's really got to break through that 4 I don't want to see it break through 4 by a couple of pennies and retrace back down to 380 at VWAP. That's kind of been what's happening lately with these small cappers. When you break through that whole dollar level, we'll always see an aggressive retracement down. But we'll keep watching this one for a possible long, but I definitely like the way it's setting up. SNTI kind of pulling back a little bit, which is fine. Let's see if we can get a 5-minute setup on this. So here's the 5-minute chart on SNTI. What I'm looking for here is the first 5-minute candle, first green 5-minute candle to make a new high. So this one made a new high. So but it's red. So this one looks like it could be a bull trap, right? Or a false breakout. So that's why I'm waiting for it to close. And we've got another 4 minutes for this candle to close. So let's not take the fact that it broke higher than this green candle as the indicator. No, it needs to close, and then we need to form a new candle for it to be valid. That's just the way I see it. So SNTI and ADTX, the top watchers on my list. Let's keep looking here to see what is up. LABD is that ETF. I think it's the inverse ETF for the biotech sector. And the reason I talk about it, I know, right? Remember, I didn't know my ETFs. Now I'm on the show, I'm learning them. Here's why I like it. It was an aggressive move up on the day. It looks like we started the day off here at 23.25 and we went up to 25.5. Since retraced back into that VWAP area at 24.5, but it was a decided bounce off VWAP. So I did miss out on that. I would have definitely liked to have that bounce off VWAP. If you watch the show, you know I like to take those type of trades. But here, if we can reclaim this 25 level, maybe that 25.10 level, and start making new highs, I'm definitely interested in it. It also has a lot to do with the market. So if the market's trending down, this is going to be trending up. It's the inverse, right? 3 times inverse. So this is going to be very market dependent as well. The other ones, the MNMD, kind of volume's dropping off a little bit. It's not really giving me the confidence to take a long here. It looks like it's pulling back into that 50 period. Lastly, before I send it back to Prad, this wasn't even on my radar until one of the traders in the back, Cal, pointed this out to me. When he pointed it out to me, it was actually flat on the day. But that's actually saying something, seeing as how every other stock was red. Oxy was flat on the day. So I'm liking Oxy for a long here. It looks like we're currently at high of day, 62.48's high of day. We're currently trading at 62.40. So we're really close to high of days, but it's going to have to set up because the volume's dropping off a little bit on this one. So it's going to have to be an appropriate setup for us to get into, not just punch long, Prad.
Yeah, Oxy actually has the catalyst behind it that Berkshire Hathaway is now up to 20%, or they got another 20%. Let me just go verify what the catalyst is. I believe it was on, it's right here. There we go. Buy 5.99 million. So why didn't you just buy another 0.11 to just make it switch, But anyways,
must have some significance.
Bought another 5.99 million shares of Oxy this week, and now that.
What's he up to in percentage?
Yeah,
21?
so that raises Berkshire's stake up to 20.9. So yeah, almost 21% off of there. Occidental added 1% in pre-market. So yeah, that was basically the catalyst behind it. I'm looking at Palantir. Palantir at a pretty great reversal move off of the opening drive south side today. Still up positive on Palantir, even though the markets are bleeding. Palantir up 2.7% here. And I'm just trying to take a short around this range high. If you notice, this range high is $8.17. Let's just call it $8.20. I'm just trying to take a short in front of $8.20 and see if that trade will work out for us. And kind of the same thing on Ford. Ford 1160 seems to be somewhat of a barrier. The stock can't get over 1160, so I'm sure 1159. No, I'm sure 1158. So that would put me 2 pennies in the money. I'm risking 2 pennies. I'm 2 pennies in the money. I'm not really looking to take profits. If I see 4 pennies in the money, then I'll look to start taking profits, because for the size that I have, 4 pennies is kind of decent profit.
Yeah, not bad at all. I just got long ADTX there. I'm long at 402. I got in a little bit late. What I do like so far, and I kind of don't want to say it out loud so I don't jinx it, is that it hasn't flushed right back down below 4 after breaking through 4. But, that's still a possibility. It could still do that. I'm looking to start scalping some out through that 408 break. It's a quarter position of what I would take. In fact, actually, I'm not going to scalp. I'm going to hold this one. I'm going to actually add to it, because it's not going to, even if it goes back down, it's not going to really hurt me that much. There we go. We're going to add to this one here. We'll add another quarter position at that 410 level. We got filled. So now we've added, so now we have a half position. So now we're start scalping. We're looking for that break of 415 to start scalping out of this one. Hopefully it holds 4. We definitely need it to hold 4 here, but it does look good. Volume's coming in quite aggressive, and that was a really decided move through the high of day here. So nice move on ADTX. Let's just hope we don't get slapped in the face on this one like ATXI. Let's go ahead and put our stop on this one, which will be that 394 area. So we'll go ahead and put $3.94 and 94 cents, $3.
You got it right?
92 cents. Nice. There we go.
So I like how you got an XXL
we're gonna
too, because you knew it wouldn't fit.
We're gonna put these guys are talking about the jersey that Playmaker got me. I'm so pumped about that. I can't wait to put it on. Sorry to digress here, guys. Okay, making a move back into 4. We'll talk more about ADTX when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with Social Sentiment.
Hey guys, here we go. Yeah, an updated board to show you here. A lot more red coming back into play once again this morning, unfortunately. This was mostly green in the pre-market, and then we got that number. Back to the downside we go for both the markets here. SPY negative, Qs negative, obviously. What's happening with these two as well? Tesla, Apple, both downside. AMC downside in a big way. Look at APE though. APE still holding up on the green side. AVCT, ADTX both holding up green as well. Palantir with a new government contract. Yet another new government contract today, green on this board as well. But everything else, as you can see, very, very negative once again. If you're seeing this for the first time, guys, red, green, obviously very self-explanatory. Positive or negative sentiment coming through on social media boards, along with the size of these just representing how frequent we're seeing people mentioning the individual stocks. So in this case, the SPY, the overall market, the big story once again today, guys. Back over to you.
Let's go, baby. That forward short is actually working out pretty well as the market pulls back from VWAP. It tickles 36.66, exactly what I just threw out a number, 36.66. Maybe the market pulls back to that. Happens to be only a couple shorts shy of VWAP. Market tickles that number, pulls back to the south side. NASDAQ is also pulling back to the south side. Do we manage to go all the way back to the lower day and then maybe break lower day? Do we go see 3,600 today? If the market sees 3,600 today, I'll be pretty surprised. And if we break 3,600 today, that would be a monster move, honestly. But tomorrow is setting up to maybe be Free Fall Friday on the break of 3,600.
I wouldn't mind that.
You know, on the break. But I'm running out of red shirts, man. Like, I'm running out of red shirts. Like, what am I supposed to think? I got to go hit up a store and buy more red shirts at this point. But yeah, the forward short at least is working out. We were 4 pennies in the money, but it just pulled back a 2 penny back over here. But we're not worried. We got our stops out. We're just going to let the positions move around. Palantir trying to squeeze us slightly too on the high day move over here towards that $8.20 level that I was talking about earlier. UVXY, which is your volatility ETF, around $13. I think that's the high day. No, it's not the high day. High day of UVXY is 13.17. So still a little bit of a room on UVXY to go up if it wants to, which will obviously mean the market needs to pull back a little bit more. Shorts are the direction today, sadly. If you are holding any shorts, congratulations. And if you did time any bottoms, also congratulations. That would have I was trying to time the tops yesterday, and that was painful. So trying to time anything is pretty hard. Today, just following the trend helped me out a little bit. I should do that a lot more, honestly. Couple positions that I'm looking at. CarMax still getting pushed down to the south side. Did not give me my fill at 68, and I don't think I want to chase this position at 66 break. It's that time of the day where breakouts are not really the type of strategy that you want to look for. There's no follow through behind position. So on the 66 break here, it might work, it might not work. I'm not trying to put my risk over there to see if I can get a Rari. I think the risk that I should have put on KMX was around 68 that I missed out my opportunity at.
Yes, sir. ADTX, we're still waiting for our profit taker to get triggered here, which is at that 415. It flirted with that level, you know, a couple pennies below. 412 is, I think, the high of day currently. Let me just double check that. ADTX, yes, 412 is the high of day, currently pulling back into that 404, 403 area. We got long right at that 4, and then again at that 410. So, you know, we're a couple pennies out of the money technically because of our average in on the top. I've got my stop out on this one at the 390, 391. So I'm giving it some room. The reason I'm giving it to that level is because of this resistance area here, which should act as support on the way down. But, you know, there's no hard and fast rules with these small cappers. So we'll see. I think I like what I'm seeing. I like the volume that's coming in. I like the breakout of the flat top here. I like the fact that it didn't flush right down below 4 once it broke through 4, like as has been the case with many of these small cappers in the last couple of weeks. So ADTX still definitely on my watch, but I want to look at the chart for NEO for the individual by the name of Renata Haddad. So let's go here and have a look at NEO. Clearly NEO's down 8.5% on the day, so there's not much to report in terms of an intraday chart. It's been moving down with basically the entire EV sector here, and as well, I want to say the Chinese ADRs are all red too today on my at least on my watch list. So let's have a look at the daily for NEO, and I know that won't be better. It's going to crash on me as is normal, so I'm going to have to wait. Okay, Pradley, can you take over while I fix this crash?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry. Just looking at the chat at the moment. Neil Roberts equals Tupac. Okay, Neil, you're getting a little shout out over there based off of your raps and whatnot. I'm not sure what he thinks about it. Neil Pac. I think we'll call him Neil Pac from here on out. Giga Pratt, oh baby, let's go. Giga Pratt all day, every day. Dishing out positive energy, yes sir. Always positive energy in the chat. We love it, appreciate it. You can also spread that positive energy by smashing that like button right under the video, baby. Smash that like button. Let's see what we're at today. I want to check what the count was before coming on here. We're not even at 2K, guys. Come on, we usually have like 7 to 8K people watching in the morning. I think we can at least get it up to 2K. So let's get that number elevated a little bit. Smash that like, smash that subscribe, and for everyone who is a member already, thank you for being a member of the Trader TV Live family. We're watching UVXY pull back from the $13 level, and the S&P 500 market and the NASDAQ market create maybe a higher low at the moment. So the market looks like it might have just found a bottom for the intraday today. I mean, already down 2% and 3% for both of these markets. How much further can you really expect, right? If it goes any much further and goes into that negative 5%, negative 7% markers, the whole market goes into a halt. So I don't think we're going to go do that numbers today. But I also said something similar. I said yesterday, 0% chance Apple hits 150. And where did Apple go to, Sean? That's right, fail. Let's just smash that fail. I said 0% chance this POS goes to 150, and it actually manages to go to 150, breaks 150. I'm sitting there on the bus ride going, wow, what a crazy move on Apple. And actually managed to close somewhere close to 150. Another wow moment yesterday was Google actually closing above 100. Google actually closed above 100 yesterday, and that was insane. So the markets had a pretty sick rally in them going into close, but sadly, the rallies all got canceled today with the market moves going down. Apple breaking that 145 level that it didn't break yesterday. We actually have a trader coming on at 12:45. Who's going to talk about the Apple trade 145 yesterday and the Apple trade today. You guys have met him before. You guys have fallen in love with him, and he's going to come back on. So stay tuned for 12:45. The guest trader of the floor today coming on. I want to quickly go to Ford before I send it back to your boy Sharif. Ford at the moment, 5 pennies in the money. So time to take some profits. That's yesterday's chart. Here we go. Money. 5 pennies in the money. Time to take 1/10 of my lot side out.
All right, and looking at the daily chart here on NEO, sorry about that technical difficulty. Obviously, we're looking at a chart that's very depressed. You don't got to be a genius to see that. Look at this. We were at January 2021 and February 2021 was like the golden age for NEO. Looks like we hit that 65. I think actually we hit even above that. We went up to 67 or so. Obviously, it has been a completely different story since then, especially since the inflation talk started coming in of November of last year. It's kind of been a downward spiral. Look at that. So we were at that 43 back then. Then it just kind of plummeted down within a couple of days to 31. So what I'm seeing here is that we're below the 200 period. We're below it by quite a bit. So in terms of a trend change, there's no trend change. But we are off the lows. So we were at lower lows back in, I don't even want to say June, actually, it was before that. So the June lows kind of came early for NEO here. It looks like we bottomed out that 1171 during June lows, and then again, actually before that, March, we were down at that $13 level. So we're definitely off the lows here, but it's a tricky one with this one. I read a piece of information today that a new EV maker that just got listed on the Hang Seng called Leap Motors kind of flopped in its IPO. So it didn't do well. What that has to do with NIO is that it's a Chinese EV, and it doesn't seem to be a great market for Chinese EVs at the moment in terms of the stock market. I'm not talking about actual
that
sales.
went public yesterday.
Leap Motor, you heard about
The
it?
one that yesterday?
Mhm.
Yeah,
on the Hang Seng in Hong Kong. XPEV, let's bring down the EV watch list here so you can follow along. Look at this, guys. Even BYD is not doing well. Even BYD is down almost 6.75% on the day. You know, Tesla's down 5.25%. So that gives you an idea. XPEV down almost 10%, 9.33, almost 9.5 now. Lucid down 6.5. NIO's down 8.5. How about Lee? Prad had an epic short on Lee. He kind of put that in the chat group, and we all gave him props for that. 7.5%.
Nobody gave me props for that.
I gave you props for that.
Usually people put like fire emojis or thumbs up to it. 0 emojis on my chart today.
I gave it to you in living color, though.
Yeah, you gave me to
in living
IRL,
color.
though, IRL.
Yeah. So the Chinese EV sector does seem to be taking on the chin a little bit lately. So if you're asking me, is this a good time to go long? Obviously not financial advice, but I don't see the upward turn yet in the chart. Look for confirmation on the chart before you go long. That's what I would say. Now, it looks like as if we've been stopped out here of our position on ADTX. Yep. Thankfully, that's I had a tight stop right at that resistance level. So we took the long at 4, and then we added at 410. It, topped out here at 412, not breaking through that. We wanted 415. It didn't give it to us, so we got out here at 393. So decent out. Small loss, a half position, and half position was added at 410. I didn't initially have a half position right at 4 there. So, yeah, that's what these things do. You gotta take the good with the bad, so to speak. But this might be an interesting area to actually initiate a new long. Let's see what it does around here if it continues to make its way down into that $3.65 area, which happens to be the 200 period moving average, Brad.
Yeah, Palantir is just way too strong, so I'm just going to not bother with it. The stock is up 4% almost, 3.5% when the markets are down 3% over here. And why am I here trying to bother with the short when clearly we're going to try and break past the weekly resistance area of 815, 820, and then just keep elevating past it. We're only 30 minutes away from lunchtime where volume should be decreasing, but look at this position. After the opening drive, we're obviously off the open will be the most volume, and in the close will be the most volume. The way that a chart volume usually looks for any stock is volume goes down this way and then rises back up into the close. But this stock had a big volume candle, nose dives, volume dives off, and then volume picks up into the pre-market lows and then continues going up as the stocks keeps on going up. So why am I even going to bother with the short? Let Palantir rock up to the north side. I'm happy that Palantir is actually screwing me on my shorts on the intraday because that means Palantir is getting better in my long term.
Hey.
So yeah, Palantir, keep going up. I don't want to fight you on the intradays over here. Let's see how high can you go. Can you get up to 850 today? That would be this Tiffany blue line that you're looking at on the daily chart, which is the 50-period EMA on the daily chart.
Have you ever watched the Palantir CEO in an interview?
Yes.
He's a character,
Yeah.
eh? But like,
He's smart, though.
I
He's
don't
very
mean to
smart.
say character in like a condescending way. I find him highly intelligent.
He's very smart.
But like that kind of intelligent where he's kind of annoyed by other people because he's just so up there intelligence-wise,
you
and
can't
we're
relate
so
with
down.
people.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's the kind of feeling I get with him. But yeah, I saw him on a couple of interviews there. He's
I feel the same with all the time, though. You know?
Calm
I feel
down,
the same,
Bradley.
like,
Guys,
I'm just so smart.
chat,
like,
roast this guy. He's trying to tell us that he's smarter than all.
Five head over here, like hanging out with smooth brains every day. Like I have
brains.
way
This
too
guy
many
is a
wrinkles, man.
joker.
Way too many wrinkles are here that I have to hang out with smooth brains. That it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. All right, guys, let's get back into the trading game here. I don't have a lot to report in small cap world, but I am liking the fact that ADTX is kind of taking a little bit of a hiatus here on its way down. It looks like to have found a bottom here at that 3 3/4, so the 374 area. I see a couple of possible support areas here at these troughs at 370, and then again possibly down here where we started this trend line at 360. My mistake, I should have actually extended this trend line here. That's what I should have. And this is a valid trend line. It touches 3 different, why does it do that? I never understand why it does that. Okay, I'm trying to extend this trend line here, but it's giving me problems. It's actually moving the entire trend line. No. Okay, anyway, I'll fix this out later.
Look at Palantir right now, man.
Go for it.
If I didn't close my position, I'd be bag holding the short right now, getting squoze upon. It's now at 830, so yeah, that 850 number is not too far out at the moment. I think we can easily go up to this range high after breaking this whole 2-week high that we've been looking at, which is around 850, 840. What a monster move. Congratulations for anyone who played Palantir long today, especially after the day the market looked, right? The market looked really, really weak. It just dropped off a cliff, and now Palantir said, forget the market. We're going to show you what going long means. Holy moly. Let's go check out what Apple's doing. You know, S&P 500 creates somewhat of a bottom and create a second low, which was a higher low than the previous low. But Apple actually made a lower low the second time around, but trying to regain some of those levels that we gave up today. Let's see how high can Apple go. Obviously, I think my stop for Apple is like at 145, so I'm pretty far away from getting stopped out on that position. If it does push back over there, then clearly I'm wrong on that idea. I'm still enjoying this day today. Markets have been very, very opportunistic. Is that the right word? There's a lot of opportunities in the market every single day. Even on those days where I'm complaining about the market not moving, that's just because I'm in a position where the market wasn't really helping it, or maybe I was in the wrong direction and taking my frustration out. But this market is absolutely beautiful. Congratulations to anyone who's had a good day, and for anyone who's struggling on a day today, it's okay. Don't put yourself down too much. You know, it's part of the game. Losing is part of the game. Think about how you can rectify your losses today so you can be better tomorrow, even if it's by 1%. Just think about how you can fix these losses, your mistakes, and how not to repeat them the next day. Make sure you can come back tomorrow too. It's okay to go to paper trading for the rest of the day and then try out some strategies. Try out some reversal strategies at 12 o'clock. Try out some scalping strategies moving forward. There's no need to go into the market and have that mentality that, oh, I need to make that money back that I lost off the open. If I don't, then my whole day's ruined. No, it's okay. Take that loss, come back tomorrow, we can win again.
I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, you got to be mentally strong in this game because at least I've been slapped in the face many times by the market, and it doesn't have any remorse. It'll slap you again and again and again if you let it. So long again, ADTX got long at 378. Currently trading at 382, 381 now, so a few pennies in the money. We're looking for that reclaim of VWAP and that break of this trend line. So remember, this is something that I've always said. When you draw a trend line, I mean, not everybody uses trend lines, but for the people that do, extend them as far across the chart as you can, because you never know if it was a support area before. It could act as resistance coming from the downside. So we took a half position here at 378 on ADTX. We'll take some out at that 386, and then we're looking for that reclaim of 390. So let's go ahead and put a profit taker here at 386, and we'll take out a minuscule amount of shares. I've got my stop, by the way, here for ADTX. I've got it at 369, and I gave it a few pennies buffer between the stop and the limit, even though the spread on this one is 1 penny at the moment. But, you know, this one, look at this aggression with which it came down through that break of 4. It didn't really take any prisoners there. 401, and it didn't stop until 372. So this one can move in a hurry to the downside if you're not prepared. So keep a bit of a spread there for your stop on this guy. Alicia, that's my advice. Let's see if we can reclaim this this trend line here on the way up. We'll leave that one for now, and we'll have a look at Oxy. Oxy looks like it's creating a bit of a flat top here. I don't want to say it's moving with the market because it's kind of not. The chart doesn't really correspond with the ES chart, but I think that if the market starts picking up here, we may see this one explode to the upside. In fact, as we go here, I'm going to add a small position through that break of 50. There we go. So I'm long Oxy. The reason I'm long here is it's creating a bit of a flat top. Like, look how many times are we going to reject off this level. 42 level we rejected off, and then again at 47, and we got another couple of rejections here at 47, then one at 46. So this one's setting up to break through the top. Let's see if we can actually hit 63 on the day. I'm already a couple of pennies in the money here. My entry is 62.48. You know, we've been flirting with that 50. Anyway, we'll talk more about this one after we get back from the big desk with Brendo, who's got the euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, I'll give you an update here. End of another pretty ugly day for European markets, along with North America to the downside at this point. We were actually hovering around break even or slightly even higher before North America got going and sold off instantly. That's a look at the pre-final print numbers here. 1.8, 1.9, 2%, 1.7 there for France to the downside. But yeah, pretty ugly right across this entire thing here. England, Germany, France, Italy, 2.5% for Italy leading the way there. Sweden, 2.4%. Gets worse as you go lower. I wanted to show you this just quickly. This is Porsche on the day. Was just discussing with Randy. Nice little run up initially, and then it comes all the way back to basically where it started. So successful day, I guess you could say, for Porsche on its IPO, guys. Go for it.
AMD today not having any relief rally in it at all, man. AMD still getting destroyed to the south side, even though the market looked like it created somewhat of a second bottom, which was higher. AMD continuing to push south side today and putting my portfolio in major pain. I'm like, what, $40 out of the money now on this stock? So that sucks, man. And the stock is probably going to 50 bucks. What do you think, Sean? 50?
I don't have a bottom.
Yeah, but like, where would you buy if you were gonna add 50 now?
For you, I buy now.
Now, okay, say less. I'm gonna open up my account
For longer term.
for long term.
yeah,
For
yeah.
long term, yeah. So I am actually waiting to reload. Okay, I'm not reloaded, but I want to get reloaded on my AMD for my long term. I also want to add Apple, and I want to buy Microsoft. Let's go take a look at what Microsoft's at today. Still above 230 though, so let's go Microsoft. Down 2% on the day. Microsoft actually had a way better rally than AMD did, and you would expect Microsoft to have a way better rally. I mean, this is the number 2 stock in the basket. If the market's rallying, you would expect the number 1 and number 2 to have at least somewhat of a rally from the bottoms that we created today. But I want to go back to Ford, which is now 6 pennies in the money. So let's take out another lot of profit. There we go, another lot profit out just now on Ford. Taking profits as they are giving, as the market's presenting it to us. Sadly, Palantir was a wrong call. Shorting Palantir was absolutely wrong. This position is now 4% in the money today, hitting $8.30 as the high day. But looks like we might just have a pullback off of that 8.30. But that doesn't mean I'm going short. I'm just going to be hands off on it. I'm watching UVXY though. UVXY is getting under VWAP at the moment. We're at 1283 on UVXY. Let's see how low UVXY can pull back to. And if UVXY keeps on pulling back, you can expect your S&P 500 and your NASDAQ market to also go up at the same time. So here they are trying to go back to that VWAP area of 3666, 3670. If they do break that, maybe the market goes up to the 100-period EMA of 3690s or so. I can't see the market going back to 3700. I simply can't. But I also said that about Apple yesterday, and I was very wrong.
All good there, Bradley. Guys, we're in a couple of new positions here. First of all, we want to tell you about Meta. I entered into Meta to the long side. Now, I'm not actually crazy. The reason I'm entering Meta to the long side is because of what I see here on these charts for the big 6. These are the big, I don't know, what do you call them? The big cappers, the big 6, mega caps. So, and here's what I glean off this. Every single one is below VWAP, save and except for Meta. Meta is decidedly above VWAP, and it looked like it was making more aggressive moves up than the other 5 every time the market printed a green candle on the ES or NQ or whatever you're watching. So I see Meta here as a possible long, especially if we reclaim VWAP at that 3665 level on the ES. Meta's high of day is 139. I doubt we'll get there though unless we have an epic rally back up. So I'm long Meta for those reasons. It's a baby long, so don't size up too heavy until you have confirmation. Maybe you can add to it after. Now, Oxy, look at that. We are doing crazy on Oxy. There we go. We're going to take some out here on Oxy. Print. Looks like I was a little too slow to get that print. Come on, there we go. Now another print on Oxy. Very good trade on Oxy so far. Oh, looks like I got out of all my Oxy shares there. Oh, geez, I'm a moron. Okay, well, that's I get that. All right, so I got along 48. Took out first piece here at 60 and second piece here at 74. I wanted more, to be honest with you. I was thinking about holding into that reclaim of 63, but I won't be doing that now, obviously. But hey, profitable trade nonetheless on Oxy, so happy about that. Let's flip back to Meta. We're well positive in the money here on Meta. Our entry is 138.19, currently trading at 138.32, so we're a few pennies in the money. Let's take some out at 138.40. So we'll go ahead and put 138.39, and we'll take how much Oxy, how much Meta do I have? Okay, so I don't have too much Meta, so let's go ahead and put that in. So I put my profit taker. No, that's a buy. That's not what I want to do. I'm making mistakes. That's not good. 138.39, and I want that much. Let's see if we get that print. So let's see if the market can make a move back up to VWAP. I think I think Meta will follow it more aggressively, especially than the other big cappers. That's my opinion. I also see that Microsoft and Google and also Amazon have reclaimed VWAP, but their reclaims have been quite anemic. Apple and Tesla still lagging behind the other four. They're decidedly below VWAP and consolidating rather than making a move back up like the rest here. So let's see if we can print a nice profit taker here at Meta at 138.39, Brad.
Yeah, I'm still just trying to watch AMD. Why is AMD not going up when the whole market is almost back to VWAP at the moment? Very shocked that this chip stock, maybe not the market's favorite chip stock, but at least my favorite chip stock is not waking up at all, man. Come on, buyers, buy up some AMD over here. Not too long ago, the stock was $2 and then it went up to $100. How can you not like it at 64? I guess because people are still looking at, the PE of AMD might be still ridiculously high, which it was when it was at $100. Let's go check what the PE is right now of AMD. According to FinWiz, PE, where do they even write that number? Right here. So PE 28.75. Is that a high number? That's still pretty high, right? So yeah, it's still a ridiculously high number. Forward PE of 14.
So Intel's is 10.
Intel's 10.
And Nvidia's 20.
And Nvidia's 20. 28. Oh, okay, AMD is also 28.
Yeah, 28.
Okay, so Nvidia and AMD at 28. Intel's at 10 PE. So that means if AMD is going to go anywhere close down to Intel's PE, we still got a lot of room to the downside for this bad boy. And look at that size on AMD right now, chasing the stock down. That's an iceberg order. Hold up, we gotta watch this real quick. 64.20, 600 lots on AMD. It went down to 500 lots. Oh, they took it out. Bang, they took that size out real quick. That was a good thing to watch, because if that level kept refreshing, then I would have looked for a short off of that level. It's a good thing that we waited and watched it instead of just taking the trade right away.
All right, guys, we took out a piece here. We got filled and printed on that Meta long. We got out 138.39 there. Our next profit taker is 138.59. Meta making aggressive moves to the upside. Pumped about that. Let's go. Keep printing. My only concern is that let's see how aggressively and decidedly we break through that 158.50. So 138.50, excuse me. It's moving with the market. It is, but it's definitely more upside. It's more upside inclined. I guess that's what I'm trying to say than it is with than the other five are. But the problem is we need the market to move with it, and the market, it's stair-stepping up, but nothing with any real aggression on the ES here. So Meta's been an awesome print. Oxy would have been awesome. It did reclaim that 63. I wish I had some. I wish I didn't fat finger that and take out everything accidentally. Oxy definitely printing here. Looks like we topped out at 63 or 62.98. What's the exact number? 62.99 is the high of day on Oxy here. So Oxy's been a hell of a mover. Look at, I think we came from the bottom here at 60.55 on Oxy. So it's been a good aggressive move up on a day where you really haven't seen much to the upside, to be honest with you. So, oh wow, looks like we just printed all the way down to 62.71 and bounced back up to 62.90. So Oxy moving a whole bunch. Meta still not printing us at that 138.59 profit taker that we had. We'll leave that one, let it stew, let it do its thing. Let's see what other small cappers, if any, are moving. I see SNTI starting to make a bit of a move off that, off the kind of dead zone that it had here. Let's look at the chart. It's very nicely above VWAP. So look at that. Look at how here it broke down below VWAP, reclaimed the 200, bounced back up, consolidated at VWAP for a bit. Then you had an aggressive move up, but then it's touched VWAP several times. But I think the better indicator here has been that 50 period. It seems to have respected that 50 period a little bit more closely than VWAP on this particular day. So let's see what this one does. High of days 225. You had a more recent low here at 206 or 205, which was below the 50 period, but not by all that much. So let's see what this one does. I'm thinking maybe if it breaks through that 218, which happens to be this resistance point here, I'll initiate a long on SNTI. But it's one of those $2 ones, so you got to take a whole bunch of shares for it to mean anything, and that kind of gets me a little bit frustrated, to be honest with you. But hey, beggars can't be choosers on this day, Pradley, especially for the longs.
Yeah, Uber extremely weak today, and looks like it wants to continue its weakness. Did not pop with the market. The market's still trying to move up to the north side, though. We're at 36.64 right now on the S&P 500, pushing towards VWAP. Let's see if we can actually break VWAP and go higher. And NASDAQ also trying to NASDAQ quite a bit away from VWAP, though. And I don't think NASDAQ. Maybe I shouldn't say I don't think. We're only like 50 points away from VWAP on the NASDAQ. But here's Uber looking like it wants to break the low a day, already down 5%. But look at this weekly bottom. Looks like we have little support coming in around these 2650, 2660s areas. For Uber, if that bottom actually breaks and we continue going lower, then looks like the abyss is coming into play. $23 maybe coming into play tomorrow and next week for Uber if this weakness continues into it. They might just have to do what Sean mentioned a long time ago. They might have to start doing Duber services now in order to bring in that revenue. But that was a... Oh, I like that. Yeah, Duber services brought to you by Prad. If they wanna, well, it was Sean's idea though, so they have to give Sean the bigger cut for that idea, and then I'll take a little bit of that cut too, just for talking about it. Trailer Park Boys, really? They talked about it in there? I didn't know about that. Okay. That's a pretty good show. I'm not gonna lie. I just never got into it. I gotta start watching that again. But yeah, Uber, let's see if they can smoke something and get elevated a little bit, get higher to the north side, at least to VWAP. The market's breaking VWAP.
Yeah.
I think we got to see some relief coming into Uber. I'm actually going to take a long over here and give it that risk of low a day. And I'm going to do the same thing on AMD. Wow, I missed out my opportunity. I should have done it way earlier. AMD 64 was not breaking. We could have gotten 64.10, 64.15, and now I have to chase it all the way to 64.50. So that means I'm cutting down my size and I'm taking that entry to see if we can get that long going up to the north side.
Meta, I got out of it. And the reason I got out of it is because the market is trending up aggressively and Meta was not corresponding. In fact, Meta looked like it was getting weaker as the market was getting stronger. That divergence, to me, is like a sell signal. So I got out of Meta. The last piece that I had, I got out flat. My entry, so not a loss on there. We took a profit at that 138.39. We were hoping for 138.59. We didn't get it, so sucks for me. But that was a very clear divergence between the market and Meta right there. So that's funny. Is like it was stronger than the market, then it got weaker than the market. So there's no sure thing in this game, guys, and that just goes to prove it. To be honest with you, but if you're trading the futures right now, you're set, man. Geez, off that 36.31 bottom that we had this morning, now we're 36.71, so 40 points above the bottom here. That's a hell of a move. And not even that long ago, that was like a 10.20 print, I believe. Now it's not even 12 o'clock yet. Anyway, Oxy looking to make continued high of days here. Looks like we have a bit of a double top at that 62.99, 63 area. Geez, let's flip the daily. I don't even want to flip the daily. Every time I do that, it crashes. So let's bring in this one. Let's look at the daily here on Oxy. so we can glean any important levels, maybe around that 63. So here we go. What's this? The close on this one was 61.95. The high was 64.27. So that's not in play. This was 61.69. So we're really kind of in the middle between levels here. I would say that 64.27 is a definite resistance level based on the print on the 22nd of this month. That was the high. It obviously finished as like a reverse hammer. What do you call reverse hammer candles? Like where the
don't
bottom
know candles patterns like
yeah,
that.
so this one's like that reverse hammer candle where like the hammer is kind of upside down, and that usually shows a candle, a reversal candle essentially, because you had to move up then you close down. So I'm looking at 64.27 as a resistance level. I'm not saying we're going to get there. We're at 63 now, but hey, we'll see. So Oxy, definitely on my watch list for the rest of the day. Let's see how it breaks through 63 and holds it. It's broken through now at 68.308. Doesn't look like it really has any intentions of going down. The market's really trending up. Let's go ahead and take another baby long here into Oxy. We'll see what we get. We got a 63 print right on the dot. Yeah, and we'll hold this one. The out for me is going to be, since it's a really small position and I can afford to take the hit given that I've had a winner on it, I'm going to say that 62.70 will be my out. And the reason is I see this level here of support where, you know, this is the low of the pullback here. So that will be my out. My first add, since I have a baby long on this one, will be the break of 63.10. If we can break 63.10, that'd be great. Let's actually go ahead and put a buy here at 63.11, and we'll buy 60. We'll give it to 63.12 in case it blows right through, and it'll be another baby amount. So there we go. We've got that one set up. Should it break 63.10, hopefully we'll get filled on that one, Prad.
Yeah, I just want to show people, like, you know, that the prep and the work it takes to get into this job. Like, before I even had this work, before I was even a trader at the floor, I was reading a lot of books and taking notes for everything. And I have a worksheet or Google sheet, right? I have a Google sheet just filled with all the stuff that I have learned. And I'm actually getting ready to add another tab here for a book that your boy Sharif mentioned, which is Trading in the Zone. So usually anytime I read a book, I make notes about it, like right here. Trading for a Living by Dr. Elder and other resources. I copy the sections that I like enjoy reading, and I learn about it, and I write down every single thing. So there was a point where, like, you know, I learned about MACDs and RSIs and everything, and even those candlestick patterns. I think I actually have a sheet here somewhere that talks about, you know, candlestick patterns and their definitions, about options. It's good to learn about all of those without doubt, because the more you know, the better. But eventually, somewhere down the road, things got easier for me as I didn't bother about, you know, what is the MACD doing? What is that candlestick pattern? As long as I understood what the idea of that pattern indicated, you actually move on from there to understand the bigger picture. Then you start asking questions. Where is my counterparty? Because every trade has a counterparty. Where is the guy who's going short at the exact same spot where you're going long? And where is that person thinking about their stops? Where would they be on their exits, right? I'm not bashing candlestick patterns or MACDs or whatever. I'm just explaining to you an idea that Arun taught me, which is understand the setup. Understand why this indicator is showing you what it's showing you, and how you can look for it without actually even you know, going that deep into it, because there's way too many of these candlestick patterns and these little pennants and your flagpoles and so on. There's so much over there that you have to learn for, and you can just get engulfed into it to the point where you're looking for a pattern on the chart, and then you start looking for confirmation bias behind that pattern. You'll start looking for reasons to justify that pattern even if it's not there. Just understand the overall idea, the setup, have your resistances and your supports, and I think that's what helped me simplify my trade. At the end of the day, though, everyone has their own playbook, everyone has their own setup, and do what makes you money. apply the methodology, apply the setup, apply the playbook that helps you bring in money every single day. If you see a strategy dying out, then it's time to start adapting. It's adapt or die, right? So it's time to start adapting, time to start looking for new strategies, time to start looking for new ways to start making some capital.
Couldn't agree more with that, Bradley. Trade your own book, and if you got to jump up on down on one foot to make money, then that's what you really need to be doing, to be honest. It doesn't really make a difference. We'll talk about Beat, which just made a big move here, up 22% when we get back from Brendan, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, as we head into lunch hour, here's a look at, not a good board once again today. It's very red. The NASDAQ continuing to lead here to the downside, 2.5 for the composite and the 100, 2.6% for the Russell 2000 as well, 1.8 then for the S&P, 1.26 for the Dow. A few things we were discussing throughout the morning. If you joined us in the pre-market, we were mentioning Apple going to be an important day once again for Apple. Bank of America with a downgrade. Tesla on watch here this afternoon. Yeah, New York State coming out saying they are also going to adopt California's 2035 mandate for EVs. No more combustion engines. Also now in New York State as of 2035. Coin as well on that note from Wells Fargo. Here is Tesla still under pressure. That wick actually happened. We did get a move higher initially on that note, but right back to the downside here, guys, for Tesla. Back over to you.
Just talking with Prad here, trying to think of some ways to enter into Beat here. I mean, it just made a really aggressive move up off that $3.80 level, topping up almost at $4.25. So that's a really aggressive move for a $4, $3 stock here. I'm thinking maybe I have to wait back. And if it pulls back to 4, so this is the problem with being at these levels, is I'm looking at the whole dollar. But then when I actually look at the price action, I see that the support is at 393, 395. So then I'm kind of caught in the middle between two minds here. Do I put a dip trade at that 4 level, or do I put it at 393? Or do I do both? For example, I could put half the shares that I wanted at that 4 and then another half at 393. And then obviously my out would be that 379, the break of this support area here. That would indicate to me that I'm wrong. So I'm going to actually go ahead with that plan. Let's go ahead and put X amount of shares here at 401. We'll take half the shares we usually take at that $4 level. So there we go. And then we'll put the other half at that 394. So let's go ahead and do that. $3.94. We'll take the other half. Let's see how this pans out. Now, I may not get triggered on each. This could continue into 4.25, 4.5. So let's see how this one does. But definitely showing up here, number 3 on my scanner, up 19% on the day, 17.5% since the open, Prad.
Yeah, I see people in the chat saying, could you send me that sheet? Could you post that sheet? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. But, I worked my butt off for things like those, man. Lots of reading, even learning how to create some of these charts. For example, it doesn't work now, but because I coded this so long ago. But if you put in a stock name over here, it would even grab the whole balance sheet information from Yahoo Finance, and then you could without actually opening up a website, you could look at the income statement, the balance sheet, and so on. It doesn't work anymore because Yahoo Finance changed up a little bit. But yeah, spend some time, guys. There's a lot of downtime in trading. For example, right now, from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, you don't really need to be making a trade out there. I mentioned this before. There's only 3 types of traders who are trading from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. The first type of trader is the easiest to make money off of. The first type of trader is the one who's tilted from the opening because they've been losing. That's the nature of it, right? They're tilted. Agree. The second trader, not the easiest to make money out of, but still you can make money off of them, which is the trader who's already made some money and they're greedy. They want to make more. And the third trader is going to be your algorithms. You're going to be fighting the JP Morgan and the Goldman Sachs algorithms, which is going to be absolutely annoying to trade against. So when you know these are the types that battles are going on, you can spend that time from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock doing better things, such as going on a paper trading and thinking about creating a formula that works for you from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. A lot of the traders on the floor actually spend 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock learning how to code. They learn how to use Python, how to use Java, C++, whatever whatever it is, so they can create themselves little tools that they can use into trading that allows them to understand how to read tape. There was actually a trader, and shout out to this trader. You guys know him, Gus. Gus the Beauty, even for his age and everything, this man out there learned how to program a crazy good time of sales reader to the point where it will see exactly how many trades in a minute are going into the bid, how many trades are going into the ask, how many trades are going into the middle of the two ranges of the mid and the ask, and it creates a whole summary of a tape reading for you to the point where you don't even have to read the tape, right? So learning how to program, learning how to maybe even use Excel sheets on Google, learning how to just maybe even pick up a book from 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, things that will help you get better. And I'm saying this out loud because I used to be on that journey of trying to get better. I got comfortable with how I was trading, and my comfort brought me down a million notches on my levels of where I was. And now it's time to get back to that point where, not being comfortable, reading books again at night, listening to audiobooks, taking notes, and just trying to get better, just not trying to be comfortable anymore.
I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, that's one thing, one Achilles heel that I think that I have is that I don't program. So if I could extract information a lot better than I do and analyze my trading in a lot better fashion. I know there's a lot of paid websites out there where you can upload your data to, and it kind of gives you that analysis. But there's no substitute for being able to dissect and extract the information yourself. At least that's my point of view. Guys, I just want to get back to the Oxy trade here that I just put on. I averaged down when it dipped in at that 62.79. I added my original position was at 62.99, you'll recall. So I'm looking to take off, so my cost basis, 62.93. I'm looking to take some off at 63.05. It looks like I just got printed, or it printed 63.05, but I didn't get filled. So we're a couple of pennies off on Oxy there, but it's starting to curl back up. I also got into a short here. Yes, on LABD. You'll recall this is the ETF that we've been talking about. And it's stair-stepping back down despite the market moving back up, right? And because the whole point is that this is inversely related to the market. This is a 3-time inverse to the biotech sector. So drawing a trend line here, look at that. We can get 4 different peaks or 3 different peaks. So this one doesn't quite touch on here. So if the market continues stair-stepping back up, it's reclaimed VWAP here. The market has at that 36.65 level. We can continue moving back up, then I can tell you this one will continue moving back down. Took a baby position. I'm going to basically look at the market to analyze whether or not I'm going to stay in this short. So LABD short on this one. The one that really got away from me is BEAT. I put a couple of dip trades on that. I didn't get filled, and now it's flying to the high side. It's about to break $4.70. We alerted you to this one at $4. But obviously, I was too chicken to actually punch in there because we were at half days. Look at that. We just broke 470. So I'm taking out all my dip trades here. They mean nothing at this point. Very frustrating. I definitely wanted this one. It wasn't rocket science, but the fact of the matter is it was at day's highs, and these ones have been giving me problems lately, especially breaking through day's highs. They tend to pull back again. So frustrated on that. Whatever. BEAT. Is what it is. Let's move back into the Oxy trade that we had here. Are we in the money or out of the money on this one? Let's see. Did we get filled? Not quite yet. So it looks like we double topped a little bit at that 63.05. Now pulling back into the 62.80s. I've got my out on this one through this break at the 60. Let me tell you exactly where my out is, despite the fact that I feel it jinxes it. But my out on Oxy is 62.68, and I'm giving it to 62.65. So a couple of pennies of buffer there in case it moves really aggressively. But I still have high hopes for this one.
Martin Shkreli is shorting AMD. Yo, I hate that guy. Martin is
Who?
Well, I don't hate him, but I don't like him either. Hate's a strong word.
Yeah.
Martin Shkreli, you don't know that guy?
No.
The guy who bought the Wu-Tang album, the private Wu-Tang album, and the guy who the pharma guy, man, the Martin Shkreli, the pharma guy.
Oh, the guy that was jacking up prices on everybody, and he was not remorseful about it at all. He's like, I would have put it up higher.
That guy.
That guy is an animal.
Yeah, apparently he's shorting AMD. I don't know if that was a joke from chat, but if he's shorting AMD, then I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get that pharma, bro. I'm watching XBI, you know, same thing that the Lab D, Lab U trades that you guys are doing. Just taking a quick little short at the 50-period EMA. Let's see if XBI can pull back to the downside, but pretty strong move in the in XBI too, getting back above VWAP, pushing to the 50-period EMA near $79 or so, and trying to push a little bit further than that. So got to be careful, obviously. S&P 500 at VWAP currently at 3670, and NASDAQ market. Let me just show you the chart for the NASDAQ market here. Did not really pull back all the way to VWAP. VWAP at 11,300. NASDAQ market pulled back to its first little rest period that it had off the open around 11,270 or so. Yep, 11,270 high off that peak. And now pulling back to the south side is the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 market most likely. Let's see if the market is able to create a higher low again on this move that we go to the downside. If they do create a higher low, then clearly the bottoms might be in for the day, or at least until power/sour hour kicks in at 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So lots of people just waiting patiently to see where they want to position themselves in here in this market currently. Let's pull back to Apple. I think Apple pulled back to VWAP. It did indeed. Let's take a short at Apple over here around VWAP. Let's also get out of our AMD because AMD didn't do anything for us. And let's get out of Uber because Uber didn't really do anything for us on that move that the market moved to VWAP. So if the longs didn't pay us, we don't want to be in them. We're going to jump out and we're going to try to put some damage to the short side one more time. Here's XBI getting ready to start going to the south side. If XBI is going down, that means Lab D should also be going down.
Yeah, Lab D is going up. And contrary to like my desires, obviously, since I've shorted this bad boy, our short is at 24.23. We're currently about 10 pennies out of the money. 24.33 is where it's trading. Yeah, it's kind of market dependent, guys. If the market's going to start tanking back down, then this one is going to move up. If the market starts moving up, this one's going to start tanking back down. So it's all market dependent on this one. It's kind of like trading the futures almost. These like sector-related ETFs because the biotech sector is a big sector, so I'm sure it has a lot of influence on the ES. Not sure exactly what the percentage is. We can do some homework on that, but not at the moment. Oxy, still staying at the level there where I averaged down. Sucks that I didn't get filled at that 63.05 print, despite the fact that it did print 63.05. So the two positions that we're in are LABD and Oxy. We're out of the money on both of them, but I'm not going to panic here. I don't see anything on the chart that would tell me that I'm very obviously wrong. I see that as a pullback perhaps or a consolidation range that it's trading in between. I've got my stop set out, so no panic here. Discern the information. One thing I want to add, that book that Prad's going to start reading, which is Trading in the Zone. I mean, he really repeats himself, Mark Douglas, in the book, and I think the reason he is repeating himself is he's trying to enshrine the message in your mind, which is when you're in a trade, you tend to have some sort of fear. And the fear causes you to not dissect and absorb the relevant information that the market is giving you. Okay, so if you're scared, you're not going to see everything that you need to see. And basically, his position is that when you're scared, you only see the information that either reinforces your position or, basically the only information that you see that reinforces your position. But when you look at the market from a disinterested viewer's perspective, you tend to dissect the information, absorb the information that it's trying to give you. It's actually, nothing is so groundbreaking in the book that it's like, wow, I couldn't believe I read this, or this is so profound, you know what I mean? What a great thinker he is. No, he really states the obvious, but in a way where it's like, I knew that, but I didn't really think about it that way. Anyway, so that's Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone, not affiliated obviously, but I do love that book. I'm reading it every morning on the subway. Looks like we're back in the money here on LABD as the market took a turn up. It's still flirting with that VWAP level, the ES is. Let's have a look at the market chart here. Look, VWAP's currently right here at that 36, 35 level. The market kind of, going up above VWAP, below VWAP. So clearly VWAP having some sort of influence here on the market as to whether it's going to start moving up or down. But we're off lows. So, hey, that's a welcome change, especially if you're for your portfolio, if you're not all cash, that is. Moving back to beat here. Actually, where's the one that we were in? No, let me look at Oxy quickly before I send it back to Prad. Oxy still pulling back down, so this one doesn't look like it's going to work out for us. Our out is like 5-6 cents away here. If it breaks that 60 decisively and starts trading in the 62.60s, it's going to trigger our out. And yeah, sucks for us. But we already had a winner on Oxy, so it won't be giving back too much, Prad.
Rob Fergan, who actually showed up to our office one day in a Blue Jays jersey. Nice to meet you when you did come here, Rob. But a fun question, I guess, just a question in general, is do you believe that your bearish sentiment, your bearish mentality comes from when you started trading? I wouldn't really say I'm a bear or a bull or anything.
You're a bear.
And I wouldn't say that, like, if I'm a bear, then how many short positions do I have open in my own account? 0.
Don't look at it today,
right?
But in general, I think you're more short-minded than you are long-minded.
But in general, though, that's what I'm seeing. Like, if the market is...
Oh, you mean as not as a trader, as an investor?
In general.
Okay.
In general, I am within reason bearish and within reason bullish. So, for example, I'll give you Peloton. When Peloton was at $80, I was screaming, bear, 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 this company's garbage, blah, 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 push it back to the south side, right? Now that it's at $10, I will say I'm bullish now, right? Within reason, depends on where the prices are. But for in terms of the overall market, why would I be bearish? Is because I want to be able to buy stocks at a cheap prices. I don't want to be paying 20, 30, 70 times multiples of companies' evaluations just because of the environment that I was brought up in. So obviously a market crash is what I've been screaming for so long. A recession is not something I want, but a market crash would be an amazing opportunity for someone like me who recently got into the trading business. I've only been trading for 2 years. I've only been on the show for almost a year now. So I want to have the opportunity to buy good companies at decent prices, and then maybe 10 years from now, I'll be able to be that guy on a yacht shipping around everywhere. You see a couple cuties around each arm, and I got a couple beers in my arm too. So just in general, I want to be able to have that opportunity, and that opportunity will not show up without the market first crumbling upon itself to the downside. So I'm not bearish, I'm not bullish, I'm just opportunistic, right? I just want opportunities for myself and myself alone. I'm very selfish that way. XBI though, XBI did pull back quite a bit on that short, so I don't know about you, but your Lab D should be pulling down.
It's pulling up, man.
So
it just made a huge
shouldn't Lab
move up.
U be going up if oh yeah, Lab U should be going up if XBI is going up.
Exactly.
That's right. So
I'm
XBI
out.
is going down, so Lab D is going the other way.
So I got stopped out of both positions here. Sucks for me. Oxy and LABD stopped out. The market is taking a definite turn down here. So obviously LABD moved up. Not a big deal. This was an entry position, not too much of a loss. The one that I kind of am a little bit more frustrated with here is the Oxy position, only because I definitely had that out at 63.05 and I wanted to print. But anyway, I had an earlier winner on Oxy that's covering for this particular loss. So this was a quarter position, and this was like a fifth of a position. These two entries right here. So no big loss here on Oxy, but a loss is a loss. So sucks for me. Too bad. Let's see what else is going on in the small cap world. Nothing on my charts. Let's have a look at the scanner here. Let me bring down the scanner so you guys can follow along. Here we go. So beat, we already know about pulling back here. I definitely am looking at this level, that 4 1/4 level. So let's not dilly-dally. Let's get to beat here and enter at, I'm going to say 430. It's in between that 4 1/4, which is clear support right here, and then you have this stop right here around 4.9. So let's go 430. We're going to take half the position we usually take. 431 is a better number in case we don't get printed. There we go. So the spread is a little, wide on this one. I don't really like to see 5-6 cent spreads on $4 stocks because you want to scalp penny in, penny out, and that kind of makes it a bit difficult to do that. So put up 431. So keep in mind that this one can get going in a hurry. So if you want, you can also have a breakout trade as well, like maybe the break through 450.
So not getting married.
Like if you have your dip trade here at 431, you could have also a breakout trade at 451. Looks like there's a conversation going on between Sean and Prad about getting married. What's going on with that,
I just
Prad?
was just scrolling through the chat and it said,
on a yacht with 5 girls all around him. This and that. I'm like, what about your wife?
Yeah, his
yeah, I'm
wife's
not getting
gonna like
married,
that.
bro, obviously.
His wife's not gonna like that.
I'm not getting married. What do you mean my wife's not gonna like that? You guys are delusional.
I mean, hold on. January 1st, something tells me that there's gonna be a ring on one of those fingers. It's gonna be an engagement.
It's already there, bro. It's already there.
A new ring.
I'm married to
A
me,
new
myself,
ring on
and
one of those
I.
fingers.
Okay, I'm married to me, myself, and I. The only other person I need in my life is me,
myself,
baby.
and I.
I'm too
Won't
obsessed
be
with
bad
myself to
until
have
I
to
die.
give love to anybody else. Okay,
Come
I
on
love
now,
myself
man.
way too much.
Don't say that on TV, man.
I'm obsessed with myself. But yo, here comes Apple. 40 cents in the money in the Apple shorts off of VWAP. Let's take some profits on that bad boy. XBI also giving us some profits at the moment. 20 cents in the money on XBI. Let's take some profits at VWAP. But if we get a bigger move to the south side, I would love that bigger move to the south side, obviously. So the market did pull back after touching VWAP. That's the S&P 500 market. NASDAQ also pulled back without touching VWAP. NASDAQ touched the 50-period EMA. But if you were to draw a trend line on these markets, it looks like we could be around the bottom for these trend lines. So here you go, somewhere like that. If you draw that, if we do bounce off of this, creating a higher low one more time, then it does look like the bottoms might be in for the day. But if we do break that trend line and we go much more to the south side to maybe 36.50, 36.47, and then test that same low from previously, then I do think we have another opportunity to go all the way down to the low of day today. And then tomorrow, 3600. I'm expecting a test of 3600 coming into play, which was the overnight low of one of these days where I can't remember which day exactly, but one of these days we did hit that 3600 low right here. I think 3601 was the bottom of the market.
Guys, we're long beat. We're long at 457. It looks like there was a bit of iceberg order at that 460. I saw when we got to 460, I didn't see any of the size coming off the level 2. That kind of gives me an indication that there may be some hidden seller at that 460 level, even though there are quite a few lots there. Well, not quite a few. There is some at that 460 level. Anyway, we're looking for a reclaim of that 470. We have a profit taker on this one at 463. On BEAT, let's see what this one does. It was a really aggressive bull flag up, and so do we have Fibonacci's on this one? Okay, actually, I can just do it on this one. So let's bring in this, and let's see what we have in terms of Fibonacci levels on beat, because I want to see where we stopped off here. So let's go ahead, beat right there, and then let's measure the distance from this breakout area, and this is the area I'm going to measure from, not here, because this was a consolidation area, and then it broke out. So what I'm going to measure is going to be from here. Let's go like that, and then move up. What is it doing? There we go. That's not what I want. Fibonacci's, there we go. Okay, and then we go like that. So where are we? It pulled back. Geez, yeah, it broke that 23%. So that's kind of disconcerting a little bit. But you know, these small cappers, they don't really like follow all the rules. So I didn't really want that break of the red line. We almost retraced back 100% of the move here. That's kind of what makes me a little bit nervous. Okay, so I don't think we have much in the way to analyze from that perspective. So we'll leave that as it is. I'm a couple of pennies out of the money. I'm long 57s. It's printing 57s and 58s right now on beat. But this dip trade is the one that I got to get rid of here. This was the dip trade that I wanted to take, which was in between the breakout area and the pullback area here. But it didn't come to fruition as it pulls back quite aggressively now. So I'm well out of the money on this one. And there we go. I just got
Fibonacci levels?
Fibonacci. Fibonacci. I always say that wrong. Anyway, it looks like I got filled. This one's gonna get out of. This one's getting out of hand in a hurry on beat. We'll talk more about it when we get back from Brendan, who's up at the big desk with volume leaders.
The chat went on a rampage. They're like, Fibonacci, what is
One-sided board to show you here as far as advanced declines go so far today, and also, yeah, top of the volume board. Here we go, 8,000 right now out of 10,762 individual U.S. listings on this board. 8,900 or 8,098, I should say, in negative territory, 1,633 positive, about 1,027 unchanged at this point. New lows currently 1,731 versus 30 new highs. That's as one-sided as I've ever seen on this board right now. 1,731 new lows, 30 only new highs. TQ's top of the volume list right now, 145 million. SQ's here as well, 83. SOXL, another ETF, 72. Apple on here today, almost 60 million shares. SNTI we've discussed in depth. There's the SPY, UVXY, AMD, Ford, BBAI as well. Top of the gainers still, yeah, that SNTI. There's Beat as well that Sharif was just discussing popping up there. But wow, one-sided to say the least, guys, for the market today. Back to you.
Take it.
Yeah, currently Apple 70 cents in the money, and you heard your man right there, one-sided, and the direction is obviously to the south, baby, south side, Chirac, maybe not Chirac, but Chicago south side, where your boy Kanye is always representing. Apple pushing to the same direction, and we're now looking to a possible retest off that level that I was mentioning earlier, which is the second low that the market made, which was a higher low compared to the first low. So the number I'm going to give out is we're looking for a 36.50, 36.46, 36.45, let's say, level to come into play. If we do bounce off that level on the S&P 500, I'm still going to say maybe the bottoms are in for today. But if that level does not bounce and we go all the way back to low a day, then I would be worried about this market breaking that low, heading down to 3,600, and then maybe we have some relief longs coming in at 3,600. Lil Durk, I see people talking about Lil Durk in the chat now. But real quick, I want to address Rekha's question. Rekha's asking me if I'm from Rajasthan. No, I'm not from Rajasthan, but I will be in Rajasthan in December for my brother's wedding. I'll be in Udaipur. I just had to make sure if it was in Rajasthan, it is. That'll be my first time ever visiting Rajasthan, so it'll be a great time. I can't wait to see all the crazy monuments and everything that they have over there. I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah, guys, you guys are killing me in the chat, man. Jeez. Okay, Fibonacci. Are we getting that? Did I get that right? So let me know. Fibonacci. Okay.
No, you meant hibachi, right?
Hibachi.
Hibachi
I'm not
levels?
using hibachi. What is hibachi?
You don't know what hibachi
No,
is?
remind
Oh,
me.
we got to go to a hibachi grill one day, boy.
Oh, okay,
We
now
gotta
I
go
know
to a
what it is.
hibachi
Now
grill.
I know what it is. Of course, like where they throw the food up in
Yeah,
there.
they're
and
doing
stuff.
the
Yeah,
fire
yeah, yeah.
tricks
I
and-
know about that. Guys, I got stopped out. I got slapped in the face by a beat, but like a true trooper.
Tamagotchi.
Tamagotchi, that's good. I'm right back in here at beat. I'm long 420, about 10 cents in the money now. So let's see if this one is, if it's done for this one, or we're going to start stair-stepping back up. It looks like we've got volatility both ways on this one. So let's see. I think we got top wick here at 440 after bottoming out at 406 or 405. Or anyway, we're in the money on this one. But I did take an L on it. I'm in the money on my new position. I took a pretty decent L, actually, to be honest with you, on the way down here. This is my first entry. I averaged in again here, and then boom, that was my stop. So this is me getting back in. So let's see what this one does. Not much else to report. I see ATXI moving here above VWAP into that 735. Let me just bring that chart in so you guys can follow along. This is what I'm talking about, ATXI here. It's not near high a day. High a day currently is at 780. We're trading at 730, and then we got to break through this resistance point here, which is that high 760s level. So, couple of stages to get through on ATXI before we can say, it's going to become parabolic again, Brad.
Apparently, Philippe is saying that Google is to refund all of their hardware and software for Stadia. Not sure if that's a real catalyst for Google. I don't see a spike in it. I mean, Google's hand in gaming has been so small compared to like Microsoft and Amazon and everybody. So I don't think that catalyst will really affect Google. We've also seen Stadia be not really widely accepted by gamers around the world. So I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Stardust, Stadia, whatever it was called, it didn't really do that big of a move, or didn't really affect gamers at all. Honestly, that market didn't disturb the gaming realm at all. But eventually, I can see Google thinking about another way to get back into gaming. Recently, I think today or yesterday, I saw Amazon claiming that their last game that I was, there we go, Google winding down Stadia gaming streaming services. This is the headline, says Sean. So yeah, it looks like they are looking to wind down into their or at least dumping money into the gaming, because it's not an easy way to get into, man. Gaming is so hard. It's so gate kept, honestly. Like it's gate kept by gamers. It sucks. And I'm a gamer myself. I know how hard I gatekeep games. Like for me to say a game is good, it takes a lot out of me. Even though if I play a game and I don't. Even if I'm playing it, I'll say it's trash, right? And that's what gamers are. Like they'll just say it. They'll be addicted to a game and they'll call it trash no matter what. So because of that, gaming is just so hard to get into. So Google having a little bit of an issue with that. I think Google can easily dump that project and not worry too much about it. But for Amazon to like dump their gaming project, or for Microsoft to dump their gaming project, I think that's a bigger headline for gamers instead of Google.
You know what I forgot to look at today? DocuSign.
DocuSign.
Yeah, and the reason I even talk about DocuSign, ironic, it's only
Sky.
like, it's only down 0.5 percentage point. Let's pull it up give me 1 second here to pull this up. What am I going to take off? NMMD, okay. So the reason I'm talking about Docu is because this morning that I heard they cut about 9% of their workforce. So I'm like, okay, so this is definitely a negative catalyst here. Let's pull up DocuSign. Any day now. There we go. What's the chart been like today? Let's have a look at this. Yeah, it's done basically nothing. You know, at the bell, kind of created a bit of a compression pattern here downward. And you could say that this was a flat bottom because these two levels are alike. And then you had the break through the compression pattern of the top trend line here. And that's bizarre because I figured, well, actually, you know, you could look at layoffs as a negative catalyst, or you could look at it as a positive catalyst, especially from investors.
What are you talking about?
A DocuSign cut 9% of their workforce. I'm saying you can look at it from both ways as a negative and positive catalyst. And the reason I say that is because from an investor's perspective, you're looking at like, okay, great, you're cutting costs, you know, margins will open up a bit, especially with the kind of labor inflation we've been having. I'm sure they weren't spared from that either. So I guess maybe that's why it's moving counter market. It's clearly up while the market is down. It's not up, it's up. Down technically 0.5 percentage on the day, but that's basically nothing, right? So interesting there. I want to talk about that, but there's really doesn't look like there's much of a trade to be had here, to be honest with you guys, on DocuSign. Now back to Beat, not doing much, still near my entry here at that $4.21 level. Currently printing 419s. The level 2 is a bit off here. Looks like it's printing higher on the bid than it is on the ask, but that'll fix itself in a minute. Let's see if we can hold this level and break back higher. Anyway, I've got my stop set out on this one, so not gonna take any bigger losses than I have to. Oxy starting to trend a little bit back higher here after bouncing off that 62.30 something level, 32 level. Yeah, now it's printing a bit more aggressively, and the volume's starting to come back in on this one. Let's see if we can reclaim 63. We took an L on our last trade on Oxy was an L, but our first trade was a dub, Brad.
What a crazy move on Palantir, man. Palantir went up to all the way $8.35 and now pulling back to where we were originally looking for a short. I don't think I'm going to be bothering with this trade anymore for the rest of the day, but congratulations for all you Palantir traders who actually had a crazy long coming into it for today. Let's head over to a couple super chats that we might have missed out in the open from the open until now. We got a renewal of super chat from David. Morning, guys. Can you discuss sizing for purchases? Do you consider price targets, losses? Okay, I'll come back to that question in a second. Hayes Records, AMD bottom is 50s, 80s, dead cat bounce. Yeah, I mean, Hayes, you know already what happened with that one. AMD really didn't have a bottom today. That one was hard to catch a bottom on, and for anyone who did manage to catch a bottom on, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations on that one. But thank you for the $2 super chat, Hayes. Yaz coming in with the $10 super chat. Let's go. Thanks for Raider Trader yesterday. I YOLO trusted him.
No, don't YOLO. Don't do it. It's just not worth it. Especially if you're YOLOing with like a big majority of your account. You need to live to fight another day. If you YOLO, well, you know, you're done. So.
Shout out to Raider Trader though for giving out that call out for you. At least it helped you out on the 62.7%. But yeah, always trade your own book. Never YOLO. At least you knew what you were doing. So maybe next time you won't YOLO it. You'll only put in the money you're willing to lose and so on. You only live once methodology in trading will actually play out that way if you do it that way.
You'll only
live once. So there's never a point to apply that methodology because it will more often go that route. And last but not least, I'm sending y'all lipstick off my Revlon gain. That says Hayes Records REF gain. He's sending us lipstick off of Revlon for that.
Man,
thank
that
you,
was
Hayes
a
Records.
sick stock earlier in the year. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Playmaker had a lot of fun with that one.
Yeah.
Coming back to David's question though, can you guys discuss sizing for your purchases? Do you consider price targets / loss when you decide on the share size, or simply use same size for all? No, I don't use same size for all. There's you gotta come under this. First thing I calculate is risk to reward. How much am I risking per penny compared to how much is my potential reward that I can get out of it? Obviously, the word potential reward is such a weird way to phrase because you don't really know what a stock's going to do. But what you can have is when you're trading within a range, you expect the stock to pull back to that range low or that range bottom or somewhere around those terms, right? So for example, when I'm shorting Apple right now, I'll give you a perfect example. When I'm shorting Apple right now in the middle of the day, I'm not going to be taking the same amount of size that I would be taking if I'm shorting Apple over here off the open. Off the open, I would have a lot more size and my risk would be a little bit more because opening volatility and so on. But later on in the day, the volatility is lower. I can take some decent size, but I don't have to give it that much of a wiggle room because there's not many traders here pushing the stock around. There's mostly algorithms pushing it around. And if I'm winning, that's because the algorithms and big money are in the same direction as myself. So over here, I take less size than I originally do. I give it less room. And my profit target that you were talking about is going to be in the ranges low, at the lower day. So right now, we're going to take another profit. Notice how I took 3 profit targets on the way to lower day. If the lower day breaks, then I hold for the dream, for the bigger move. But if the bigger move doesn't show up, at least I'm taking profits in a range where the stock is already traded in. Hopefully that kind of makes sense for you and you're able to formulate a theory around it. But when it comes to sizing, I'm very risk to reward based. How close to my risk can I get my fill? And based off of how many pennies away from my risk is how much size I'm going to take.
Perfect explanation, Bradley. Guys, we went long Oxy at 62.70. We scalped out a first piece here at 62.78, again at 62.84, and then we got 62.90s here. So we're all out of Oxy. Truthfully, it wasn't a big position. I'm obviously regretting that now because it's making a nice move. It looks like we're going to start testing 63 again, high 80s, and I think it just printed 90s a couple of seconds ago, if it doesn't again right now. So excellent trade on that. The trade that I am not pleased about is the continued consolidation of Beat. In fact, it's starting to look like a flat bottom breakdown to me. This one looks like it's gonna tank south. The volume has completely dropped off on Beat. Look at this volume increase. Oh yeah, you guys have a problem seeing the volume because of the bottom ticker. So look at this volume right here.
He can fix it for you. There you go. Now you can bring the chart back.
Okay, yeah, cool. So look, tons of volume on, I would say, between 12 and 12:30. All the volume basically in the day was done. Look at pre 12 o'clock. Super low volume, and it looks like we're back into that kind of phase again.
Andy Randy.
Yeah, I'm looking for volume to come in on this one. Otherwise, this trade is going to be trouble for me. I've got my out on this one at that 410 area. And I'm not gonna even think about budging this one, to be honest with you, Bradley, because this one looks like I should be taking this one south, to be honest with you. And that's honest. That's an objective opinion for someone who's long. So, I'm gonna let it trigger because I'm already in it, and I don't want to flip-flop too much here. So we're gonna leave that one be, sadly. And also sadly, now Oxy breaking through 63 again to the high side. I wish I held a piece through that 63 break. Didn't hold. Still profitable trade. We got 2 winners and 1 loser on Oxy. But this looks like it's setting up for like a triple top here. We've got one test here at 11:56. We had another test at 12:06, and now we're going to test it again at 12:38. So let's see what we do this time around. But if you drew a trend line, you got higher lows, guys. It's not, you don't have to be a genius to see that. You got higher lows, so the trend is definitely up, and it's up 2 and almost 0.75% on the day. That's not too shabby, Bradley.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, I'm taking profits off XBI, 40 cents in the money. And also took Apple profits at $1 per share, 144 something or 143.59 short. We got 142.59 not too long ago, so $1 per share profit on Apple. Just loving the opportunities in the market today. So many of them. And if you are enjoying what we're doing over here every single day, Monday to Friday, as long as the U.S. markets are open, we will be here without fail. We were here without fail all through COVID. We're going to be here without fail every single day, Monday to Friday, as long as the markets are open. And all we ask from you is to smash that like button. Hit that like button. We're at 2.2K now. Earlier, we were at 1.7, 1.8. We're at 2.2, which is awesome. But let's get that number elevated a little bit more. For every person in the chat that you see in the green color, they're the member of the Trader TV Live family. For those of you who are not members and want to learn more about it, click that little join button right beside subscribe right here. As you guys can see, you'll listen to Brendo coming in with a sharp haircut, as always sharp, coming on and explaining to you exactly what that entails. And if you're not hitting the subscribe button, if you're part of that 32% who's not subscribed, come on, hit that button. Hit that subscribe button. We also have a merchandise for anyone who's interested in buying some merchandise and having a nice little cool Trader TV Live hat. You want to represent Trader TV and let people know that you trade with the best community out there in the world. Go click on directly onto the logo for our YouTube channel. Go to our store over here. You can purchase the very same hat that I'm rocking right now, or even this hoodie that Sean ordered for me. Finally, I got my long hoodie coming in. It says Trader TV Live on the chest patch right there. It says, "I'd rather be trading," and that's, you know, I do trade, but this message is for other people. Hey, wouldn't you rather be trading? And if you would like to trade and open up your own prop firm, do !DTTW. Check out Day Trade the World, our sponsor, our software that we use to trade over here live in front of you every single day, Monday to Friday. Welcome to the party, baby. You're not late, but welcome to the party.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely not late. Never. It's always better late than never.
Exactly.
But never late
better
is
late,
better.
yeah.
But never late is better. All right, 63.11 just got rejected again on Oxy though. So this is clearly a triple top here. Are we gonna pull back into that 62.5, or is this gonna be like just a 1 minute pullback where we continue making new highs? A bit of a tricky thing on Oxy here. That 63 level has been, you know, it's been a little bit of a fight between the longs and the shorts here. Obviously, it's more of a short-minded day, so anything long is struggling a little bit, to be honest with you. But hey, we had a great trade on Oxy. The one we haven't been doing great on is Beat. Beat is slapping us in the face again. I got stopped out here at that $4.11 before. Obviously made its way back up to $4.25. It stop hunted me, and now, ironically enough, the volume's starting to come in. The volume wasn't there, and now we're breaking through that 4 1/4, maybe even 4 1/3, not that far away from now. So this is actually making me want to punch long back into this. I don't know how much more how many more slaps I can take from this stock, but the volume is there. So this one's a bit of a tricky one. I'll see. I'll continue to watch it, but it is holding that 50 period and definitely holding VWAP. So maybe a better trade would have been a dip on this one rather than just punching in and praying here, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and take a baby long. Why not? We've already lost enough money on this one. What's another few pennies? Geez, let's see. Okay, so we're long there again. We're long at 27s, printing 26s. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to give it 414. So if this one starts coming back down, I'm out. Let's put 414 and then 412. There we go. Now it's moving back up. Give me that money, man. Let's go. Let's go. We're looking to take some out probably at that 440 level. We'll maybe, you know, maybe I shouldn't even take any out since it's a baby long. Maybe I need to add to this one as the momentum comes in. I'm going to continue to watch this, but nothing for it on at the moment. Gorno saying Lulu short. Geez, I don't know. Let's have a look at Lulu. Haven't looked at that one in a while. We'll flip the Oxy trade. Lulu's NASDAQ, right, Bradley?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, Sean says yes, so it is. There we go. So
It should be Toronto.
it is on Toronto, though, I think. I don't, yeah, I mean, it's down 3% on the day, Gorno, but like I don't really see any specific price action that would want me to take it short. I mean, we got lows of the days here at that 299.07 or whatever, give or take a couple of pennies. It looks like it's moving with the market generally. Here's the ES's chart. So yeah, not too much of a divergence between the chart on the ES and the chart on Lulu. You know, I don't personally think the company is a short. The last time I saw the CEO speaking with Jim Cramer, he had some positive things to say. To be honest with you, I haven't followed the stock all that closely, so I wouldn't be able to give you a better analysis on it from at least a fundamentals perspective. So there we go. Now we're making gains, baby, on beat. Let's go, man. Give me that money. Actually, I'm going to add. Let's go. We're going to add at 441. And it's going to be another quarter position for, let's put 443 as the max. And we'll add another X amount of shares. I'm really asking for it on this one, especially if it flushes on me, I'm going to get really hurt. Hurt feelings, not hurt like net-wise.
We're going to have
Both,
to
probably.
get you to real quick look over to your right and maybe give your mic to him for a second.
Absolutely.
Because he wants to share his trade. In the meantime, we're going to cut out to my while Spencer sets up, and then Sharif will be back once again to entertain you guys and educate you guys also at the same time. I'm not sure if we can talk about your past career, Sharif, but I think you had some great stories over there that we shared over the weekend about stuff. So, all right, here we go. Our buddy is actually on the hot seat at the moment. A lot of you have actually met him before, and for those of you who haven't, I'll let him introduce himself.
Hey guys, it's Spencer. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing all right in this challenging market. Yeah, I have an Apple trade from yesterday and today actually that I'm looking to show you guys. Lucas, if you can pop it up on the screen here.
This is yesterday's or
no,
just
that's
today's?
today's.
So let me open yesterday's first.
Yeah,
And then this will be yesterday's right here. Sweet.
So yesterday I'm on the train ride in and I see that Apple's gapping down 4% on some negative news. I've been really liking the even dollar breaks on stocks, especially the large cap stocks. So I look at the chart and I see 145. I come in and my trade of the day, I want to get short Apple 140 if it breaks 145. So as you can see off the open, selling comes in pretty aggressively into this level. So I really like this trade. I ended up sizing up on this trade quite a bit. But as you can see, it's the low of the day. So one thing I want to talk to you guys about is risk management here. If you're going to take size, okay, you got to be ready to punch out. One thing that Greg always says here is you can hold the bag, you can take size, but you can't do both, right? So
go big. Yeah,
go home?
no, it's like you can. Yeah, exactly what you said. You can either go big or you can either bag hold. You can't do both.
You can't do both, right?
Yeah.
So you can see my arrows overlap. So that's a trade I took with size and it ended up being a small loser. You can see if I ended up holding that, like that could have gone very bad. Apple went all the way up to 150 yesterday. Now, if we take a look at today's trade, this is Apple 145 again. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to take the same size that I did yesterday. But I still wanted to take the trade. We're in an extremely weak market, so take the short again. And, you know, this time it works. It never goes back through 145. Really happy with my exits. I ended up holding a piece. I did get stopped out at 143.50, though.
Right here somewhere? Oh, right here somewhere?
Yeah.
143. Oh, right here somewhere.
Yeah.
Right
It ended up having a consolidation. I just put my stop at the top of that consolidation. So, yeah. Moral of the story, I guess, guys, is keep your losers small and your winners big.
Yeah, I love it. The fact that you saw it yesterday not work out for you 145, but that didn't deter you away from today. And that's exactly what Neil was talking about if you follow him on Twitter, which if you guys are not following him on Twitter, you're making a mistake, right? But Neil on Twitter said, just because I got burnt on it yesterday doesn't mean I'm going to stay away from it, right? I'm still going to go take that trade.
It's still a big level. It's still a big level, so.
And the fact that it didn't work yesterday makes it a better level today, right?
Exactly.
So we smash it again. We take the opportunities, and you killed it. So good job on that trade. Did you want to have anything else that you want to share about that 145 level? How your structure of your head compared to the loss yesterday helped you take that trade today?
Yeah, so like a lot of people were getting long yesterday probably around the 145 area. And the thought process is those guys are putting their stop losses below 145 again today. So if their stop losses get triggered, we could have a lot of selling come in under 145, and that's exactly what happened today.
Yeah, awesome, man. But great setup, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people on the floor had it. This is once again Spencer, the buyout prince himself. You guys have met him multiple times already, and he is happy to be here. When's the next time you grace us with your presence, Spencer?
That's a good question. Next time I have a good momentum trade.
Hey, man, that sounds like tomorrow then. So tomorrow, baby. Keep on killing it. Keep on smashing those trades. We're going to go back to my Apple trade here while your boy Sharif gets back on. Well, it's not going to be Sharif anymore. It's going to be CD Lamb, who's now coming back on with the jersey. Shout out to your boy Playmaker for hooking that up. Hey, where's my jersey, Playmaker? No, I'm joking. I'm not even a Cowboys fan, or even I don't even know NFL like that. So I'm not complaining. I appreciate it for hooking up the boys, hooking up the family. The Trader TV family does appreciate it a lot. Coming back to Apple, $1 in the money on this bad boy. Looks like you know what he had the right idea of sending the stop out on the break of 143.50, but could have got back in. Always could have, woulda, shoulda, right? But that's the name of the game. You're always gonna be wrong no matter what. That's the beauty about this game. You're always going to be wrong. You could have done always something differently and something better. And I love being wrong, baby.
Lucas,
I love it.
Can we get a picture of this? Can we get a shot of this? Hey, look at this. Thank you, Playmaker. Got my name on the back. Oh, whoa. As Mike falls there. All good. I'll get that. Loving it. I really appreciate. Shout out to the Playmaker. I had to put this on, obviously, because, you know, it is a gift. And you got to shout out the man himself. But yeah, it is a little bit big. Double XL, it would be great. It would be perfect, actually, if I had shoulder pads underneath this. And in fact, you know, up until about like 10 years ago, I was still playing like football on tackle football with equipment. So this would have made a sick practice jersey, but I would never wear this for practice, obviously. It's got
Buddy, I think he got you that just in case he got you a large and it would rip.
Yeah, no, bro,
right?
This is double XL.
Yeah, but if you got you a large, it would rip with your muscles and your arms and whatnot. You would rip it.
Shout out Playmaker. I love this shirt, man. I can't thank you enough for that. We got the best fans in the world. There's no question about that. As Spencer was talking, I got stopped out a beat again for a small loss this time because I was smart enough not to take a big position. But that's a third loss on beat at 3 strikes and I'm out. I'm not trading beat anymore no matter what it does. It can like go to like 500%. I'm done with it. Let's take it off my chart here so I can stop looking at it. I see IMVT showing up on my scanner. It's making moves to the upside. Let's see what kind of stock this is. Immunovant is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. The company is focused on developing treatments for patients with autoimmune diseases. Okay, what's the catalyst on this guy? Because it just made a move not too long ago, around that 12 o'clock area. So 11:52, I see a piece of news coming in here on IMVT. What is it? Surge 10.2%. Chardon Capital maintained Immunovant with a buy and lowered the price target from 14 to 12. Hold on. So how is that a good thing? I guess maybe because they maintained a buy, but their price target lowered. That's kind of counteracting, but whatever. We don't have to really dig into that too much because a small capper is a small capper. It doesn't really need anything. So there we go. NQ, IMVT on the NQ. Let's load that. You guys can have a look. Like you can see the volume on this, even though it was moving up, the volume was super sparse until that piece of news came in at around 11:50 or so, and then you can see the reaction here. You can see the reaction in the volume. You don't even need to look at the price action. The volume just obviously picked up. Traders and algos alike trading this stock to the higher side. Personally, I haven't seen it enough yet to figure out where my entry is going to be on this one, but if I look just a cursory view here, I see 567 as a possible support level. I don't think this candle is accurate, the one that moved down to the 50 period, so we'll go with this, 565, 562. High of day is that 605, I believe. Yeah, it is 605. So let's see what this one did. This one obviously rejected off 6. It passed 6, but then the break was rejected immediately. Now currently trading in that mid 580s or so. Let's see if this one will pull back into that 50 period or VWAP. I think VWAP's the best bet here because VWAP does correspond with the support level that I'm finding on this one. So I will actually put a long on this one for $5.77. Lucky number 7, right? So there we go. We got a dip trade set up, and I think that's actually, no, that's not good enough. No, we need to have it 67 cents. $5.67, half shares. There we go. That corresponds more with VWAP and with the support here, Bradley.
Yeah, I just took more profits on Apple to the downside, just loving it. And just in case Apple does manage to bounce from this lower day ranges back to VWAP, I don't want to look like a fool not taking any profits. Nobody went broke taking profits. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to go broke. I'm trying to stay rich. Well, I'm not rich, but I'm trying to stay, at least be able to pay my bus ride to back home. That's all I want to be able to do at this moment. Yeah, man, we're enjoying this opportunities in the market. Ford looks like it stopped me out and ran back to the south side, so that sucks to be me, but still profitable on that position. No, I'm not profitable on that position. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. At least we're profitable on the day. Nevertheless, baby, we're bouncing, says Joe Killingler.
Where?
Bouncing where? Bounce castle to where is the question,
not really
obviously. Exactly. I'm not seeing any bounce coming in, but if you see it, more power to you. If it allows you to make a trade off of that terminology that you're using, more power to you, my friend. That's all I care about, as long as my boys, which is even you guys in the chat, are winning. That's good for me. Leroy Jenkins is saying, where is everyone? You know where that's from?
No, but it's funny.
It's like a gamer thing.
Oh, okay.
Where is everyone putting their
Gamers.
extra capital? I hope you guys have bonds. Yeah, I mean, I'm putting my extra capital in Super Chicken at the moment, and I'm saving the rest of it to buy the dip whenever I think the dip is here. So the dip's not here yet for me, in my opinion.
I got you. Okay. Not much to report since sending it last. I'm looking here at the market to kind of try to glean where we're going to head. We're below VWAP, which is definitely not a good thing. It looks like we're consolidating sideways here within a range between that 3650, excuse me, and 3660. We have been for quite a while. Looks like since the better part of 1220. So going on 40 minutes at the moment that we've been in this tight range here, and it's below VWAP. So that's definitely more of a bearish signal. But I guess you're not surprised on a day like this where the market is down. Well, the ES anyway is down 2.12% at the moment. Now, in terms of small cappers, I really don't have anything other than IMVT. Let's bring down the scanner so that you guys can have a look with me. GSUN is showing up as number 2 on the day, but we all know how crazy GSUN trades, and it's also only done 386,000 shares on the day. Third behind that is SNTI. We were definitely interested in SNTI up until quite recently. Now it's kind of like barcoding a little bit, pulling into VWAP. This might be an interesting play later in the day, but not currently. Below that is TC, but that's only done 800 shares in the past 5 minutes. Definitely not interested at. Beat is on our you-know-what list. Not touching that again. That's 0 for 3 today for me on Beat. FNGR only did 93,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. Oh, okay. It's picking up a little bit, done 125,000 shares. So it looks like FNGR starting to pick up here volume-wise and chart-wise, price action. Look at that price action. So let's switch gears and put FNGR instead of Beat. Give me a second here. We'll switch from Oxy to FNGR. Is that a NASDAQ stock? We'll find out. There it is. It's a NASDAQ stock. What do we got on here? Yeah, look at that upward movement, guys. Look, we've been doing nothing for the better part of the day. I mean, we have higher volume now than we did at the open. And by quite a bit, almost double the amount of volume came in the last 5 minutes than there was at the open. But now it's starting to drop off again. What's the spread on this one? Okay, so it's only a penny, not too bad. It's a dollar stock, which definitely is not on my high up list. It's, you know, if you've been watching this show, I don't really like typically trading dollar stocks, usually like $3 and above. But hey, that's what we're given at the moment. I don't particularly see any interesting areas with which we can get in. So even if I was to use the moving averages at this point, looks like the 7 VWAP on the 1 minute's at that 179, followed by the 20 period, which is at 172. Those are all a bit distant from where we're at. I'm definitely not going to break my rules and go long here with really no justification. I'm going to wait for a pullback into a main area or for the volume to really start picking up and breaking those highs, breaking that 190 high to test 2. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put a breakout trade here, and I'll put it for $191, which will be a long. We'll give it to 192 in case it moves quickly. And then we'll actually take that for the break of 2. I'll scalp some out at 2. And as I say that, we just had an epic sell side order come in there that printed a whole bunch of red on the tape. It brought it down from 182. It looks like we got bottom wick here at that 175. So this one's quite aggressive to me.
Money, 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 money.
Hey,
That's
what are
what
you
we're
printing?
making
Are you
over here,
printing?
baby. That's right. Apple now $1.40 in the money. So what you know about that? What you know about that? Apple breaking the low of day. Market heading towards the low of day. Apple not done selling off yet. We saw 150. We saw a rally from 145 to 150 yesterday. Can we see a move from 145 to 140 today?
Anything's possible,
Anything is possible.
Kevin Garnett, we
yeah,
both know
baby.
where that one's from.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, he was
So-
flying high when he said that. I'll never forget that. My
That's
man was
KG,
flying.
baby.
Yeah.
That's my boy KG from also from that movie. What was that movie?
Oh, that basketball movie?
Yeah, that
With
basketball
LeBron?
movie was amazing.
Wayne the Brain will know.
No,
Brain
not
will-
LeBron with Adam Sandler.
Oh, I don't know.
Uncut Gems. Uncut Gems, that was a good movie. Kevin Garnett killed it in that. But now $1.56 in the money on Apple. Apple has some size on 142. Are we going to break 142 on the way down here on Apple and push much further on the day? The stock is already down 5% on the day. NASDAQ down 3%. S&P 500 down another 2.2% on the day over here. Woo-wee, man, the selling ain't done yet.
Okay. Brad's flying. I'm happy for him, to be honest with you. Not much to report ever since I sent it back to you like 10 seconds ago to Brad, but FNGR still pulling back a little bit. And, geez, look at the movement on this, guys. Watching it live in living color here. Went up to 184, then one down to 172. So what's the float on this one? I feel like it's a really small float given the way it's moving. Let's have a look. Company profile, let's move down here. No, 23 million share float. That's not that small. I've seen way smaller. We've seen sub 1 million lately, to be honest with you. So 23 million is okay. Is Brad put the camera on this guy. Look at this guy. He's feeling himself now. with that
XBI
short
70 cents in the money, baby.
What's
What you know?
XBI?
This is the ETF that actually holds the pharmaceutical stocks in it, and then Lab D and Lab U are the 3
Biotech.
times leverage inverse off XBI.
Got you,
So
okay.
XBI short at the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Someone in the chat said, "Don't short XBI. It's not gonna work out for you." Well, here we
guess
are,
they got it
81
wrong.
cents in the money. I planned my trade according to my risk to reward management, and even if it lost for me, I would have lost what, 10 pennies? But here we are making 80 pennies. That's a what, 7:1, 8:1 risk to reward.
Hey.
Name it, baby. We put risk on that board for you. We take trades like this every single day, live on Trader TV Live, baby. I don't like the way that goes, though.
Why?
Live on Trader TV Live, like live on Trader TV. That's
In
it.
living color on Trader TV Live. Hey, that works. Okay.
Here we go. Market is working in our favor, man, pushing right back to the lower day. NASDAQ pretty much at the lower day right now. Not too far from it, actually, but S&P 500 not at the lower day yet. So if S&P 500 wants to push even more to the downside and actually go to the lower day today, that means the NASDAQ, which is your tech basket, will be going even further than the lower days and creating a new low on the market. So that means your AMDs, your Apples, your Microsofts are all getting collapsed to the south side. Let's go check out what AMD is looking like. Look at that. My long on AMD, I told you it wasn't doing anything. When the market moved back to VWAP, AMD gave me a 10-cent pop. Yeah, no thank you. You can keep your 10 cents. I'm out of that trade. I'm not looking to go long on this one right now. And sadly, man, hurting my long term, but that's okay. We're making money at the intraday at least.
Yeah, I was just talking to a bunch of the traders back there, and I'm like, this is just me, but I've been all cash, like, basically since January. So I'm definitely looking to, you know, deploy some cash into this environment, obviously, because we've been pulling back. Things are on sale, and, you know, to me, this is a good time. Now, I'm not calling the bottom. I don't even think this is the bottom, to be honest with you, but I think I'm going to dollar cost average down. So the reason I'm saying all this is because I think I'm going to start getting into Apple here at these levels. I kicked myself and I was really upset with myself. The fact that I didn't get in June when we had 120 prints. I think we went down to like, what, 125, 126, something like that, maybe 123. You know, and then we ended up making a move up to 170-ish.
Yeah.
So even from a swing trade perspective, that would have been really, really profitable. I'm thinking about taking a short here on Tesla. It does seem like it's weaker than the market currently because the market just had a green candle in the 1 minute, but Tesla flushing really aggressively here to the downside. Let's take some here on Tesla. Are we going to get printed? I feel like this might be a little bit too late, to be honest with you, on Tesla. I hesitated. I want to take the 268 break, but here we are. We're short 72s. Now we're printing in the 60s. There we go. Boom. We cover a little bit. That's a really good trade on Tesla. There we go. Can we cover some more in this level? There we go. We took out another piece. So now we've got about 50% of the position left. That was a really aggressive move down on Tesla. Are we going to break 50s? Or are we going to find support at 50s? We just broke 50s on the bid. There we go. Broke it again on the ask, and I'm out of the trade. Man, get out. Why do I have to press it more than once? Really frustrating. Anyway, Tesla, I'm out. That was a really good scalp to the downside on Tesla. And, like, look at that. I mean, we had a green candle show up here. You don't see that here on Tesla. So a bit of divergence between the ES and Tesla on that particular occasion. But I think...
what gateway were you using?
Flatten.
Flatten key?
So flatten is market.
Yeah,
True? Yeah, so what is that, Arca?
Whatever is best available.
Okay, so that's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've noticed that anyway. Probably got out too quick there because now we're printing in the 25s. Make a long story short, it was basically identifying the divergence between the market and Tesla, and that's why I popped into that short, guys. But otherwise, I would have explained it and set it up a bit better, but it was more of an impulsive trade. Right?
Yeah, viewer in the chat says 30-second in and out. Hey, sometimes that's all you need, man. You don't need 30 seconds.
It wasn't even 30 seconds, to be honest with you. It was less than that.
30 seconds is all it takes to make a kid. Come on,
30
man.
seconds away, I'll be waiting. Yeah, you don't know that.
30, no, I don't. 30 seconds is all it takes to make a kid, so you don't need more than 30 seconds, man. 30
Was
seconds.
that the only analogy you could come up with?
Yeah.
Like, that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, proudly, you know where his mind is at. Anyway, let's go.
But so the point is, like, you don't need a lot of time to be in the market. The market is not about how long you've been in it. It's about how much money you're able to make with your trade setup. You're here to make money, not to be in the market for hours and hours on end, right? If you want to be on hours on end, no one's stopping you. Go for it. But you got to at least understand where you're taking your position. If he's taking his position at the lower day break, do you expect him to hold it all the way up to 4 o'clock? That doesn't make sense, does it? Right? So he's scalping and he's a scalper. That's what we all are. We're day traders. As day traders, especially when you're trading with the profession, not a profession, but at a prop firm where you have to be out of your trade by 4 o'clock. We're looking to scalp positions. We punch size, we quickly get out. You saw your boy Spencer jump on not too long ago showing you the Apple trade, right? Apple, he got in on the 145 break and he was out by most of it by 144. Could he have held it? Yes, but look at the risk that goes up for him holding that. If the market bounced off of before going all the way to the downside, then his 145 entry could have easily whipped back and then stopped him out to the point point where he's
No
not
question.
making any money on it, right? So it's all depending on the type of strategy. For all you know, he punched in 1 million shares, and in 30 seconds, he got $1 out of it. That's for all you know, right? I don't know how much size it take. I don't want him to say it, but for all you know, he took 1,000 shares. Maybe he took 10,000 shares. You don't know, but the plan is his plan worked out. He got $1 per share in less than the time period than you would have thought he would, and that was a beautiful short, lower day break. The market's still pushing to the south side. Apple is $1.40 in the money. XBI is $1 in the money right now, and XBI is on Amex. Sorry, XBI on Amex, $1 in the money. You name it. Every single position is just printing. And UVXY 8% up on the day today, heading right back to that $13 level. So what a time to be alive, baby.
Yeah, honestly, I remember the LABD trade that we had. We were trying to take this one short a whole. We were trying to take this one short. Yeah, we tried to take it short, and we got cut up on this one earlier in the day for a small loss. But now it is printing really nicely because it's inversely related to the biotech sector, 3-time inverse. And as the market makes newer lows, this one's going to make newer highs. Not rocket science, but I'm looking at it. It's up 11.25% on the day. If we can continue to test those bottoms, so let's see where the bottom is currently on the ES. I see a 36.31 print here. Let's see what that is, if that's accurate or not. Low 36.31. Yeah. So low of day is 36.31. We're at 36.42, so we could get a test of low of day real soon. LABD may be an interesting one to take along here, especially we're going to continue to print down. Looking at my Big 6 chart here for the big cappers, they're all pointing in one direction. There's really no divergence between any of them. Maybe a little bit of a divergence between Meta. Meta's consolidating here in looks like it's a compression pattern on VWAP. Have a look at that. Whereas all the rest of the 5 are all decidedly downward pointing. Meta is more horizontally pointing. So interesting here on Meta, but I definitely feel that this is definitely not going to lead the ES. It's not going to have as much of an effect as, say, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla. So even though this one's consolidating sideways, I think we'll continue to point downward on the ES pad.
Yeah, I'm just going long Palantir here. Palantir pulled back all the way to $8, which is the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Nice even dollar, $8. So let's try building into a long over here. Earlier on in the day, we tried to short the stock, didn't work out. So now we're going to join the trend at a different price point. Not at the high of day, but somewhere in the middle of the day range, where I do believe the stock has bottomed out on the downwards momentum that we're seeing coming into play for PLTR. The S&P 500 trying to show that it doesn't want to go all the way to the low of day. NASDAQ also trying to show that it's done going south side, and maybe some relief coming in once again at the previous low of day on the NASDAQ market. So if NASDAQ bounces at the double bottom and S&P 5 bounces before even going to the double bottom, it looks like we're in a better state for going on into the next half of the day over here. Sadly, we only have 50 minutes. Still a good amount of time, but only 50 minutes between Sharif and myself. Later on, you will get the main kahunas, as the big kahunas, as Sharif puts it, the Shans, the Neils, and the Brendos. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for you guys to cover the later half of the show from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Hopefully 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock will be a power hour, and the markets relief somewhat of the downwards move that they had today. But if not, then I'll be in there looking to put some damage to the south side on the market. And I'm actually deciding what type of workout to be doing today.
Hey, what are you going to do today?
I don't know.
Okay, well, it looks like the market might be printing some newer highs here. Looks like we've got a couple of aggressive green candles. Let's see if this is just a short to pop type event, or we're going to actually print some higher highs here. To be honest with you, we just got long into Tesla at 268.11. We're already in the money on this one as we continue to print higher highs here on the ES. There we go. We're out a little bit of it. Nice trade up. Let's keep going. Let's keep printing 20s, baby. We're going to keep printing 20s. Our out, obviously, is going to be the break of 268 on this one. Let's see what we can get here, if it's going to just be a short to pop type event, or where's my long at? Okay, so I can probably get out here for break even because it looks like we're starting to dip back down. This is one of those trades where I just got to be like super concentrated for a second because, you know, the way Tesla moves is it's like 10, 15 cents at a time, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think I'm going to get out here. There we go. So other pieces break even. Took a little scalp on it. No big deal on Tesla. These are not my kind of stocks, guys. I want my small cappers, but they're not giving them to me today. There's really nothing showing up on my scanner, to be honest with you. Everything is either super low volume or it's already made its move and it's stair-stepping back down. I've got it ordered here by change since open, and the highest percentage change since open on these small cappers is 28%. That gives you an idea of what kind of an update we're having. In fact, I should have probably had, in fact, I actually did have a scanner for the biggest losers as opposed to the biggest winners, but I took that one off because, you know, here we got to pay for a lot of shorts. So I was like, you know, it's a lot easier to go to the north side. But hey, whatever. And I just got out of Tesla at the wrong moment there. I should have some more patience, man. That would have been another dollar winner on Tesla, but hey, that's the way it goes, Brad.
Yeah, can't complain about it. I mean, you're making money, and just keep making that money, baby. Keep making that rupees,
rupees.
all that money, all those the pounds. As long as you're not making pounds right now, right?
I know, right? Jeez. Let's talk a little bit about that.
I'm gonna need you to talk about that because I know nothing about that.
I'll talk, and you can add whatever you can, because here's the funny thing. Like, you have an inflationary environment that we're currently in, right? We all know that. What does the Bank of England come and do?
Buy bonds?
They just started quantitative easing again, man.
Yeah.
What I mean, like, yes, they were trying to stabilize the pound. I get that, and there were other implications in. But, lady, the fiscal policy, and by lady I mean Liz Truss, their fiscal policy is not jiving at all with the monetary policy here. She went and she raised, or she gave a tax break, which is inherently inflationary. That's number one. Number two, she went and put a cap on energy prices. So that's
but they needed that.
I get it. I get it. But like, what's the long-term gain here? What are you trying to aim for? I mean, I don't understand it, and neither do a lot of commentators on some of these business networks. They're at a loss for words about what she's trying to achieve too. Like, what's the chat got to say? I mean, guys, light me up here on the chat. If I'm wrong, let me know. But the way that I see it is like, she's trying to have her cake and eat it too. She's trying to use two different methods that are inherently in conflict, right? By buying, or they don't call them treasuries there, the bonds or whatever, so adding liquidity back into the market, and at the same time giving tax cuts in an inflationary period. I mean, I don't get it. Let's see what some of the people are saying here in the chat. Okay, so this has got nothing to do with that. 100% fam, they are fixing. You have 20% and plus inflation. Yeah, okay, so Michael Gentry agrees with me. He says 100% fam, they're fixing to have 20% plus inflation. Yeah. Trader Mark says, wait for your setups, man. No need to force a trade. Okay, that's with respect to my trading. Yeah, always receptive to hear about what maybe mistakes I'm having in my trading. Amin Rahman says, the UK is smart. All MPs purposely crashed pounds and bought in FX markets. The BOE will raise interest rates and pound will be 120. The FX gain will cover loss of revenue from tax cuts. I don't know. I don't really see that happening, to be honest with you. But hey, if you're from England and that helps you guys kind of stabilize your market a little bit, all the power to you. Gorno says, I posted a message about it, but the last bear on Twitter has a great recap. What? Okay, I'm not really sure what that means. Anyway, yeah, so what do you have to say about that? You got anything to add to that?
Sorry.
Bradley's asleep over here, guys. We got to get this man some caffeine.
The market's putting me to sleep right now. Market's not moving
all
around.
his shorts are printing. He doesn't need to like put any effort. It's all just printing for him.
Yeah, just making money, man. Making money is boring, you know. It's way more fun when it is. Making money is boring because it's like
not boring.
It's pretty boring, bro. It's maybe that's the degen in me talking. That's the gambler in me talking because I want to see some crazy. But I was thinking about this last night too. I'm in my bed. I'm like, damn, I'm so bipolar. Like 2 weeks ago, I was complaining about when the market wasn't moving, when the market was doing the crazy whipsaw action. I was like, this is nuts. I hate this. And now when the market's giving me a good one-way direction, I'm like, this is boring. This is boring. So it's like, when am I going to be happy, right? Eventually, then I realized, hey, man, just smile. Life's good. You're waking up every morning.
Yes, sir.
You're going to a nice warm bed every night.
Yes, sir.
You go home, there's food already ready for you. Like, there's nothing to complain about. Just smile, be happy, and live your life. And that's what I'm gonna talk to the chat about. Just just live, guys, just be happy. Those markets are always gonna be there tomorrow, but you gotta make sure that you're able to play tomorrow, right? So we gotta be able to come back and look for opportunities tomorrow. If today was not your day, that's fine. That's fine. No need to revenge trade. No need to get into those setups that aren't worthy, right? We gotta be able to classify setups as, oh, this is an A+ setup, this is a B+ setup, this is a C+ setup.
Yeah.
If you're able to classify a trade as a C+ setup, why even bother putting the risk behind it? Right? Don't even bother putting the risk behind it. There's gonna be trades around there every single day. You're gonna have a lot of fun. Where's the chat going at? Chat saying me, I, me. This guy hates me. That's fine though. You're welcome to hang out with us every single day and watch me, baby. Prad's got a good life. I know I got a good life. I love it. I love my life. We need to get Prad some edibles. Whoa, buddy. I don't think so. Tacos make me happy. Yeah, about tacos. Remember Maggie's thing on Tuesday?
Yeah.
So we went to Hemingway's, which is people actually say good things about Hemingway's and so on. It was not bad.
Yeah.
But we go to Hemingway's and it was taco. I was really craving tacos, and there's only one taco menu, fish tacos.
Yeah, I know.
So I asked them, can you give me chicken or steak instead? Because I don't really like fish like that. And they give me chicken fingers.
They give you chicken fingers in the taco?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that. And then he ate one of them, and then he started asking where the other one was. I remember.
I ate one. I'm like, I don't like it. I said, I don't like it. I'm just gonna eat the chicken fingers. I'm just gonna call it a day because at least I get my dose of protein for the day from it.
Hey, man's working out. He's got legs to feed there, guys. He's been limping lately, and that's a good thing. That's not something that I'm making fun of. Obviously, limping is a sign of a solid leg workout. Jamie Keane tags me here in the chat. He says UK government opened an energy short, betting on wholesale LNG price lowering below the 2-year. They have an unlimited loss potential, especially if we experience cold winter, and could be outbid on LNG. UK here, yeah, I couldn't agree more. But you guys are definitely in competition with the rest of Europe, who's obviously we're going to need LNG now that the Nord Stream 1 line has completely been shut down from Russia. And yeah, you guys better pray that your winter is not as aggressive as your summer was, because your summer was super hot. And I don't know if that's fixing to make a super cold winter. I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist, but yeah, it's a tough one, guys. Anyway, nothing really to report here, to be honest with you. The market's kind of in a lull at the moment. Looking up at my scanners, I don't see much either. TC just showed up on my scanner, but that done all of 200 shares in the last 5 minutes. That means nothing to me. Let's see what else is moving here. Actually, let me sort by 5-minute volume. Let's see what comes in. So the highest UVXY is done 816,000. SQQ, then CHNG, which is a buyout. One of the buyouts we trade here on the floor. BBAI has done 350,000 shares. That's nothing either. Beat, I'm not allowed to trade that because I keep losing on it. IMVT, we already talked about that. It's basically dropping off. I had IMVT on here, didn't I? Where'd it go? Come on. All right, let's switch this one. No, that's LAB. So IMVT, it's a NASDAQ stock. Yep. That one's moving nicely, man. Geez, look at, oh, that's the one we had a dip trade on that we didn't get filled. We should have just punched long on this one. Really slow mover, to be honest with you guys, though, on IMVT. Not doing a whole lot here. Like when we had a dip trade, it was at $5.80. Now it's breaking through $6.10. So this one is really slow. Be patient with this one. Not much else to report, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just having fun with the cashmere giraffe, just quoting everything I say and just putting Prad, which is making money is boring, quotes Prad. I like that. And there's a bunch of other ones that he was just quoting me. I'm just having fun reading these quotes. Yeah, I'm just trolling, guys. I'm just having fun trolling.
It's a good time.
It's
good time, Sally.
Nothing's really moving. Markets are at the lower days. We're waiting for volume to come back in. Once volume comes back in, we'll have more fun in the market. I mean, XBI was $1 in the money. Apple is $1.40 in the money. We're just letting positions move around at this point. We could look for some longs, but like, why am I even thinking about that? The long we tried on AMD sucked. and I don't want to try it again. I don't want to really put my money into any longs at the moment. If the positions do pop up, I'd much rather short the pops than look to go long. Just follow the trend today. Follow the trend, and I'm already long Palantir, which is also sucking at the moment. It looked like the $8 level would hold, but now $8 actually breaks, and we're getting ready to push to the south side. There we go. Yeah, Palantir not looking like it wants to pay me today at all, but at least we're up good on the day today to the point where any money we give back on Palantir will not even matter. We're making that loss back on Apple. We're making that loss back on XBI.
We just got long here, guys, on IMVT, taking a long at 615. Flat currently on it, printing 616s and 617s. This one, like I said, is a slow mover. We'll probably take some out mid 620s, like 624, 625. If it makes its way up there, my out is obviously 6. The reason I say that is it's a whole dollar level, which is important. And I also see a former resistance level now probably acting as current support at around 6 anyway. So waiting for that one as the market continues to make its way down. So this looked like it was a short the pop type event, Bradley, on this move up here from that 36.41 all the way up to 36.50, and then it's been pulling back ever since. So not really all that surprised on that one, to be honest. If I drew a trend line here, we would touch 3 different peaks. So trend holding in play here. Let's see if we can break this trend to the upside if that ends up coming into fruition. Oh, those were loud cracks. Lovely cracks on that. Love that. Brad cracking his neck here. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm like a crack addict. I can crack my back.
Crack addict?
Yeah.
You're a crack addict?
Like not.
Yeah, let's get you to rehab, buddy.
Like cracking my bones addict. That's what I mean.
Guy's a crack addict, guys. You guys heard it right here live on Trader TV Live. I think we need to have an intervention for this guy now.
The chat's going to light up now. Look at this. Oh, crack addict quoted. Oh, no. LOL. Seek help. Yeah, guys, you obviously know I'm kidding. Anyway, the market here, let's see if we can get a bounce off that 36.40 area. We had another bounce off that 36.40 earlier about, 20 minutes ago or so. Let's see how that one works out, Brad. Got nothing really to report.
I like how that rolled out of your mouth. Like the other one you said a couple weeks ago also rolled out. I can't remember, but you said something. I forget though. You forget what you said.
Yeah.
It was funny though. It was a funny one too.
Oh, the deck thing? The deck, and it was like, oh, this guy, what is this guy thinking about? And Fahad started giggling. I remember that.
I can't remember. But what's that about Dick's pulling out of Peloton? Was Dick Sporting Good invested in Peloton? Did you hear about that?
I saw that in the charts a lot.
The chat was trolling Peloton.
I went to Dick's a whole bunch of times in the summer when I was visiting my sister in LA, and I didn't see any Pelotons there. No treadmills, no bikes, nothing.
So yeah, I just typed in the 2 ticker names, DKS and Peloton.
Okay, so they are, okay.
Peloton and DKS announced a pact to offer Peloton equipment at more than 100 Dick retail. This was 5 hours ago.
Oh, so then you're good. Yeah.
Weird. Announced a new partnership, introducing 100 launch outside. So what do you guys? You guys were trolling in the chat earlier that Dick's pulled out of Peloton. I didn't understand that whole thing, but. They have a deal going on. So did the deal fall apart? Is the deal going through?
You want me to find out? Okay, so let me put in here. I have my thing that updates quite quickly. So Peloton, why Peloton stock is plunging today? That from the Motley Fool, pretty reputable. Shares of Peloton Interactive plunged on Thursday after the company revealed that it's partnering with Dick's Sporting Goods to stock its exercise equipment in select stores. That's probably why. Select stores, that's why I didn't see it in the summer. As of noon Eastern, Peloton stock was down 12%. According to an official press release, Peloton's exercise hardware, minus the new rowing machine, will be available at 100 Dick's Sporting Goods locations in time for holidays. This is a massive shift for the beleaguered fitness company. Historically, Peloton has sold directly to consumers. This is the second person they team up with. Didn't they team up with Amazon like a month ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, right? By partnering with Dick's Sporting Goods, it's entering third-party brick-and-mortar retail for the first time. Peloton shares were actually up briefly before the market opened on this news. The quick reversal indicates that investors aren't sure how they feel about it. On the one hand, increasing its physical retail presence makes sense for a business trying to move inventory, and Peloton is absolutely wanting to do that. I guess basically the whole idea is that their margins are going to get squeezed.
Yeah.
Because by being direct-to-consumer, you obviously forego a lot of those margin issues of brick and mortar and even with Amazon. But, the market doesn't seem to be liking that piece of news. Well, so we'll see how that one plays out, Bradley. Why are you laughing? What happened? No, I need to know.
I just realized the whole thing we were saying, like if you make a sentence out of it, it makes a weird sentence.
What?
Like anyways, DKS.
Yeah, of course, obviously.
I just connected 2 + 2. I'm just thinking about the messages that you guys posted in the chat earlier from the starting of the day. I was reading the messages from them,
That's
man.
on you, dog.
I'm reading messages from them earlier, okay? They in the chat before we got put onto the show at 11 o'clock, they were saying it. So I was just wondering, oh, maybe DKS and PTON had a deal going on, that DKS canceled the deal or something. Now I get you guys got me. You guys got me. You guys trolled the crap out of me. Move on. Move on.
That's funny. If people are telling me time for that hit, I don't use crack, people, okay? What's going on with you guys? Is it telling me to take a hit? All right, guys.
I'm not the one who said I was a crack addict 10 seconds ago.
Bone cracking. Come on, you guys. I live in the gym. Guys, we just made a nice move back up here on the futures. It looks like we're testing this trend line. I want to see a decisive break and a close above this trend line for a possible trend reversal here. Like, look at this. We've touched once, twice, 3, 4, 5, and now 6 times. The more touches on a trend line, the more relevant it becomes. I mean, that's just basics of TA 101. But, you know, we need to close above it for a trend change and continue above it, obviously. So the reason that's important is because, well, I'm in a Tesla long, albeit small, and I definitely want this to be profitable, Bradley. Let's see the other long that we have here. Yes, we are nicely in the money now on IMVT. We're going to take a piece out here. So let's go ahead and take baby amount of shares. We'll take it out at that 20. Are we going to get printed? Yes, the liquidity is lovely on IMVT. We got that print super quick, so we're holding for more. In fact, now we're printing 25, so we took out some at 20. Let's take some out at 25 here. Are we going to get the print? No, not yet. We're only seeing 24s on.
That stock is a rocket ship.
It's a rocket, bro, but it's really slow moving. Like, look, look at the sparseness of the volume. But anyway, so we're waiting on that one, guys. The market here still holding that trend line quite well, wicking up to it but not breaking it. We'll keep watching that one, Prad.
Yeah, I'm just looking at DKS and Peloton at the moment just to see what these guys are doing. Peloton still getting pushed down, sadly. $7 breaking, and DKS over here at 15, down 3% on the day at $113. Not sure if I see a trade in them. Not sure if I even see anything going on off of that catalyst that they have their partnership going on to the point where they will have 100 stores or whatever, or 100 stores will have Peloton products in them. So I can't wait to see if their products do sell. I think previously they were only selling through a firm, right? AFRM. And then when we found out that Peloton's deal wasn't working as good as we previously thought it would, a firm took a hit off of that too and got pushed down quite a bit. Where is a firm at currently? That's a very good question. $18 a firm. Holy moly. How low is a firm going to go at this point is the question, I guess. I mean, this stock used to be a $170 stock. I think, is the Amazon partnership still there for a firm? Yeah, so they still have that Amazon partnership. I can't wait to see how those numbers come up for the quarter if you know they did make any profits with the partnership with the Amazon deal and so on. Let's see what the chat's looking at. What are you guys trading at the moment? We still got 30 minutes before Neil, Sean, and Brendo go back live for you guys. But they are now back in their seats looking for new positions to enter. Maybe some longs, maybe some shorts. Let's wait and see what they are looking for. In that meantime, Sorta Maybe said something very important. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Smash that like button. If you're enjoying everything that we have done for you for so far, you know, the beautiful longs and the shorts, especially on Apple, even on XBI. XBI now sadly only 50 cents in the money, but we were $1 in the money at one point, and the opportunities don't stop, baby. Can't stop, won't stop. NASDAQ market successfully, or at least looks like successfully, creating a double bottom at the low of day. So if this market manages to hold that double bottom on the NASDAQ market, the SPY, which has not gone all the way down to the lows, also looking like it wants to retrace itself back to VWAP. So the markets are looking a little bit healthy in terms of the way that they move to the downside today.
Guys, we are printing big boy on IMVT. 3 pieces out so far. Our long is 615. We're currently printing in the 630s. Oh, and we just got a nice wick up there to 635, but retrace right back down. First out 620, second out 625, third out 630. Let's take out the third piece. If it comes to $6.35, take out another piece on this one. I don't think we're far. It looks like we're going to print. Yes, we do get it. Now we're printing 640s. Let's take another piece out at 640 here. The amount. There we go. Where are we going to get that? Where are we going to get print, man? Come on, man. Print. Okay, well, we're not getting that print yet. There we go. I think we got a print almost up to 650 there. 648 is the top. So we got, where was that last out at? I just want to make sure here.
Yo, the
That
stock's
last
ripping.
out was at 641. I should have had a better print than that, man. Anyway, we'll take another piece out here at 649. Lotto 649, just imagine.
Shut up.
Anybody from Ontario knows exactly what that is. Sean's laughing. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I got a little ADD there. But anyway, market pulling back up as well. Starting to touch that trend line that we talked about. Here is the ES chart, kind of digressing quickly. I want to see a break of this trend line to the upside and a close above it and a decided break into the other direction. Maybe we can reclaim VWAP here for our Tesla long. Not looking good at the moment, but we're definitely making up for that with our IMVT, which is printing very big boy at the moment. Very big boy, proudly.
Yo, you were talking about Lotto 649, but did you ever look at this Lotto Max drop that they had?
Hold on. The Lotto Max was 70 milli, 2 days ago.
I gotta go buy a ticket. I'll be back. Yo, Sean, you want a ticket? A Lotto Max ticket? I gotta go buy one. 70 milli?
70 milli, a milli.
That's what it was before.
Yeah, 70
I'm
milli
asking,
apparently.
did someone claim it? I don't think so, because you know how they increase the max millions every time, right? I don't know. Last time was like 15 or something like that.
Yo, we should do an office pool. Yo, everyone puts down $5 and we get a nice big ticket. Let's do an office pool. And this is the one I was talking about. The Lotto Max made a clothing drop, which was actually pretty hard to get. These sold out pretty quick. I tried to get the hoodie. The hoodie, yo, these sold out as soon as they dropped, bro.
How is that even possible?
They sold out because it's from a company.
Do these people have?
It's from like a decent clothing wear brand, Mr. Saturday, and as soon as they had the collaboration, it just sold out instantly.
What?
I tried to get the hoodie. It's pretty clean. I like that. I like the styling. It's like streetwear-ish.
It's not bad.
But yeah, Lotto Max over there.
I didn't think that they had that kind of a pull.
Oh, big pull, man.
Okay.
It's anything with the limited drop and the clothing gets sold out
Gets
so
everybody
quick today.
going.
But that's the Supreme model, right? Supreme made that famous and so on. I want to talk about what's happening in October. Not sure if our boy Brendo is doing it along with his boy Sean, but I for sure am, which is going to be Sober October in a day. So I have tomorrow to get all my alcohol fixes in, and then I have a whole month to not do anything and just calm down. So tomorrow you'll probably see me going absolutely loose, baby. So I can't wait for the bar night. But man, more importantly, Sober October. In all through October and November, I want to do Movember. So like, you know how you shave off your beard and your mustache and you grow just the mustache all the way through November in support of, I believe it's like men's health and breast cancer and so on. I believe that's where Movember comes from. But yeah, I'm excited to do the 2 challenges, which is going to be a lot of fun for sure. Drunk enough to be hungover for the whole month, exactly.
Let's take some profits, baby, on this Tesla long. Finally, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for this one to print. There we go. Give me some more, man. Come on, back up. Where are we here? Okay, I probably should look at the level 2. We're printing 70s right now. My in is at 50. So let's see. Now we're back down into 60s. We want some 70s and some 80s. But what I do like this long is because we broke. There we go. Another piece out there. Now we're printing 80s. Are we going to get more? We're going to take another piece out there. The reason I took this long, guys, I anticipated the break of this trend line. I talked about it ad nauseum, but this break of the trend line here and this new high, that was the reason why I took Tesla long on a short day, to be honest with you. It's a bit of a gamble there, but that's what trading is all about. Nothing's a sure thing. So we're out of over 50% of our Tesla position, all profitable at the moment. So I'm pumped about that. I'm looking for that 269 break, though. I really feel that if we can continue to trend up a little bit on the ES here, we've closed above the trend line. We had 2 candles close above that trend line, albeit it is the 1 minute. The 1 minute less important, obviously, than the 5, the 15, etc. But you know, that's the time frame that I use. It's worked for me. So We'll keep watching for that one. Tesla printing money, as well as IMVT now testing high of days again. It's flirting with that 650. We got top wick here. We actually got top wick this time, 649 on IMVT. So we are out of 60% of our position IMVT, and it just broke 650. There we go. Give me more. Give me more. Give me. There we go, guys. This has been a hell of a trade on IMVT. It continues to print. Are we going to get 60s print here before I flip back to Tesla? Are we going to get 60? We're close. We're at 59. Give me 60. There we go. We got 60. We got another top wick. Fantastic. Tesla pulling back into that 50s near our break even. But we've already got over 50% of our position out on Tesla. Pradley.
Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Making money, taking profits, kicking stocks in the face, and absolutely telling them who the boss is. Sadly, Palantir is doing that to me the opposite direction. It's kicking me in the face, and I'm going to jump out of that trade. Palantir has sucked today for me, but I know a lot of people have made some good trades off of that. So congratulations to everyone who's been winning on Palantir. Sadly, I'm not winning on this stock. I'm just going to jump out of it. Don't have the right read on it, but maybe I should do what Luca always says. If the long is wrong, then go short. And if the short if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong.
That's
right?
it,
So if abort the short, the long can't be wrong.
No.
And at the moment, you know, we aborted the short earlier, but we didn't flip long. That was a problem. We're aborting the long right now, so the short can't be wrong. So we need to get into the long over here, maybe, or sorry, the short over here, maybe on Palantir. But I'm better off just being hands off on it. I'm better off trading the stocks that I have been successful with today, such as your tech stocks, your Apples, and even XBI, which is now coming back towards VWAP. XBI is back to VWAP, and I might be thinking, not might be, I am thinking of reloading on my position. So let's reload on XBI over here.
Reloaded. Where did that animation come from? Hilarious comment here from Sorta Maybe in the chat. He says, Sharif needs a Britney animation. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not a big Britney fan, but I do like that song. I talked to actually some of the crew here, and then they're like, we have to be careful what animations we use and the music that we associate with them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can get demonetized. Because if you use anything copyright, well, it doesn't fly with YouTube, obviously. So we had some ideas here, but like using some money-related songs like "Here Comes the Money, Here Comes the Money, 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 Money." That's
we're already
Vince McMahon.
demonetized. Good job. We're already demonetized. Good job.
No, I can sing
You
it.
just demonetized the video for the rest of the day.
Hey, Sean dropping that money, baby. There you go. We also had like that one. Shout me out in the chat. Who knows this one? Money, 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 money. That's the $1 Million Man, obviously from WWE. Anyone knows that? Sean and I were talking about that one the other day, but I think the crew's like, no, that one's copyrighted, so we won't be able to use that. Anyway, so just a little bit. Justin Kozak. Sharif listens to Spice Girls 100%. Justin trolling me in the chat. Shout out to Justin on that one. What does this guy say? Trader Proud at Sharif. Money is Money or Love by Socrates. Best money song ever. I got to listen to that one. I'm not really familiar with it, to be honest. Do you know that one?
Nah.
Okay.
No shot.
All right, here. We're going to get out of IMVT. We only had 10% left on this one. It's coming back into our entry point. So we're out of IMVT there. 90% for profit, 10% break even. So awesome trade on IMVT. I'm very happy with this one. I caught it before the actual breakdown. I'm not really sure why it ended up breaking at that level. That may be an important level on the daily. I didn't identify it. I kind of went into it haphazardly, but it worked out for me, and that's great, Brad.
Yes, sir. We're looking at the market at the moment. The market's the volume has not returned in it. You know, it's usually rare that the market volume doesn't come back by 1:30 or so, and it's 1:30 and the volume is still dead, probably because the markets are down big today and nobody really wants to return, and everyone just wants to protect their neck and protect their capital, right? Nothing wrong with that, but expect volume to come back in from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, maybe even from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So whenever volume comes back, we'll be able to look for some possible opportunities to put some more damage into the market. Let's quickly head over to too, maybe we can look at it tomorrow. But yeah, UFC, nothing really happening. I know Bears versus Bull. Our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi, asked recently, any fun fights coming in on UFC? Not really. You know, the next 2 cards are pretty lame, honestly. But the big fight is over here, and on the 22nd of October, which will be an insane fight card. And then we got another one on the 281, which was Israel Adesanya and Alex Pereira. So a long time for any good fights to actually show up. But I believe Formula One is back this weekend. So Singapore, Sunday, October 2nd, is going to be the Singapore Marina Bay Circuit. That's going to be a good time. We got like, what, 2 weeks of no racing, or more than 2 weeks, actually. Was it 2 weeks? 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks of no racing. So it's been pretty boring, but thankfully NFL has kept me occupied. NFL week 2, I made some money. Week 1, I didn't make any money. Week 3, I didn't make any money. But week 4 coming up, so maybe week 4 I can make some money.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm always rooting for you. He sends me sometimes his lines, but I never really gamble, to be honest with you, so I don't even really know what I'm looking at. I don't even know how to read odds or anything like that. I kind of see him in the sports app, who's more likely to win, but I don't really understand. Can you give me a little quick lesson?
Anytime it says negative, they're the favorite. If it says plus, they're the underdog.
Okay, but okay, so let's pull something up here on the score app. Let me just pull this up. 1 second. Where is my thing? There we go. So thescore.com, right?
Sure. I don't know what the
it is.
book is.
Okay. So it's not even a book. Actually, they do have a book now. But
yeah, they do.
Yeah. So let's go to NFL. Let's see what the game tonight is. Miami and Cincinnati, obviously.
What? So, there's a game today?
Yeah, Thursday, bro. Amazon bought the rights.
I didn't know they played Thursdays.
Amazon, man.
That's right. So is it on Prime?
It's on Prime. Yeah.
Okay.
It's also on DAZN. Right. So anyway, it's not showing me the odds here, but in the app it does. Give me a second. Let me load the app here quickly.
But yeah, generally when it says
negative. But I want to show you so you can explain to me.
Okay.
Because sometimes it doesn't show negative. So here is NFL and today's game. Okay. Oh, I see so what is this T total? 48.5 points?
Yeah.
So that's
like the over-under.
Okay, so that's combined?
Yeah, over-under.
Combined score,
yeah.
I see. And so if you choose under, you're betting that the score will be less than 48.5. And over more than 48.
That's
okay.
right. That's right.
I got you. So when this says minus 3.5 for the Bengals, that means if you bet on the Bengals, you get 3 times and a half.
No, so whatever Bengals score is, you just do minus 3.5. And if they're still winning with minus 3.5, after you take that off of their score, then you win that bet.
Huh. Yeah. I had no idea that's what it meant.
Yeah, and if it says plus 10, then you just add 10 to their final score. And by adding plus 10, if they are then beating them by doing plus 10, then you win the bet. Like if they're losing by like 7 points, but you...
They have to win by 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Minus 3.5.
They have to win by 4. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, football is kind of a weird... Nah, you can have 4-point differences in football. It's possible. Like, unlikely usually, but...
Just stay away from it, Sharif.
Hey,
Keep your money in your pocket, man. Trust me. Look at this kid.
I have no inclination
This kid
to
needs some
gamble.
help. I thought I need help. This kid needs help.
Wayne the Brain?
Yes.
Wayne, what are you doing back there, bro?
I thought I need help in sports betting. That kid needs help.
Wayne claims it's not that bad, but Prad sees otherwise.
I'm here making $1 bets. This kid's over here throwing his whole paycheck out.
Nah, Wayne the Brain is smarter than that, man. Okay, guys, not much to report here on the Tesla trade. We're a little bit out of the money currently on that one as we had that pullback. And this is why the 1-minute chart is a little bit suspect, obviously. I mean, like, look at this trend line. It seemed to be, gravy. We touched on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different tops here. Look like a valid trend line. We get the break of the trend line, which to me indicates perhaps a shift in trend. And then what you get a reclaim of the bottom side of that trend line. So the 1 minute is a little suspect. Let's see what it looked like on the 5 minute. Did it make any difference? No, it looked as valid on the 5 minute as it did on the 1 minute, to be honest with you. So we'll see. I have a feeling this market may start bouncing up again soon. We're consolidating sideways a little bit, but that's just a guess, if not anything else, Prad.
No, I mean, yeah, like you said, the bottoms might just be in, but NASDAQ really struggling at the low a day. If NASDAQ breaks the low a day and pushes further, then we can see S&P 500 push towards the low a day too. But as you notice, S&P 500 creating a nice little bottom higher than the previous bottom that it created around 3630. We're hanging out at 3640s at the moment. So still quite a bit of a ways. And sadly, only 13 minutes left between Sharif and myself over here. If you guys have any stocks you wanted to take a look at, feel free to throw it in the chat. With the 13 minutes left, we'll try to do our best in order to reach out to as many people as we can. If 270 breaks, watch out, says go with the Mo. And I'm guessing you're talking about Tesla. So we can head over to Tesla here. Yeah. Tesla 270, only $3 out of the way. If 270 breaks to the north side, I'm guessing you're calling the reversal move. Yeah, I agree with that. If you're short somewhere above 270 and 270 breaks, you technically want to trail your stop that way. So if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I do agree with it. Tony Price saying SoFi. Let's head over to SoFi today. I'm guessing SoFi is down on the day just because of the markets down 7% on SoFi. Still continue to take out every single dollar in my account, but that's fine with me. I'm gonna add more to this stock somewhere down the road. More importantly, I want to add Microsoft's and Google's into my account than just adding more of SoFi. But somewhere down the road, I will be thinking about adding more SoFi, adding more Palantir to my own account. SoFi, that $7 area looks so good back in the day, but now, yikes, man, just yikes.
Man, SoFi has been one move downward, to be honest with you. I'm not a big Chamath fan. I don't know how you feel about him, but I felt like he was the pump and dump king with the SPAC world back in 2020, 2021. He didn't really have much intention there of making them any viable companies. But that's a completely, layman, huh? Sean says that's a completely true statement. I was going to qualify it by saying that's a layman, it's an amateur person's statement. I didn't want to make it sound so declarative, but the way it is. Guys, ATXI just made a move. It made a big boy move off the flat top break that it had, the 750 there, and it did not have any breaks in that car because it went all the way up to that 835 area, and that was a quick move. That was within 6 minutes, 6-7 minutes or so. So ATXI, made a really big move here in the small cap world after doing basically diddly squat for the better part of the afternoon. Look at this. It didn't really respect any levels or moving averages or whatever. It kind of just did its own thing. Sean thinks the market's going to tank, and I'm starting to suspect that he may be right here. Looks
3,600 today, Sean?
I got punched out of my Tesla trade. So I got stopped out of the remaining portion of my Tesla trade. I had about 40-something% there. So 40% of it will be a loser. 60% of it was a winner. Sadly, I still come out red on Tesla today, despite the fact that I had more to the upside. I guess the downside was of greater quantity, probably. So.
Yeah.
Sucks for me.
Oh, we broke 3,400 followers. Let's go.
Hey, Platinum Pratty.
It took a while to get from 3,300 to 3,400. But yeah, go follow me on Twitter, baby. Go follow me on Twitter. I want to show a tweet. Where's my tweet? Tweet. Hello? Did my tweet get deleted? What? How's that even possible? Anyways, I basically was talking to Blind Jedi, which is our Discord moderator. If there's a chance today for the market to go down to 3,600, I can't find that tweet. Ridiculous. Anyways, if there's a chance today for the market to go to 3,600, and looks like there's a possibility. If Sean is saying this market might break down lower, if Sharif is saying we might break down lower, I'm positioned for the short side. I can't wait for that short to play out even more. So let's send this market crashing. I can't wait for Apple to be a $2 winner. It's already $1.50, $1.60. Here's Apple pushing back to the south side. A new low a day. We just broke 142 on Apple. How low can we go? Yesterday, like I said, from 145 to 150. Today, 145 to 140? Anything is possible. So let's send it to 140. There goes NASDAQ breaking the lower day. NASDAQ finally clearing the lower day. S&P 500 getting ready to start pushing downside too. Kevin Riviera saying, can you please take a look at Nike, NKE? Let's go check out what Nike is doing today. Nike at $94.87. Down, down, down,
Doesn't
bad.
Nike have earnings this week or
yes.
today?
Yes. Tomorrow or tonight? Tonight?
Nike earnings today? It's
Aftermarket.
Let me have a
Aftermarket
look.
tonight.
Market Chameleon, guys. If you guys want to, by the way, I forgot to mention this. It's a really good website to have. It's called Market Chameleon. Let me pull it up here. Are you on my screen, Lucas?
No.
Market Chameleon. Thank you, Lucas.
It's not Lucas, bro.
Oh, it's big. Oh, hey, I couldn't see. My monitor's in the way. Okay, sorry. Market Chameleon has a really good earnings calendar here. In order to see days other than the current day, you're going to have to log in. So you can log in with your Google, your Facebook, whatever, or make a free account. It says subscribe here, but you don't need to actually subscribe for that. So here, looking at this calendar here, today, September 29th, Nike is an aftermarket play, and the conference call comes in at 5. The reason that's important is the numbers are something, and then the conference call is something else. You can get movements on both of them. Micron is also going to be today. Those are good. CarMax is also going to be today. The other one here that's important is earnings whisper. Earnings whispers, I think. Yeah, whispers. And the reason this site is important in conjunction with Market Chameleon is this one will actually give you the time that something comes out. Clicking on calendar here. So Micron is scheduled to come out at 4, Nike at 4:15. Show more. Let's see what else. What else did we say was there? Micron and CarMax. CarMax was before market open. That's why. So when it says AMC, that means after market close. When it says BMO, that's before market open. So you can kind of like play your earnings play that way. And what I used to do is I used to play these, and I still do to some extent. I'm not going to explain how because it's kind of proprietary, but I would play the earnings plays after market, and they proved to be quite profitable for me for a while. But that since has taken a little bit of a break because of the current market environment that we're in, but that doesn't mean it won't come back in later. So back to the stock at hand, ATXI, pulling back a little bit here into that 810 level. I feel like this might be setting up a bit of a bull flag for a possible long. The only issue is the volume is declining on this one a little bit too quickly as we make lower lows into the market. This one doesn't have anything to do with the market, but we are going to test the low of day quite soon here on the market, trading at 36.35. The low of day is 36.31, so we're really close to it, to be honest with you. Are we going to get newer lows, do you think, today, or are we going to just bounce off that 36.31, Prad?
Are we?
We're super close to it.
I mean, yeah, the NASDAQ broke the bottom pretty clean over there. We broke
So
11.
NASDAQ made new lows?
Yeah.
I didn't even see that. Okay, I was looking at the ES.
Yeah, NASDAQ broke the bottoms over there. S&P 500 getting ready to head to the bottoms and maybe break that bottom. So yeah, man, I think anything is possible, like I've been screaming all day. And now $1 to $2 in the money on our Apple shorts now. So yeah, man, look at the volume actually increasing as we're breaking the bottoms too on Apple, on the market. Volume coming back to the south side, which might not be the direction that you want unless you're short. So if you're long on anything, might be time to start thinking about where your exits might be, or where you might want to take some profits if you're already in the money on any long. So just be careful. Just look at Prad's shirt. Yeah, that's right. Just look at Prad's shirt. It's screaming red, baby. I'm like a matador right now, just making fun of all the bulls, you know. Right? Like the Bears are in power today, sadly. So we're trying to capitalize on that direction. That's the beauty about being a day trader, that we can trade both directions. I mean, even investors can too, but our short sellers are not called investors, right? They're just called short sellers.
Well, they could be investors.
To the downside? They're investing that the stock
They're
falls?
De-investing.
They're
divesting.
Divesting? I guess.
Is that a word?
I guess. But yeah,
I
you know.
think divesting's a word.
But we're having fun. We're having fun with the power of the market today to the downside.
All right. We're almost done today, guys. We got about 4 minutes left before we send you off to Brennan at the big desk and the big kahunas to my right here. Neil and Sean, who will take over at Power Hour when the almighty volume starts coming back in and things actually start moving more parabolically than they have been during the past 3 hours. Let's see my scanner. We'll take one last look at my scanner here to see if anything is going off. I don't see anything again. Basically the same old usual suspects. Let's change it by change since open. TC still not interesting me. B, I'm not allowed to trade that. Yeah, guys, basically small cap world's done for the day, at least for the moment. You know, I've actually said that before, and then I go to the gym and I come back at, say, like 3:30, 3:20, and I come back and like things are just like completely different. The market's up like 50 points. All these small cappers are moving. It's like, why do I have to go to the gym at this time? But to be honest with you, I can't go in the morning. Kind of ruins the rest of my day. Menina, I want to say, I think her name is Menina. Sorry if I butchered your name. She says, hey, nice jersey, bro. You have good style. Can I tell you whose jersey? Playmaker. Shout out to Playmaker again for getting me this jersey, sending it to me yesterday. I didn't open it yesterday because he wasn't in the chat. I saved it to today when it was in the chat, and it could acknowledge the fact that I am so appreciative. Sends me a Dallas Cowboys jersey, number 88. Anybody who's a Cowboys fan knows CeeDee Lamb wears it, Des Bryant wore it, and Michael Irvin wore it. And then he put my name on the back instead of having CeeDee Lamb. I got Sharif on the back, and again.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna kill everything. Stop breaking the mics.
Back? Okay, perfect. I'm back. So shout out to Playmaker again for the jersey, and can't be thankful enough, to be honest with you.
Yes, sir. We're just nothing else to do here but start wrapping down the show between Sharif and myself. Here's my couple positions that I want to show. Look at this trade. It was so close to stopping me out on C. It was C is City, right? Citibank? Yeah, so Citibank, I had to short off the open. I was pretty close to getting stopped out. Luckily, never got stopped out. Still in that trade now and pushing to the south side and still holding some size. Lee Auto, baby, still in that one too. Here's Lee Auto at a brand new low a day. Look at my outs on Lee Auto. Bang, 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 bang. And now at 22.85. You know what? Let's just take some more size out. When the stock is giving me that much money today, why would I keep fighting it? Let's also take some size out on STX. What is STX at? STX is 74 cents in the money. Ooh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's take some size out on that bad boy. Bang. And even this stock came pretty close to stopping me out, but never stopped me out. That means today I was so good on where I sent my stops out. I gave the stocks appropriate room. Everything but NVIDIA. NVIDIA size on 120. Wow, hold up. Brad's not going to the gym anytime soon. We got to take this break.
Hey, I'm just talking to a couple of people in the chat here. One second. AHLI. There we go. Okay. Crytera says, Sharif Gobra, I see that Cowboys jersey. How do you feel about my fellow PSU alum Micah Parsons? And I said, Micah Parsons got robbed last year. He should have been Defensive Player of the Year as a rookie. He didn't get it, obviously. He better get it this year. Neil's giving me a look, which means he was not impressed with that comment. Clear number 2? Really? I don't know. Maybe because I'm so committed as a Cowboys. I hope so. Yeah, he's an absolute animal. Guys, we are done for the day. It is now 2 o'clock. From Trader Prad and we're going to sign out, and we're going to send you to the big desk, the big renovated desk, Brendo at the big. Peace.
Hey guys, here we go. Yeah, welcome back in. 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left, and a pretty interesting day here as we head into the afternoon. It has been nothing but downside since basically the word go this morning. We get GDP, we get PCE out at 8:30 this morning. Ever since that, there's been not much positivity in the overall market after we saw these kind of numbers to the upside yesterday. If you remember,